Dungeon International, The Last Stand. We're so excited to be back here after an exciting day yesterday, but you know, I always try to keep up with chat, and there's been a lot of questions, Tettles, as to how this format works. So why don't you do us the pleasure of giving us another rundown on what exactly people can expect today?
Yeah, so this is like kind of similar to a TGP style format where teams will run for 5 hours consecutively. They post the best times, then those times are taken cumulatively at the end of the day, and then for the first 2 days, for both Friday and Saturday, the lowest time team will get eliminated, and then on Sunday, the top 2 teams with the fastest cumulative time will move on to the Global Finals. And that's basically how it works. And today we're also going to be learning what our brand new dungeon of the day is. And then on top of that, teams have the 4 dungeons that we learned about yesterday that they're also going to be able to run back and continue to improve the times on.
Yeah, absolutely right. So they're going to carry over their times that they locked in yesterday, but now, of course, we want to find out what that 5th dungeon is, Sauro. Any guesses before it's revealed?
Oh, let me think. It's probably going to be, if I had to guess, Halls of Valor, Horde of Stars, Temple of the Jade Serpent, or Ruby Light Pools.
Those are very good guesses, and also all of the dungeons that are left. Thank you for that, Zyro.
Gotta love Zyro.
He's narrowed it down to 4. There's
don't...
hundreds of dungeons. What more do you want? That's really good.
Listen,
there is only 4 more in this season.
Do you remember when we first did TGP and we randomly just threw Court of Stars in there? And people were like, yo, what? What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Hey, we could throw in some random... You know what? What if
I have Ashara is coming back, maybe.
Infested Sanguine Waycrest Manor.
What about Vortex Pinnacle?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That's not even ready for testing.
Yeah,
we'll throw it on the MDI?
I don't think we're going to go there. I think your first initial response of any of the 4 remaining Dragonflight Season 1 dungeons should be correct, but of course in a few seconds we are going to find out that it is Temple of the Jade Serpent coming through as 5th dungeon. How do we feel about that, Dratnos?
Well, Zyro was right, first of all. Second of all,
Sanguine.
22 live affixes, right? Fortified, Sanguine, Volcanic, 22 Temple of the Jade Serpent. Okay, so Sanguine in here is it's not the easiest Sanguine dungeon. It's also not the easiest Fortified dungeon. So it's going to be a challenging one for the teams in here. That being said, I think that especially this dungeon should really benefit from the ability to restart and try again, because this is a dungeon with like a couple of very big, very volatile pulls, and in a format like this, compared to say a 1v1 MDI matchup, it doesn't really matter as much if you wipe to a pull half of the times that you attempt it, as long as you attempt the dungeon enough times to not wipe to it and to time the dungeon. So I suspect that we're going to see this Temple of the Jade Serpent probably run for maybe 3 hours by each of our teams today before they put up a time that they're really happy with. And yeah, on our leaderboard right now, there's a lot of teams with good times already. That's one of the best parts about our current leaderboard is of our 5 teams, the 4 dungeons that we already had, 4 different teams have the best times in each of them. So there's going to be some incentive as well to go and upgrade times, especially in Algathar Academy. Look at this. We have 3 of our 5 teams venturing to the academy. They are the teams that know that, okay, Cheese did almost 2 minutes faster than us yesterday in this dungeon. They probably spent the time between yesterday and today figuring out how they were going to try and catch up, and we're going to see if they can make that time back up in this dungeon.
The in-between days progress is like a lot of VOD reviewing. So for those who don't know, basically the tournament realm is shut down. You're not able to practice anything off broadcast. There are no keys that are being able to be done on the tournament realm in general. And so just utilizing like that time to either VOD review like best runs of the day, kind of see what other teams did in regards to pathing, and changing like what your own pathing or strategy is going to be in the dungeons is something that it's very important in between days 1 and 2.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, we did see a lot of that yesterday already from the teams. And I think, like Datnos said, you definitely want to approach that Algathar Academy. It's just too much of a time difference between those 2 teams. But, Zyro, is there any team that out of yesterday really impressed you?
Oh, absolutely. Cheese was incredibly impressive. I mean, if we went back to the predictions, I think Tettles was the only one of any of us that even had Cheese, like, on our prediction card, right? And as much as I dislike Tettles being the only one to be right, they did impress. They looked incredibly strong in every single dungeon. And honestly,
yeah, are the predictions once more?
Y'all are just haters. Well, I just thought everybody else was going to pick Cheese. And Direwolves.
You can't say that.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
The team that I think we really need to focus on a lot today is that Direwolves team, because they should be really good at this format, right? They're a team that had the fastest strats in their weekend, but wasn't really able to capitalize on those strategies in tournament play. They just had mistakes here and there that really cost them their maps. So I want to see how they're going to turn yesterday into today. If you remember yesterday, they had some good times in a couple dungeons, but Algathar Academy really gave them a lot of trouble. They were wiping in that dungeon for probably at least 2 hours out of the 5 hours they had allocated yesterday. So to see them come instantly back into the Algathar Academy today means they have a game plan here, right? They want to get a really good time in this dungeon, and then they can go work on the new dungeon, probably take some break time afterwards, but how long it's going to take them to get that good time here is it's really important.
All right, I think it's
wouldn't be
my time to
surprised.
bow out. I'm gonna see you guys later, Dratnus and Zyro.
Farewell, Tettles. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see the teams do too much Temple until after break as well, because you have this format where you're obligated to take 15 minutes of break during the day at some point. That's really the perfect time to plan your attack of a new dungeon with new affixes and a new key level, right? So we're probably going to see the teams mostly focused on these existing dungeons that they have built these plans up for. This Algathar Academy, though, like you said, Zyro, even teams that spent a lot of time in it yesterday weren't really able to consistently get it clean, right? Because it's a 21 bolstering Algathar. Direwolves spent a lot of time wiping to that overgrown ancient area in particular, so we'll see if they have a new plan of attack for it. The way that Cheese got there really fast time was that Affliction Warlock strat. So far, none of the other teams have adopted that, which also doesn't surprise me. That would be a lot to try and pick up in one day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not too surprising that we aren't seeing any of the teams adapt to that, although there are teams that definitely have players that could swap to that. Like, for instance, on Let 'Em Cook, literally all three of their DPS players are players who have literally mained Warlock within the past, expansions worth of raids. So the fact that they're just kind of continuing with their strats from yesterday, just trying to get a more clean run, definitely makes a lot of sense to me. It's kind of hard to pick up that Affliction Warlock and really make it shine if you're not comfortable running it, which makes sense, right? Because Cheese was a team that literally practiced that comp for not only time trials, they played it in time trials, but also they practiced it for the entire weekend for last weekend, right, for their cup. So yeah, it's definitely something that definitely would take some getting used to, and you're not going to get it just from VOD reviewing overnight.
Yeah, especially the M plus Affliction is quite different than most of the Warlock that players will have played in other content for the past few years as well, right? Like, the people have been playing, Destro, they've been playing Demo and Destro in raids, right? And the Affliction M plus stuff it's not like they've never touched it, but it's something where, having somebody swap to that, having the right person in your group swap to that so that you still have two other good DPS specs that you want in your raid or in your team, it's definitely a lot to do, and it's the kind of thing where if you do it, you might not really have all of the understanding of why exactly Cheese were doing it for certain pulls and what they were benefiting from. So here's a look at Cheese. Look at this strat. They have Ricky up on top of this pole. This is a strategy that causes the War Spears. See that War Spear over on the far right that is spam casting Swift Stab, but it's unable to make it to its target because its target is Ricky on top of this pole, and it cannot make it up there. That's a nice way to confuse those poor Swift Spears and make them unable to do their thing. It's kind of sketchy because when you're up there, you can get hit by the Longbow's swirlies, and also you need to clear Thundering as well sometimes, so those are the things that complicate that. And you can only really get up there with an Evoker Rescue in this comp, so that's the hard part of doing that.
I love seeing new tech. And also, speaking of new tech, would you like me to leak some fresh cheese tech live on stream, Dratnos?
I would love it,
I don't know if you've heard of this one. So, a very underutilized item that most people would not have considered using their Spark on are those jewel crafting trinkets, right? Idol of the Dreamer, Idol of, I don't know what the other names are. Idol of the Dreamer is the haste one. But the way these trinkets work is in combat, you gain a certain amount of haste rating per that type of gem that you have on. So for instance, the haste trinket is uses the green gems. So you get haste rating per gem you have on, and it stacks up to, I believe, 18. And at 18, you remove the stacks and you gain a bunch of secondary stats. So some new cheese has been found. If you equip this trinket, go to 17 stacks, then swap all of your gems off of those particular type of gems that the trinket works off of, you keep the stats permanently.
Oh, wow. That sounds like something that's not going to work for too long, but
yeah,
probably,
it'll probably get
quite
fixed,
a lot of stats
but
right
enjoy
now.
Enjoy it this week while you can. It's something like 800 or 900 haste that you can, or whatever your chosen secondary stat is.
Okay,
Yeah,
so a little better than like 1.5 times an idol of from the raid, right?
The
I think
icon,
it's like 600 secondaries, right? Yeah, icon.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was found in the past couple of days, and yeah, I was told this by one of the teams. Actually, it wasn't one of the teams. It was one of my guildmates yesterday. But one of the teams came in and said, "Oh, we found out about this yesterday too." So
yeah,
it might
whenever there's
be
something like this, it
used
kind of
this
spreads
weekend.
like wildfire, right?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see if that lets them make any pushes or not. I don't know. I mean, it's like 200 extra secondaries or something. So it's like they might have 2 extra sockets worth of value across their character. Plus, they're losing a potential on-use trinket that could be good. So it's not going to be huge or anything, but it's maybe a nice little bump.
Yeah, passive trinkets are always pretty nice, especially when it's like your chosen stat, right? Definitely very useful. Now there's a downside. If you die, you lose the stacks. So
Oh, okay.
yeah.
And the other downside as well is that whatever stat you want out of them, you can't have in your actual gems on your gear anymore, right? Because you have to swap them out.
Yep.
So you may be in a spot where that also is a little bit worse either way.
Yeah, it's
Interesting.
minor upside, very big potential downsides.
Yeah. I mean, in a tournament like this, though, you're kind of banking on your runs being 0 death for them to show up on your scorecard eventually anyways, right? Like, I guess maybe 1 death runs, if they're really good otherwise, could be there, but we're kind of thinking that by the end of Sunday, most of these runs are going to be pretty close to 0 death, clean execution runs from these teams. I mean, we saw it on our leaderboard earlier, but these teams are all really close. They're within 2 minutes of each other. The 4th and 5th teams in particular are within like 20 seconds of each other, and that's going to be the spot that has the most hotly contested end of day, right? Avoid being 5th place. So, wow, it's gonna be an exciting day to see if they can actually get their times. See if a team can actually open up a bit of a lead, maybe relative to some of the other teams. Cheese right now are ahead by a solid minute over the rest of the field because of their Algathar. But the other teams are in Algathar right now trying to earn that minute back, and if that happens, we're going to have all these teams within a couple of seconds of each other.
Yeah, I mean, this Algathar is definitely the spot where a lot of teams can be made up for the most of the teams, right? Looking at our times from yesterday, the Cheese just kind of crushed it out of the park, right? This Algathar is just so much faster than ever the teams. They have a 16:43 in this dungeon, whereas no other team has even broken past that 18-minute barrier. So there is so much time to be gained for the other 5 teams here, and a lot of the lead for Cheese is in that Algathar Academy. Like, for instance, if Legendary gets a sub 17-minute Algathar, they will be ahead of Cheese in the overall rankings here. So it's Cheese does have a pretty significant lead right now, but that could be pretty easily just taken up by a good Algathar run from any of the teams that are running it right now.
Yeah, that's the question, is how fragile is the Cheese lead? How feasible is like a 17-30, a 17 Algathar for these other teams? Because if they can get those runs on the board pretty quick, then yeah, all of a sudden Cheese are not just going to be, like, their lead is not just going to get diminished, it's going to actually go all the way away. So it depends on which team, right? Every single team has something good going for them. They have a dungeon where they are the fastest time, except for Let Him Cook, who are not on our screen right now, but Let Him Cook are in 3rd overall, and they don't have a dungeon where they're the fastest in. So it's kind of a weird dynamic where the 4th and 5th place teams are behind in overall time, but they at least have a dungeon where they are the best, right? So they have this game plan of going to the other dungeons and then winning off of their best time in the dungeon that they, are best in. Whereas Let 'Em Cook kind of have to do multiple dungeons worth of work probably if they want to actually overtake and get in the lead.
Yeah, now see, the thing is, right, Cheese is actually doing a pretty smart thing and going into the dungeon where they have, the highest potential time increase on their end as well, right? That 18-12, well, it was pretty respectable for the, the first, I would say, 4 hours of yesterday. We saw 2 very quick improvements on that time. One coming pretty quickly from Let 'Em Cook, and then an even bigger one also coming out from Legendary, right? So Cheese knows that they can probably, with a good run, make up 40 seconds, and, if they happen to even beat Legendary's time, make up even, 50 more seconds on their time, right? So seeing them come into this dungeon, it's a pretty smart choice. Now, I think part of the reason we're not seeing people go to Temple of the Jade Serpent, like we've already mentioned a couple times, is because they really want to make sure that they actually have a strategy before they go into the dungeon. You don't just want to, hit it right away without thinking about it at all. So I imagine, for the most part, we won't see teams go into that temple until they take their first break of the day. So I would imagine they're going to stay in their first dungeon. Every team should probably stay in their first dungeon until they put a time in that they're pretty happy with. Then we'll see a break timer, then we'll see maybe they'll go to Temple of the Jade Serpent after that.
Yeah, again, our rule for breaks is that teams are required to take 15 total minutes of break, and they can't take it in the first hour either. They got to take it in the middle of the day, and so that means that for the next hour at least, I don't think we're going to see too much Temple. There's kind of some incentive to be the last team to enter Temple from a competitive perspective, right? Because then it's not just what is your best idea, but you get to leverage whatever good ideas other teams have had in there as well, and you get to kind of yoink strats from watching what the other teams have done. But the problem with that is if you do that and then you don't actually put up a good time quickly, you just get eliminated at the end of the day, right? Because if your temple is bad. So there's this interesting game of chicken that's going to build up about how much can these teams delay going to temple, and will the last teams to go there get punished for it?
Well, let's see how these runs are going right now. Legendary taking down the Overgrown Ancient in their first run of the day, actually, getting it done pretty quickly here. Let's see how that Overgrown Ancient time pairs up against some of the fastest runs. A 1356 Overgrown Ancient, that actually is the fastest. Well, it's faster than Cheese's run yesterday, which is extremely impressive. And because of where their trash count is right now, they're just going to be going straight to Echo of Dorogosa. So this Legendary run to start the day off might put them in a great spot. As long as they're able to keep the bolstering stacks on this trash relatively even, it's going to end up being a banger of a run for them.
Okay, here comes that boss. 1440 on the pull. Lepan is at 2 health. Oh! Okay, he's all right. He's chilling. We have a beautiful Emerald Communion coming out from Igloo to keep everybody alive. And yeah, as long as, like you said, those bolstering stacks don't get out of control here, this should be a pretty good timer on the board for Legendary. It is a 21 Tyrannical Echo of Dorogosa that is the time gate that they're working on, is just killing this boss as quickly as possible. A bunch of trash is around here, and I think this trash is not going to get them to 100%. I think this trash, maybe it will actually. That's a lot of Echo Knights.
It should.
I feel like maybe they need one more pack afterwards, but let's see. 410. Is this 5 Echo Knights? 5 Echo Knights is 40 count. That works.
Yep.
So that is that's perfect count even.
You just have to be really, really careful about the bolstering here. All of these Echo Knights have about 4 or 5 bolstering stacks on them right now. The 20-second buffs are just kind of starting to wear off here, so you can see their size. They're getting a little bit smaller. That means those bolstering stacks are wearing off here. And I think most of the danger of this pull should be gone here. As long as they don't just let it whirlwind and melee and take out one of their melee classes, they should be okay. But right now they are just all about focusing boss damage here. And I don't think this is going to beat Cheese's time of 1643, but they should be around that realm. Probably like a 17-minute flat, which would be an incredible improvement for them. Already just chopping off a minute and a half worth of time on their first run of the day, as long as they can keep this clean. And that would catapult them into the rank 1 spot for now.
Yeah, again, we think it's going to be really hard to beat Cheese's time in Algathar, but if you can just get it close. Cheese's times in the other dungeons are not actually that insane. Algathar is the only dungeon where they have the best timer, so it's possible to actually get ahead here, like you said, without even getting faster than Cheese's time or even getting all that close. So 30% on Echo of Dorgosa. We are hoping to see Legendary. I mean, 1730, I would say, would be probably the mark where they will feel happy with leaving this dungeon. There are 2 deaths on the board for them here. There's also this Invoker that's coming in at the end of this pull. That one must have been blinded earlier. Not a big deal. They just keep it interrupted, and it doesn't really even add any funnel or anything. It's just kind of there doing its thing. Casting some arcane missiles. Not a big problem. Okay, yeah, so here comes the time. 12% and 1703. This looks like this is going to be like a 1720. I suspect
Something
Legendary
around that,
will be very happy with this. I think this is... I don't think you're going to want to spend too much more time in Algathar unless you haven't got a good idea for any of the other dungeons, because that was a big improvement for Legendary. That is going to put them in first place right now on our leaderboard. 21 seconds faster than Cheese now, who have fallen to rank 2. But Cheese up in the top left are working on changing that once again. They are on a 0-death Nokhud Offensive so if they can get this to 1750, then they will reclaim rank 1. And we know there are 2 teams that already have faster times than that, so it is eminently doable.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the other thing that I'm still thinking of is, when is Cheese going to go back and deal with that Azure Vault run? Because we know that there is time on the board for them in that dungeon, right? We saw one of their runs yesterday. They ended up finishing off the last boss at about 14 minutes and 15 seconds into the dungeon, but for some reason, some of their trash didn't snap down, and they were off trash count by a couple percent. Maybe it would be more like a 1430 or a 1440, but still, that's like 40 seconds worth of time that they can make up in that dungeon if they do choose to go back there. I mean, that is a pretty big time gain, potentially, but, as we saw yesterday, Azure Vault is a very, very volatile dungeon, and a lot of teams spend the majority of their time there too, so maybe that's an end-of-day project for them, if they do end up having a good time in their temple runs later on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously in terms of looking at the leaderboard right now, like the biggest place to gain time, is Direwolves on the last boss. 77% are going to actually wipe to this. I don't know if I think they probably weren't even on pace to necessarily upgrade their time by much with this run, but it is tragic to see them wiping late in another Algathar Academy. That is something that was happening to them a lot yesterday, and that they're going to need to stop happening if they want to avoid elimination today. But yeah, I mean, so it's like you said, right? Like, the Azure Vault has maybe 30, 40 seconds for Cheese that are pretty attainable. Once they upgrade this Nokhud, I don't think they'll have an easier 40 seconds to get until they're willing to obviously go into Temple, where there's huge amounts of time currently available. So I think that Azure Vault makes the most sense if they don't want to go to Temple before their break. If they can put up a Nokhud here that's, 1750 or below, I think is where they'll probably be like, okay, there's no longer super easy seconds to gain in this dungeon.
And also there's something to be said about being the first team to go to the new dungeon too, right? Like, you don't really want to be the first team to go there unless you already have a banger strategy, because other teams will then have more content to look at during their break and see, like, okay, this is how this pull is going for them. This is where they're using their cooldowns. It's not the biggest of deals, because every team is going to have a basic idea of what they want to do in that dungeon anyways, just from their practice for cups. But still, any free extra information is always going to just easily be accepted by the teams.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, these teams all have good ideas to go do Temple, right? If you told them, hey, go do this Temple with these affixes and put up a good time, they probably would have a lot of really good stuff already planned. But the thing is, if you go there 3rd or 4th, you get the combination of the best of your ideas and the best ideas that the teams ahead of you used, right? So you don't want to be one of those first teams to go into that dungeon. But you also don't want to cut it too close, right? Because if you cut it too close to the end of the day, then all of a sudden a couple of wipes and you're out of the tournament, right? So that is the tension in Temple of the Jade Serpent. And like you said, I think it's going to end up being the team that thinks they're least likely to use much from other teams that will go there first, right? The team that thinks, okay, it's our strategy that we think is really good. Let's just go start playing it and put a time up with it. Okay,
yeah,
so
exactly.
Nokhud
Cheese
20 for Cheese. This is something that we know. So their previous best in this dungeon is 1812. The tournament best is 1725 out of Legendary. If Cheese can get 1750 or below, then they're going to retake rank 1. They have got a Thunderfist in on this poll. They're getting their last count actually from these... Wait, they don't need this Thunderfist.
I don't know why the Thunderfist is here.
Maybe it ninja pulled, or maybe it's so that they could cast Dominate Mind on one of them, and that Dominate Mind damage is maybe relevant from the other one. We saw this get pulled in an unplanned fashion yesterday, like from a team that was just short count and needed them, and it looked like they didn't actually want it. But maybe Cheese now have looked at this and have been like, hang on a second, these Storm Shock casts that we can get when we Dominate Mind these things are actually worth quite a bit. And so that, I don't know, that's my best guess as to why those things got pulled.
Well, they absolutely will be retaking that rank 1 spot here. You said 1750 was the mark to beat. They've got that and then some as well, catapulting themselves back into that rank 1 position and giving themselves a 20-second advantage over Legendary. Where is Legendary, though? That Alcathar was not good enough for them, it seems. They're back in the Alcathar again. They think they can improve that time yet again by a pretty significant amount. And honestly, like Legendary, looking at their times across the board, they really don't have that much time to gain everywhere else, right? They already have the fastest Nokhud. They're off the pace by 15 seconds in Azure Vault. They're off the pace by like 10 seconds in Shadow Moon. So yeah, this 30-second time disadvantage that they have in Alcathar, this is their best bet right now, if you don't consider the temple as someplace they want to go just yet.
And the thing about the Alcathar is they had a 2-death run in that 17-18 that they put up, right? If you just take those deaths away and you do everything else the same, that's probably 17 or below, and that maybe is enough for them to go back into first. So now for Legendary to get back into first, they're going to need this run to be 16:58 or faster. So we'll see if they're going to be able to try and make that happen as they get their big pull going. The other teams, a quick survey of our field here. Direwolves and Let 'Em Cook are also working on Alcathar Academy. They are trying to break that 17-minute-ish range and get down there, and that would, again, put both of these teams in contention for rank 1 as well. There are 2 deaths on the board for Let 'Em Cook. They're making it their way near the end of the dungeon here, but this run is not super clean for them, and Direwolves are very early in this run. They've been wiping a lot at the end of the dungeon as well. Thunderstruck over in the bottom right are working on improving their Nokhud, which is currently one of their weaker dungeons. Actually, you know, all 3 of their non-Shadow Moon dungeons are kind of weak points for them, which in one way is bad news, but in another way it's good news because there's a lot of seconds for them on the board that they could upgrade, right? A lot of things they could find with relatively good runs, and then they could potentially sit on the back of a strong Shadow Moon to get into at least the high ranks and maybe even rank 1 again with a couple of good runs here.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for them is that Shadow Moon, it's only like 1 or 2 seconds faster than the second and third best times, right? Everyone is really, really close together in that Shadow Moon, so it's not really a dungeon that you can sit on your laurels on too much, because it's not giving you that much of a time advantage. They really, really need to improve multiple dungeons worth of time here. The big one for them is going to be, well, right now, obviously, the Alcathar at the 1830. That is pretty far behind the pace of the top-end teams. But that Azure Vault, they had a pretty peculiar strategy in that dungeon, very, very different from every other team, opting to go for their cup-style strategy from last weekend, where they do a lot of snaps that just didn't seem to actually gain them too much time in the long run here, and they've got 45 seconds worth of time up on the board, and potentially even more, since we know what Cheese is capable of in that dungeon as well. So, yeah, Thunderstruck have a lot of work to put in today if they don't want to be the team on the chopping block, so we'll have to keep an eye on them for these runs as well. This Nokhud, though, is looking pretty strong. They end up pulling the boss about the same time that Cheese pulled their boss in their Nokhud Offensive, so potential mid-17s run on the clock here, as long as they're able to get through this intermission phase cleanly.
Yeah, that would be really, really good news for Thunderstruck if they can upgrade this Nokhud. That's one of 3 dungeons that they need to upgrade today, right? So getting that sorted early, not spending too much time in there, because otherwise, yeah, like you said, they're pretty quickly going to start running into like time pressure. So it's important for Thunderstruck how this minute works out for them. We also saw there that Cheese had headed into the vault. And then our other 3 teams are all, of course, still working on their Academy upgrade plans. Thunderstruck, in this intermission here, things in the bottom right are starting to get quite hectic. So they have all those casters, Stormbolt casts getting chain CC'd here, but they're going to run out of CC soon. Okay, Fire Breath. murders all of those last few health percentages of the casters. That evoker damage, kind of insane.
Well, into the last phase, it's 1630 here. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty crazily good run from them. We'll have to wait and see what that exact timer is, as long as they don't have any really unfortunate mistakes here. But yeah, having the Shadow Meld for the first static spear is going to be very, very useful. There will be no danger whatsoever in this last phase. Yeah, Thunderstruck looking good here. But let's see what we have cooking across the board. We get once again here, Let Him Cook, not really cooking very much. Their Overgrown Ancient is going down. Show did go down during the boss here, had to commit the battle res that they had available. But this split on Overgrown Ancient is not going to be it here. Approaching the 16-minute marker, we'd like to see that in like the 14 to 14:30 range.
Yeah, the thing that Let Him Cook, like if you look at their count, they've already pulled Echo Knights into this, I think. So
Right.
that is the good news for them. But yeah, they can have a little bit slower of an Overgrown Ancient split and still put up a good overall time. But yeah, this is not going to be it for them. As the Nokhud Offensive ends for Thunderstruck, they are going to be putting up a 1731. That is really good. That's something they're going to be really happy with.
Time improvement for them there, something like that. So that's pretty good. That's one of those dungeons they really, really needed to improve off the board for them. So we'll very likely see them go to Algathar or Azure Vault next. Or honestly, with Dr. J, you never really know. We could see them just go straight to Temple. You have no idea when it comes to him.
I mean, somebody has to go there first, yeah. There's some benefit to being, if every other team decides to go there late, maybe you can be the team that actually practices it enough to get it clean, right? That is potentially a strength.
Yeah. We'll have to see where they end up going next. Let Him Cook started another Algathar off. Direwolves is on one of their longest runs so far that we've seen. A lot of their runs in the first half hour or so here have just ended in that Veximus area. We haven't seen them get to Croth yet. But here they are, onto the boss at about the 8-minute 30 mark. A good Croth split that we've seen from our top-end times is around the 11-minute mark, which seems like they're roughly on pace for, as long as there aren't any haphazard deaths here. But take a look at Cheese. Cheese in the bottom left here. They're back into the Azure Vault. This is extremely interesting. So, the story for Cheese and Azure Vault yesterday was they tried out a lot of interesting strategies. We saw some press W strategies come out from them to set their time later in the day yesterday, but before they set that time, again, they had a potential low 14s run here, where they actually ended up snapping down the patrols in this ring onto the last boss. Fem would die on purpose, take the portal to this ring, pull all 3 of the patrols on this ring, and then just jump through the hoops all the way down. And then they would kill that with the last boss and a couple of breakers. And I think on their 14-15 run that they didn't have trash on, I think what happened is Zotzi didn't actually manage to snap down the 2 breakers that they wanted to also kill with the last boss. And that cost them their run here. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull that off again, or if they're even going for that strategy again. Because like I said, near the end of the day, they just opted to go for a normal press W strat just to get a good time on the board.
Yeah, their current count makes me think that they are planning to set up a snap like that at the end of this dungeon, so we'll see how it works out as they set up for this really big pull in the entire room of Azure Blade here. Not going to be taking this into boss, but they are going to be doing a lot of guards here. Fem is in a lot of danger, hits the spell block, and they are going to pull the boss into this now. This is big damage and healing check for Cheese. Very scary pull. The death grip from the Death Knight, very valuable here, stopping those images from just free casting far away. And they are just trying to cleave everything down and nuke the boss here as well. They need to do a lot of boss damage, not just kill all this AoE, because they need this boss to die before its next cast, right? So they want to get this thing into those low 60s, and it looks like they've done a pretty good job of doing that here.
66% is manageable. It's not the best we've seen. I think we saw some teams get it to like the high to mid 50s, but again, this is definitely something that you could push the boss in a phase, and it could be close though. I remember the very first run that we saw timed from Cheese yesterday, they did accidentally get a second intermission with the boss at like 4% or so, so we'll have to keep an eye on this, whether or not they'll be able to phase it, because it could end up being pretty close. Especially with the way that they're poised here, because we know they're going to pull this boss into that trash pack on the other side of the room as well, and yep, there we go. Maybe getting a little bit of funnel off, but also have to divert their attention to make sure that they don't let any of those extra kicks off.
Yeah, there's the ice bindings kick from the Seal Keeper. That's the main thing that you got to look for. The condensed frost casts are not a big deal. It's just the ice bindings. But then you also have to move. Your ranged DPS have to move because you've got these elementals that are putting swirlies at their feet. So it does increase the difficulty that way. That can be a little bit of a damage loss. But then you're getting all this funnel value that we talk about so much from having extra targets that have your dots on them, and your Unholy DKs doing extra damage to the main target as a result. Your Feral Druids doing extra damage to the main target as a result, right? Everybody's happier. Everybody's rotation's flowing smoother. Cheese are going to kill that boss before he even starts walking to the middle of the room. Wow. 707 Azure Blade split. Hold on.
They're doing Thunderstruck strat. Why are they doing this?
Okay.
I wonder if they thought this would end up being faster. Because, okay... Or maybe they'll snap this down to the third boss instead of the last boss. Dernako doesn't manage to get in the right spot.
Look at the Quake as well.
Get interrupted by Quaking 2. Okay. They've got the
all right, minus 5 seconds. Minus a little bit more. They didn't lose that much time because Frag had to get gripped anyways. They had to set that up. But yeah, that's minus probably about 10 total. So yeah, they're probably snapping trash onto this boss. There it is. They're waiting for the mobs to stop evading and start being fightable, and then they're going to pull into boss. So we have 1 Arcane Construct and 2 Arcane Elementals in on this pull. That's not an awful lot of enemies, but it's something. It's going to bring them up here to...
It's not a lot.
Yeah, so, okay, they're going to get to like 65% off of this, right? Mm-hmm. Where are they going to get the remaining 35%? Are they going to backtrack after the last boss and do all the frogs?
Did more just
the
come
idea
down?
Here?
There are 3 constructs now.
Ooh. Okay. All right.
I mean, Zotzi died, so this is gonna be rough. Zotzi got knocked out of the circle for the absolute zero.
I see. That's not very good because we can't res him if he's off the platform. Yeah.
Absolutely not. I mean, this could just be like a proof of concept as well to see if they can actually live this, and it looks like they can. So. I mean, this is interesting. Remember, like, we keep mentioning this, that the teams do not have the opportunity to practice on the tournament realm in between days when it comes to this format of tournament. So, really all they can do is VOD review, and they could do live keys all they want, but live keys have different affixes than what we have on the tournament realm in most of the keys, and also getting the exact key that you would want to practice on live just would be kind of a pain. So... there is going to be some experimentation if you do think you have a better strategy or a faster strategy. And just seeing Fim live that pull so long without a healer alive shows me that the pull they're doing is definitely doable. We'll just have to see if it's actually faster in the long run.
It's almost never going to be the tank that should die in theory on these pulls, right? Like the danger of these pulls almost always is the non-tank damage. The tank damage is the kind of thing where if you play your defensives right, usually it's theoretically doable. So obviously that doesn't always happen, and even at this level, tanks do die to things, but that boss definitely looked like the main difficulty was going to be, okay, you have these mobs that are doing frontals during a boss fight that has a lot of positioning going on. How reliable can everybody's survival be with that, right? Like, are we going to be able to actually do the boss mechanics while also not getting frontaled out of existence? So we'll see if Cheese decide to keep trying that. Legendary up in the top left have encountered, it looks like the branch may have gotten thrown right on top of their rogue's head. Taking a death there. 2 deaths in this Algathar run, but this is going to be still a pretty quick split on Overgrown Ancient. They might be able to upgrade their 17-18 here. Maybe.
Oh no, Direwolves.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough. Well, unfortunate. I do really want to keep an eye on the bottom right here. After that Nokhud Offensive, Thunderstruck have opted to go into the Azure Vault once again, and, this is a talking point. Their Azure Vault strategy is very out there compared to the rest of the teams. So we'll have to see if they're still going for that same style of strategy. Maybe they have a couple tweaks that they're trying out. Maybe they'll just go for a more normal strategy. Or maybe they managed to watch the VOD yesterday and piece together what Cheese was doing to put together their fastest potential run as well. There's a lot of potential time on the board for them in this dungeon, so we'll have to keep an eye on that for sure.
Yeah, this dungeon has so much creativity available to it for these MDI teams in particular. There's just so many different ways that you can snap these different mobs around, and so many different orders that you can do the trash in. And there's like 150% count available in this dungeon, so you get to decide what you want to skip and what you want to pull. it is really cool to see the teams coming to different answers from each other and incorporating elements of what the other teams have done, right? Taking parts of what they've done and then adding their own twist on it and even further innovating. So, yeah, I can't wait to see what Thunderstruck have in this dungeon if they are going to, if we're going to maybe enter this world where Cheese have copied some stuff from Thunderstruck and Thunderstruck have copied some stuff from Cheese, and both teams have their own unique things as well still going on. We'll see what happens. Of course, the first part of the dungeon is one of the more consistent parts of just, let's just pull everything, snap it all down, do everything that we can all at once, right? But once you move past this first boss, the dungeon really opens up.
Yeah, exactly. The strategies just become pretty insane. The potential is pretty insane. That Laymore split does look pretty solid coming out from Thunderstruck there. Yeah, that 3-minute flat Laymore split, that is in line with what both of them and Cheese were doing yesterday. If not just a little bit slower. But, for your first run of the day, you got to be pretty happy with that. Let's see what they plan on doing in this first section here. Skipping past the Whelplings, notably, first off. There still were 3 players in the back, so they still could proc them. I do remember, though, at the very start of yesterday, I think it was Thunderstruck who went for this really insane strategy where they snapped all of those Arcane Furies plus the 2 Elementals over here to the first trash pack and just very instantly decided, you know what, no, we're not going to do that, but it looks like they're setting up for it here. Keep an eye. We have this Soda POV. Lamike is pulling these Arcane Elementals. I believe they've procced the Arcane Furies as well, and we're going to see Lamike head over to the corner here. We're going to get a grip onto one of the players, probably the tank. Yes?
Yeah.
Soda? There it is. All right. And now all that trash should end up coming over here. Here is the problem, though. Here's the problem with this pull. These Crystal Furies are going to snap over. However, there is a very brief time period after they snap over where they're untargetable. Well, they're targetable, but they're not interactable with. Everything will evade if you try to hit them. So if they do get their piercing shards off, during that time frame, there's no way to interrupt it or prevent it from happening, and we'll have to keep an eye on Lamike here. He does have a couple stacks of that piercing shards debuff, but it looks like Phil's doing a good job to keep him very, very healthy here, and this is a very big pull if they're able to pull this off. This is so much trash count added all together in one trash pull, and this could be a huge time save for them.
Yeah, that big circle coming out from that crystalline rupture is something they're going to have to dodge as well. Beautiful knock, though, comes out of Yoda, interrupting like 3 important mechanics, and they are going to be doing such a good job here of keeping these Crystal Furies from stacking those piercing shards debuffs on the tank. Stormbolt's going to come out from Lamike on the next one that casts. These Crystal Furies, they use this new tech that is pretty common in Dragonflight dungeons, where they have a dangerous ability that's on a cooldown, but they're also coded to never cast it at the same time as another Crystal Fury, so there'll only ever be one mob casting the piercing shards at a time, and you can use that to your advantage by making sure that you use single target stops on whichever one is the one that's targeting at any given moment, and that is pretty much exactly what Thunderstruck used there. The disadvantage is that you can't stop 4 shards with 1 AoE stun, right? That's something that older dungeons that didn't use that tech would often try and sync up their casts so that you could do that. Not possible with these Crystal Furies.
Yeah, and that was a really cool strategy. I mean, we saw that pulled. We saw that attempted literally just one time yesterday. They tried it once, didn't work out, went back to the drawing board, put up a time on the board. But that could save them a very, very large amount of time, because that's a big trash pull in terms of trash count, right? They're going to be at something like, 75-80% trash count by the time they kill Azure Blade, which means they don't really need to pull all of the frog area. They could potentially just, again, snap more mobs down to the 3rd or 4th boss to get their remaining trash count. So maybe they've just found a way to completely skip the frog pull completely. We'll have to keep an eye, though, on Thunderstruck, because this strategy definitely is one of the more interesting ones that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I wonder if their plan is to do, like, no frogs? Or if their plan is to say, okay, you know what we did is, at the end of our run, we used to go and do, like, all of the frogs, right? That was their thing. They would kill the last boss, they would go back to the start of the dungeon, they would teleport to this room, and they would run and do, like, all the frogs. Maybe this pull is instead setting up them only doing half of the frogs, which they think they can do way faster. Maybe that's the thought process here. Or maybe, yeah, like you said, they're planning to find ways to just snap all the rest of the trash. Here they go, right into Azure Blade.
I was thinking this is a huge trash pull. There's no way they're pulling this on top of the boss as well. Is there any way they're actually going to get enough boss damage out here? Remember the mark they really want to hit when that blue mana bar under Azure Blade's HP bar goes down. is somewhere in the realm of 60%, 60 to 65%, but looks like they'll have that pretty easily here. Yeah, they're already at a mark where they could get phase 2, but the Icy Bindings did go off here. Mass Dispel coming out from Soda to help make sure those debuffs go off, but they do get hit by a couple of those AoEs. They just had to expend a lot of utility just to make sure they stayed alive there, but going into the intermission phase, it might be a little bit of a struggle for Vela to keep people alive. That was very scary for a moment there.
Forced to burn Emerald Communion. Yoda's going to go down now as well. And this is going to be no battle res available. This is going to be a run into some orbs and try this again. But look at Azure Blade's health there, 58%. The proof of concept is there for Thunderstruck, right? What they are doing can work. It's just going to be a question of can they make it work in a reasonable time frame so that they can get out of this dungeon, get a timer on the board, and head to another dungeon. Because depending on what the end of their dungeon looks like, I think that could be a new best time in Azure Vault if they make this all work. I think that could be like a 14:30 based off of the strength of that snap that they made work.
So, like, looking at our board here, a good Azure Blade time for teams that do like a normal style of dungeon was somewhere in between 8 and 9 minutes, right? Is usually what you wanted to look at. It's really hard to like extrapolate out what a potential run. I actually need to open up like MDT or something and see like what they would need to do for a count, because I have no idea what they would even snap down for the remainder of the trash count if they wanted to go for a 0 frog route at that point. Or maybe you only have to do half of the frogs with the count that they would have had. I'm actually going to pop in game and open up MDT just so I can see exactly what they would have pulled. Really, really interesting idea to get that Arcane Fury there for them.
Yeah, I mean, it basically sets them up. You know, you don't need to do any of the frogs if you do almost all of the trash up to and including the Azure Blade room, but that's a lot of mobs, and that would include doing like all of the pulls in the rings, which they skipped some of those, so I think some of the frogs have to get involved with some of the pulls later, but maybe you could do everything else and like snap the double breaker and have something good going without doing any of the frog stuff? I'm not sure. It's just tough because there's so much backtracking involved if you're trying to go to the frog area after boss, and maybe they're trying to reduce that, right, to take that part out.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it feels like a lot of backtracking, but you do get to like instantly teleport, so maybe it's not too much of a time loss, and we're kind of worried over nothing with that.
So they would have been at 76% trash count at the end of that room, at the end of the Azure Blade room. I don't think that's high enough to not do any frogs whatsoever, unless they found a way to snap a bunch of trash down, right? The 2 breakers.
I mean, they could,
4%.
Right? They could like use the cheese snap to have their tank die and snap more trash onto the last boss. That could be the way the dungeon's supposed to end for them. Although they already pulled several of the packs that would be easiest to snap on the last boss, but maybe they're doing one of the more cursed packs in there onto the last boss. It's not impossible. We'll see next time they get there. I'm sure they're still going to try their plan, right? No need to change what they have, because what didn't work for them there wasn't even that really nasty snap. It was just the second boss trash pull, which we know is doable, right? It's just scary.
Yeah, 100%. It looks like they were still probably going to do the frogs. Looking at MD2 here, that just makes the most sense. They needed about 25-26% trash count, and the frogs cover all of that. The whole frog area covers that -1 breaker. So, yeah. Okay, I was getting a little excited, but
I'm still excited.
You know what? Maybe they snap the entire frog section onto the 3rd or 4th boss. That's my new copium. That's what we're gonna go with.
Well, speaking of things that we're gonna go with Tettle's casting for the next little while here, and me not casting. Go to my break. So,
is it nap time for you?
It is not. It is not nap time. No, it is watching The Last Stand, of course.
Okay.
It looks like Let Him Cook is allergic to Tettles, as they instantly wipe the second he comes on broadcast. Actually, they didn't wipe. They just use both their battle reses, but you know.
They're 2 deaths. They have a decent amount of time that they can make up in this Algothar Academy, but they really need to be able to get out of here faster. I think that them and Direwolves have kind of been just stuck in AA prison basically since the start. The only team that timed a key in the first 45 minutes was Thunderstruck with that Nokhud, right, Zyro? I'm not just making it up. Did anybody else time a key?
Thunderstruck and Nokhud, and Legendary also had a pretty solid Algathar as well. So those, there were only 2 really major time improvements in the first bit. Actually, no, Cheese had a good Nokhud as well. So there were a few, actually.
Okay, so there are 3, actually. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not bad, then. It's tough, because
there was a little bit
at this point, it's just tough because, like, you're trying to battle for, 15... in between like 15 and 30 second improvements, and you're not really willing to take a run that you have multiple deaths on that kind of FF that. So anything that has like 3+ deaths, you're just automatically zoning out. And so that's kind of the current state. In addition to that, these teams do have a few hours to give. At some point, you kind of have to get into that Temple of the Jade Serpent and start progressing that. But I don't see them spending more than 2 hours maybe in that temple. So I think that improving their worst times here makes sense.
Yeah, it's probably one of the easier FX combinations that they can run, right? There's not too much that you have to do in that FX combination, other than like really manage your Sanguine as much as possible. Which, let's be honest, the only places that's really going to be an issue are in the 2 major, pain points of the dungeon, that courtyard pull and then maybe the last trash pull as well. But you also have to consider that, going for the time trial style format, we'll probably see teams go for some crazy things that we didn't see in cup play, right? Like, for instance, we'll probably see all of the trash pull in the 4th boss area with a 4th boss, which would have been crazy to see, in cup play, because that's an extremely volatile pull. But when you're going time trial style, maybe it's something you actually want to do.
It's 22 fortified with Sanguine. I mean, maybe. I don't know. That dungeon is going to be demonic, is what we'll see, though.
It'll still be difficult. I'm just saying the affixes aren't the worst combination we've seen. But it'll still definitely be very difficult. Oh, Direwolves finally having a relatively clean run into Overgrown Ancient. This Overgrown Ancient has been a big pain point for them multiple times. They just I don't know what it is. They just don't seem to have it quite all together there. How much of this do you think is the fact that they really just don't want to run the rogue in this dungeon? Because that seemed to be a very solid staple of most Algathar runs from teams. You can't snap a lot on bolstering, but it's just generally a very solid DPS in here.
It's weird because they've wiped on Overgrown Ancient more than 5 times, but less than 10. And I don't feel like it's rogue related. I feel like I think it's just like it's not even one singular person. It's just like every time they make it to this boss, they're just unbelievably not clutch, and then they end up wiping for some reason. I don't know. Like I don't think it's rogue related. And I think that what they're doing with this composition without the rogue is totally fine. They're able to put up a significantly better time than 1843, even with this composition. But it's like I don't know. They have to be able to just like clutch out these runs, because they continue to wipe around the 13-minute mark, and that just cost them so much time yesterday.
Yeah, it's really bad time-wise, right? Because, at some point, you can run your head into the wall on the first pull of a dungeon a few times, and you don't feel too bad about the time commitment for that, because you're only losing 2 or 3 minutes worth of time every single time it happens, right? But
look at Hollow.
When you consider that they've spent probably upwards of 2 hours of time in this dungeon wiping to this particular boss, it definitely starts to add up, starts to weigh on your mind a little bit. And
the pull with the Echo Knights and the Invokers that they're doing into the boss is not free, right? Like I think that if it was just the boss by itself, I'd be like, oh yeah, why are they wiping to this? This is something similar to live, but that's not what they're doing. They're doing it in a different way. If you actually look at Let 'Em Cook, you see Hasty on the side. They've already engaged the Overgrown Ancient, so they snapped all of the trash to the Croth platform, and were able to down those lashers. That's actually going to be really big for them, time save wise. Just being able to perform that snap that we know is possible. That's going to help them get closer to Cheese's time and at least be able to improve on this 1804. They have 2 deaths that were unplanned and 1 planned death with that Hasty death at the end of Croth, but I think this is a situation that they should be okay, assuming that they're able to get through the Overgrown Ancient, and that boss is getting absolutely blasted. My goodness. Yeah,
they're doing a great job of channeling through this boss here, getting through it very, very quickly. And the great thing is, the second they're done with this, because of the Echo Knights, they're very, very quickly going to be able to just move on straight to Echo of Doragosa here. I'm a little worried about the time, though, because this is not one of the fastest Overgrown Ancient splits we've seen from teams that do this strategy, But honestly, you still want to just put a good time on the board. This still could be like in the mid-17s, but this is where the biggest problems have been with these last Echo Knights staying alive with the bolstering stacks. Going into this very, very last Germinate and to Burst Forth, this is where they've been dying for the majority of the runs where they get to this boss.
I mean, they just keep having people die. Like look at the direwolves here. They're going to be getting this Germinate, and then Orskin's been used by Chompy. Yeah, they don't kill this branch. They literally just defensive through this and pray. that is their plan. But now they lived, so we're saving a lot of time by living here. And 1522, we're just gonna be taking trash into Echo Adorgosa. It's not gonna be a massive time save, but I think it should probably be somewhere north of 30 seconds, which is not bad.
This could be. So we're seeing teams, when they do this strategy, they have the Bloodlust on the last boss. Echo of Dorgosa plus 2 trash packs is taking about a little over 2 minutes. So this could be a pretty solid time save for them. This could, like you said, this could be upwards of 30, 40 seconds for them. But this pull in its own right, still, a very dangerous pull. Bolstering on the Echo Knights can do a lot. And take a look at 40 here. I think he had one of the missiles on him there that took him down so low. That was really scary, but got topped up by Hollow there. And, now everything's in. They've got the Bloodlust popped.
Is Let Him Cook doing Echo plus 3 trash packs? Oh, they're doing the delayed pull strat with the Master Root.
Yeah.
It looks like that. Okay, I understand now. This makes way more sense.
Trickling. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So both teams onto Echo at the same time here. Direwolves a little bit ahead. Let's see. I mean, they're doing a good job of dealing with this trash. They are actually kind of doing a lot more AoE than I thought they would.
Yeah.
But that's probably fine. It's a little bit safer. You don't want to have the bolstering get completely mismanaged. And at the end here with these with this Evoker still alive, I mean, you do get a little bit of free Astral Bomb damage on the boss too, which is always nice.
You don't hate the Astral Bomb damage. It's not as big as it was during the beta where it was like 15% of the mob's HP every single time. It's like a nice 5% if you're able to get it onto some of the trash mobs, and a couple percent if you get it on the boss.
Well, all the trash is dead for them. They've got Echo of Dorgosa at 45% or so. Yeah, this should end up being probably right around the 18-minute mark, which again, like, it's not the fastest run we've seen. It's not it's not really like the greatest time, but for them that's probably like a big breath of relief for them, like a huge sigh of relief, right? To get that time increase, actually finish the dungeon after spending so much time in this dungeon yesterday and for the first hour of today. But they probably will need to come back and improve this at some point.
For Let Him Cook, it's looking like they're going to get like a 17... Oh man, are they going to get like an 18-minute mark? Are they even going to improve their time in this AA?
They look like they're on about the same pace as Direwolves is, yeah.
Their Overgrown Ancient split was like not bad, but they were a little bit slower on the boss because they had to do a bit more trash. I think... that's unfortunate. So what were the splits from like Cheese whenever they did their Algathar Academy? Like what do we need Overgrown Ancient split wise to be getting close to that 16, like that sub 17-minute mark?
So Cheese was at a 14 flat in their run.
Oh gosh.
And
okay.
they crushed the last boss too. And unfortunately for Direwolves, that last second death there, adding just a little bit of extra time on the board, so what could have been, a 30, 40-second time increase only ended up being about a 20-second time increase for them, which, I mean, I guess you're still happy with any time increase whatsoever, but there's still time left on the board for them to
They got to go back.
Up in that Algathar. They definitely have to go back.
The problem too isn't just Cheese's 1643, right? So there are two slots out of the group. Realistically, the bigger issue is that Legendary also has a 17-18 in this dungeon, and they are still in this dungeon believing that they can improve this time by like a significant amount, right? So it's not just that Cheese has some absolutely spectacular time. It's that Legendary is also going to have a really, really good AA time, and that puts pressure on you to be able to get significantly closer. Like you need to be within probably 20 seconds. And look at Legendary here. These Vile Lashers are showing up in the pull. They're snapping them to Croc. Yep. This is really annoying because the small birds, they do bolster, but we've seen things such as like Mass Root be implemented at times. We've seen like Sigil of Misery as well be implemented at times to try to make sure that those those lashers don't get bolstered too much. But at the end of the day, as long as your tank is able to tank them, the thing that's gating you from even pulling Croth isn't the lashers, it's the Alpha Eagles.
Right, and the important thing too to mention is that this pull is taking a ton of time for the teams that aren't running Rogue to clean up before they pull Overgrown Ancient. But by having these lashers here right now and cleaving them down with the Eagles, it essentially removes a pull of the dungeon, right? From the teams that are running this Rogue, that are doing the bolstering snaps. So, I mean, the Rogue definitely is the stronger of the strategies for sure.
Yeah.
But I wonder if there's actually any room for teams that aren't running it to try to adapt and run that strategy, because we're running out of time, and Direwolves, they do not want to be in Algathar Academy anymore. They are done with that dungeon for now. They need a mental reset. We're into the Nokhud Offensive. And honestly, like, I don't hate this either. There's time to be gained for them here too, but we know that Nokhud is definitely a lot tighter of a window to gain that time in, right?
So my general read is, like, they have to go back to the AA at some point. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be today, assuming that they don't get eliminated, right? We know that that's their biggest time save. We know that they are in a really good position if they post a solid AA time. They can't even potentially be in second place if they get a good Algathar Academy time. They need it at some point. Now, they need to just kind of avoid elimination today, because in my mind, all 5 of these teams are very, very close to one another. Now, I think that 4 of them are on the potential chopping block to get eliminated today, unless Cheese has a massive collapse in Temple of the Jade Serpent, which could potentially happen. But I think that in reality, like, Direwolves could be on the block to get eliminated if they don't improve that Algathar Academy time, and like Temple of the Jade Serpent doesn't go like spectacular for them. But at the same point, assuming that they forego elimination, they just go back to AA at some point tomorrow with a fresh mental, maybe a new strategy that they think will save them some time, because they've been in there for an hour. They're probably just annoyed at that dungeon. They were in there for 2 hours yesterday. Yeah, it's tough.
Look at this again. Thunderstruck, even after pulling off that strategy earlier on, back to deciding that they just don't think it's worth doing again, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. They're not going for the snap into the center ring anymore. I mean, dude,
they change their strat literally every time they ran this dungeon, I swear.
Yeah.
It's been difficult for me to follow what they're doing, because they have literally changed it. In between every single time they run the dungeon, they run a completely different strategy, and I'm just like, where are we going? Are we about to snap mobs into Talash? Are we going to do something that's more normal? Like, where are we going with this mob?
Well, if they don't know what they're doing, no one else knows what they're doing, so they have the advantage, I guess. Maybe? I don't know. All I do know, though, look at Cheese on Azure Blade in the top right corner here on an absolute tear if they are able to get the boss down here. 15% left on the boss, but look at that mana bar. He's going to phase very, very soon. They are slightly ahead of the mana bar, but now they're going a little bit further behind here. Huge chunk of damage at the last second there. What was that chunk of damage? Was that a spell reflect or something? The boss took 4% of its HP at once.
It was a very large bite from Dranako. He crit.
Okay, whatever. But here we go. Look at that. That's an insanely fast Azure Blade split, right? That's a 7-14 Azure Blade split, which is a full minute faster than any other split we've seen so far. But however, that is faster because they opt to not pull some trash earlier on. Now, Fim, we saw this run before from their previous strategy. He's going to run around. He's going to gather all 3 of these construct patrols, and then, instead of snapping these down to the 4th boss like he did earlier yesterday, he's going to snap these down. He missed his leap.
Was he slowed?
And that's a town portal. I don't know.
So if you turn into the rock dude and you get the wings on you, you get slightly more damage reduction, but you get a 25% slow. And I saw every single tank yesterday die to missing the leap because they were slowed. And if that's what happened there, I would be very upset. Dude, look at Legendary. Igloo's lagging.
It's way more than that. Let me tell you, it's way more than that.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. I hate to see that, man. They were on such a good run.
They were on a great run, man. Sub
They're on
11
a
off
heater.
is wild. It's wildly good. Well, they will have to go again, unfortunately.
I mean, she's having to wipe and restart as well off of that Fem death is sad too, because what were they? 11 minutes into their dungeon? No, probably not 11. They were probably like 9 minutes into their dungeon. Having to wipe 10 minutes into your key is very sad. As a side note, I like that Let Him Cook is still in AA, even though they put up a slightly better time. They know that they can get a even better time and continue to improve their timer. I was talking to them a little bit yesterday, and I heard the Terrasant was on Dorky's stream as well, and they believe that they can get like a minute off their Algathar Academy time pretty easily, just having a clean run.
Yeah, it was funny. I was talking to Terrasant yesterday. I was asking, so, what are you doing between? Okay, that's not my fault, right? I said his name and he died instantly. That can't be okay. Whatever.
Well,
as I was saying, I was talking to Terrasant yesterday in that interview that you're talking about. And I was asking, so what are you guys going to be doing between today and tomorrow? Because you can't practice on the tournament realms. He was very secretive. He's like, I don't know if I can say that. So,
what does that mean? What did they mean by that?
I don't know what that means. What could that possibly mean?
What does that mean?
Maybe they've got some secrets. What
What
are they
did he
hiding?
mean by this? Yeah, what are you hiding? An illusion.
Keep the split from Thunderstruck here, though, on Azure Blade. 55% going into the second phase. This will be an easy push for them. They might even have time to just full-on AoE here when they pull it into the trash pack with how low this boss is. Very,
Look at
very
the
good
direwolves.
split.
They pulled the Stormcaller into the boss.
Oh!
Wow.
I like. Oh, I didn't even think of this. A lot of people are just kind of assuming that the mini-boss is the thing preventing you from pulling the Raging Tempest, but it's actually the totems, right? You kill the totems.
It's the totem? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I was looking at that, I was trying to figure out how. Okay, that makes sense.
Once you kill the totems, you can just chain it into the boss. And while that might not seem like the biggest time save, it actually is really nice, because normally you're just pulling a single target Raging Tempest, right? So, yeah. That's cool.
What if they pulled the Kodo into the Raging Tempest? That seems like good value.
Definitely is good
Seems like
value.
good value
Because you get the
for
damage
somebody.
up while cleaving it too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, look at those juicy orbs. Jack, no! Man. They needed those stacks, and he just got rid of 6 of them. Oh, you hate to see it.
It's all good. We just got to make sure that we get a
All
refresh.
good.
Is that going to contact the boss? Oh, it was a fake one. It's fine.
How do they know it's a fake one? That's what I want to know.
Well, somebody walked into it. Chaz probably walked into it and goes, fake?
Oh, yeah, that's probably true. Well, yeah, this Raging Tempest split looks like it's going to be an absolute banger. What are good Raging Tempest splits that we've seen from other teams here? The only ones that we have written down are 9 to 9:30. This is definitely going to be a lot faster than that. Probably in the realm of like 20 to 30 seconds faster than that. So, getting that trash into the boss is huge.
This is actually going to be a really good one. I think that the trash to the boss is actually a big deal. So we're gonna continue to watch direwolves as they progress on the Nokhud Offensive. They have probably the hardest part of the dungeon still awaiting them in that Tira Maruk trash area. But with an 840 split on Raging Tempest, they're definitely set up to be in a great spot. Now just looking around and seeing what other teams are doing, we have Thunderstruck in the top left with a slightly different strategy again, like you were talking about earlier. They have adapted their route. They're no longer doing the big backtrack pulls that we saw so commonly done by them yesterday. Now they're doing frog gaming first, and then they're going to be jumping down to Tailash.
Yeah, okay. Well, you like to see the backtrack strat, as cool as it was, didn't really seem to be gaining them that much time. Now, the question is, do they need the 2 breakers? I don't believe they do. I think this is going to be the rest of their trash count. I think this will put them at 100%. They can skip past the breakers, then it'll just be boss into boss. What is their potential time from here, though? maybe low 15.
It's 21 Fort, Taylash plus Umbral Skull are maybe 5 minutes between the two of them. Oh, they have Lust. Yeah, so probably like 5 minutes. Maybe they're 2:30 apiece. I don't know. One of them is 2, and one of them is 3. Is kind of what I'm thinking with 2 with Lust and then 3.
We'll have to see. I actually want to get a good timer on this. I was thinking that it was probably closer to 2, but it could potentially be faster because a lot of our splits on Umbral Skull have been teams trying to cheese trash on top of the boss, so our timers haven't been quite as accurate. They were just full on single targeting, and with Lust, Umbral Skull like melts. So I still think this could be in the realm of like a low 15. So we'll have to see. That could be a pretty nice time improvement for them, and then we would definitely see them going straight to the Algathar Academy.
Interesting. If this is a low, I guess maybe it's because it's 21 fortified. Taylash is only. If Taylash is like a sub 2-minute fight, maybe this could be a low.
Oh,
15.
they're lusting here. They're trying to beat the second Absolute Zero. Okay.
I think they're maybe trying to beat the third Absolute Zero, right?
No.
Zero.
We've seen teams get this to about 20% before the second Absolute Zero without Lust, so it's definitely potentially doable.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it's going to happen, though. Yeah, they'll just be beating the third. I don't know if I like that Lust, but...
Absolute Zero is a big time loss. If they were able to beat it somehow, that would be actually a really big deal. Even without that, the Lust is not too bad. Your Spriest on Umbral Skull can just solo the crystals anyways. Dude, are they gonna beat this? Okay, no.
That was actually pretty close.
9%? I don't know. I don't know how we come up with 9% damage. I guess our Incarn did just come back up. Maybe there's a world where we beat it with like perfect crits and stuff like that.
Yeah, if they had the Incarn, they definitely beat it. But yeah, unfortunate. We'll see though. Yeah, so that was about a minute 40 boss for them. Let's see how long Umbral Skull with no Lust and no trash takes for them. No, that is not how you want to start it off. They have a battle res, but that's an extra 5 seconds as well, plus a little bit of time loss setting up on the boss too. Well, I don't even know if this will be a time improvement for them anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's tough. It's gonna be close. I think if it's gonna be a time improvement, it's gonna be a couple seconds.
Let's check in with Cheese again in the bottom left corner. Look at this split that they're on again. Whatever they're doing in terms of trash count pulling is insanely fast here. They're going to be killing this Azure Blade split off at about the 7-minute mark, and they're way ahead of this damage check too. This is not even going to be close. I think they had the boss at like the 55% mark, similar to what we've seen from Thunderstruck as well. They've really got this first section of the dungeon up to the second boss incredibly clean, though, but we do want to keep an eye on Fem once again here as they deal with the remainder of the trash here. The rest of his team is going to jump down to that third boss platform. Hopefully nobody dies to fall damage like last time around, and we're going to watch Fem gather up that trash.
We hope that Fem does not get slightly larger and grow wings. All right, let's hopefully we can get Fem tracking him. Maybe he won't even get the wild illusion. Like that's also acceptable.
Once again, Dranako goes down. They have time to res him up here though. That's not too big of a deal. It's just 5 seconds. He can mass while Fem's in combat. Yes, he can.
Okay.
Yeah, because Zazi's not actually in combat.
Okay.
Here we go. That's the trash. Now Fem, he's got no wings. Well, they just have the grip for him this time around. Very, very nice. They're going to let that get situated. Not everything is snapped yet. And the second everything is actually targetable and not evade bugging out, they're going to pull the boss. Actually, a couple constructs came in at the last second here. Just really quickly, Thunderstruck did post a time increase of about 20 seconds, but still time again for them. But we need to keep an eye on Cheese here. Now, there are a couple really annoying things that could happen here. Once the boss goes into Absolute Zero phase, you have to keep an eye on these constructs here. They do knock the tank back, and anyone that's actually in front of them too. So Fem's going to kite away, and he's probably going to tuck in at the very last second of the Absolute Zero here, just so he doesn't get instantly one-shot. Quicken going off at the same time, but everyone is still alive here, and this is looking good for Cheese here. But they don't have the Bloodlust for this either, so this is just going to have to be natural. They're definitely not going to phase the boss, but man, this is so dangerous. Dranako does go down.
We B-res?
They have a B-res.
Yeah, Frag can B-res him. This is so many frontals, man. Playing a melee in this boss is like a war zone.
That leap after almost getting knocked off the platform might have been what killed Dranako, but fortunately they had the battle res for him. But with most of the trash almost dead. This looks like it's worked out for Cheese here, and it's going to be a banger of the split too. Now the question is, this is the first time we're seeing them get this far with this strategy. What do you think they do from this point? Do they do the Thunderstruck strategy of just going down to Umbral Skull, killing that boss with Lust, and then teleporting back and dealing with a Frog Pole? Because they're going to have, like... My timer is right, like 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, so it's
to deal with the boss plus frogs, right?
It's probably Umbral Skull plus Breakers, if I had to guess. Oh my gosh. That quaking,
that quaking timing is not nice.
Okay, so I think it's probably Umbral Skull plus Breakers, which makes sense. And then, yeah, I think they have to backtrack, because I don't think that they're... I think they have to backtrack after the boss. Like, I don't think that they're going to be walking up to the frog area, unless you're going to snap frogs in Umbral Skull, which that's... I guess it could be possible, but it doesn't sound reasonable.
Well, so, okay, one thing I could see them doing is snapping the 2 breakers down to Umbral Skull, because that is what this team was doing earlier on, right?
Yeah. That's kind of my
expectation. That's probably it, though, if I had to guess. We'll see. If Zatsy does hop up on the little pillar here, after the boss dies, that is what the play is here. Let's see. Zatsy, are we doing it? Yeah. Yes, we are. Looks like we are getting the breakers down. Everyone else is going to leap down and get prepped for Umbral Skull. And the great thing about the Evoker is, once he has the tag on those 2 breakers, he can just glide on down and they will very happily snap later on. But they don't need Zatsy for the pull of this boss. They will just get to working on it right away. And here are the breakers. Now, there are going to be some nasty overlap potentials, right? If one of those roars goes off at the same time as the boss's AoE damage, that could be very, very dangerous. But they have a little bit of time before that could even be potential for them to happen here. Now, of course, shoulder slams are also dangerous too. So there is a lot of damage going out on the group here. They are just burning Umbral Skull, though. Look at the boss's HP.
Yeah, we just blast the boss, and Ricky, especially with Lust, should be able to absolutely solo these crystals. He's just going to be dotting all of them with VT. Damage. And Fem's going to do a good job of like moving the boss on top of these detonating crystals, so we're able to cleave them a little bit. But in reality, it's just like Fragments and Dranako are going to be cleaving the breakers more often than not, and Ricky's going to be dealing with the crystals. That's going to be the main job of the group here. And then Fem's job is to live.
Boss AoE into roar, Ricky?
is full.
Okay, they're good. That was scary. This is going to be the last set of crystals coming out at 25% here. They don't have the Lust for these, but they could definitely focus these down. This boss is going to go down, Tettles, at like the 1230, 1240 mark. Which means they're going to have... Well, they're not too healthy, right? As long as they have to do with these crystals, though. There are a couple high ones here. That one last crystal, yep, gets focused down. So that's even hopping over just to get a little extra damage on it here. This is good cleave, though. This is like going really well. Yeah, this boss is going to go down even faster than I thought. Around the 1230 mark. And in order to improve their time...
Oh my god, wait a second.
Dude, they have 2.5 minutes to cleave down this frog pole to get a really, really fast time in this dungeon. Like, this could be an absolute banger of a time.
So we have like 25 seconds of runtime here before... Maybe even longer, maybe like 30 seconds of runtime before we even get this frog pole set up. So what they're going to be doing on the big screen here is they're literally going to just run all the way down and pull every single mob that is in their path. Oh, what is going on here? Okay, so they're actually leaving some mobs mastered in the... Oh, wait, what is happening? Zatsy went back... Oh! Zatsy went to Tailash side.
Oh!
Zatsy went to the Tailash side and now is... He's time dilating himself, and they're going to meet back up. That's going to... That's so smart.
This is the Thunderstruck strat being used in addition to other snaps. Everything is now together. Now, the scary thing here is going to be their HP bars at the last second. While they're still gathering things together, those roars from the breakers are going to do so much damage. And if they do happen to get a shoulder slam at the same time as a roar, and they don't have a personal up, it's going to be dangerous. Now, the Nature's Vigil and the VE are both up to help stabilize the pull, but look at everything across the board for Zatsy. He has expended every single cooldown while they stack this pull up, but it's going so well for them too. These frogs and looters are dying so quickly. Look at the damage coming out from the DK here. This could be so 14.
I think this should actually be... This is looking great for this team. They actually only have 2 breakers here, which means that they mind soothed in. That way they're avoiding the third one. I think this is like just great strategy by Cheese.
This last breaker is going to be the thing that finishes them off. Oh, this is it. Okay. These are both worth 8 counts, so this is it. Oh, the death from Rookie at the last second. That's going to be 5 seconds. They have a battle res, but Oh man, what could have been, but the time is still an insane time. 14-15. That is nutty.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
So Cheese now have a 1643 AA and a 1415 AV. What do you do now if you're Cheese? Are you going to Temple? Like, you probably go to Temple if you're Cheese, right?
Probably? I don't know. Like, they've got two of the fastest times by a huge margin in both Algathar and AV.
Yes.
And the two dungeons they don't have the best time in, they're only off by 6 or 7 seconds in both. I mean, if these guys can put up just a serviceable time in the last two dungeons, they are like almost assuredly one of our top 2 teams, right?
Ooh, top left-hand corner of the screen, we saw Troll go down for Let Him Cook, and then Terrasant got meleeed to death. It's looking like it's going to be a wipe on the Overgrown Ancient plus the Trash. It's a pull that we saw take the lives of the Direwolves a bunch. It's a really tough one, and it's taking Let Him Cook. But yeah, as you were saying, I kind of agree. It's like Cheese needs to just put up a real, like, not even like the best time in Temple of the Jade Serpent or the final dungeon of the weekend, but like a serviceable time, and they're getting close to battling for that spot for qualifier. I don't want to say it's like a sure thing, but their time lead being 130 over the second place team is quite strong.
That is, I mean, we talked about this all day yesterday, right? We knew that they had the potential for the 14-15, and that could have even been faster, right? They had the death from Ricky at the last second, too, so that could have been even closer to a 14-minute run. They don't need to improve that they had the Dranaco death on the fall as well. I mean, this could have been a 14 flat, and that just shows the insane potential of the strategy.
Dude, a 14-minute run would have been nutty, but I don't think they're going back to AV. I think they're like, they see the 14-15. Oh, that's good enough for me.
Wouldn't have been nutty titles. Would have been cheesy.
Oh, smile. Okay,
Where are they
nearly 45 seconds faster than the second place team in that dungeon.
Yeah. Well, I believe Cheese is taking a break after that run. They've got to be happy about that, for sure. I would take a break after that, too. Let the adrenaline, come back down to normal levels a little bit, and then start thinking about what you need to do to secure your spot in the top 2. Because remember, I mean, this is different from last time around when we did the last stand here. Top 2 teams qualify for the Global Finals, not just the top 1. So you definitely just want to make sure you can secure that top 2, because they're in a very commanding position right now. But there's still a lot of time left in the weekend. Remember, we're not even halfway through the weekend so far.
So, I mean, you may ask yourself, how did Cheese make it to this last stand tournament? And if you look at the names on the team, you're like, weren't those guys the 5th seed coming into the weekend? It happened because they actually ended up getting upset by Thundered in their cup weekend. It was a mixture of getting upset, and it was a mixture of a little bit of underperformance. But now, I mean, they're showing why they were the 5th seed, and they were one of the favorites coming out of that Group C to actually make the Global Finals. And, I mean, they've been performing super well. As we see Let 'Em Cook on the big screen here, they're still in this ALG Academy. They've been here for about an hour and 20 minutes now at the beginning of the day, really just trying to improve that 1810 that they have. They really need to be getting that down to somewhere in the order of low 17s. Probably that 1720 mark is something that they would zone out of here and they'd be like, all right, that's good enough. That's a time that they absolutely need to be able to put up.
4 of our teams are on break right now. An hour into the day.
I think you break before you go into Temple, right?
I would be shocked if not any of these teams went to the Temple. I'll be willing to bet at least 2 of them will be going to the Temple after these breaks.
So the deal with Temple is it's the dungeon we learned about today. It's 22 Fortified Sanguine, similar to the live. It's the live affixes on a 22. And that's going to be tough. It is really tough to see what the MDI teams are going to be doing in these dungeons, because a lot of the teams, that dungeon has been one that has been a pretty low level or tyrannical in most weekends. And 22 Fortified Sanguine, I don't know how that's going to change the pulls that are possible. and like it may be something that you have to try the pulls a couple times to even be able to rule out that they are doable. Like particularly the courtyard area pulls, the amount of coordination, the amount of knocks and stuff like that you have to be able to get onto the trash to make sure that that stuff dies in time is important. But there's also a question of, does that trash die in time on a 22 before you actually start to get overwhelmed with the amount of damage that's going out?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's a tough.
Also, like,
It's really a tough one.
It is, yeah. And most of the temples that we've seen on broadcast or on our cup weekends have been on the lower end, right? I'm pretty sure we've only really seen 20 and 21. And in a lot of scenarios, we saw them on Tyrannical, too, which meant that those pulls in the courtyard were technically easier, but still teams wiped non-stop to them just because of the overall difficulty of that pull. So 22 Fortified, yeah, it'll be very, very impressive if teams can go in there and easily pull those off. I doubt we're going to see teams go in there and just one-bang those on their first try. Probably see a lot of iteration. We don't like this Veximus split for Let 'em Cook, so we're going to be going ahead and resetting here. We have our first of the teams coming back from their break. Thunderstruck is an Elgathar Academy. They do need to improve that time still, so that doesn't, you know, that makes plenty of sense for them to be in there as well. Let's see how Direwolves are doing in this Nokhud Offensive so far.
Oh, I wonder what happened in their last Nokhud. I actually didn't see. We saw they had like an incredibly good time out of the Raging Tempest area, and kind of the last time we saw them, we were talking about it, it was like 840 out of Raging Tempest. I wonder what wiped them in the Tir Maruk area.
That's true. We kind of got enamored by watching the cheese run, as we should. That was a crazy run.
That was a good run.
But yeah, I want to watch what the strategy is here for Direwolves, because last time around, like we mentioned, we saw them actually pulling the final of the Stormcallers onto the Raging Tempest and cleaving it down with the damage amp that you get during that boss. Again, you know, wildly unknown if you don't actually listen to the voice lines in the dungeon, but in this Raging Tempest area, the totems are the thing that are preventing you from pulling the boss, not the Stormcallers. So
wait. What does the voice line say, Zyra?
It doesn't say "let fly," and that makes me very sad. It also doesn't say "ooh" anymore either, so that is okay.
Thank you, Zyra.
But yeah, so they're going to be killing off this Stormcaller, and then the last Stormcaller, the 3-pack that we have lovingly referred to as a cooldown pull, is no longer a cooldown pull. They just pull it with the boss.
This is the cooldown pull, I guess.
I wonder if they'll do it again. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. They're just dragging this along with them once the totem is dead. Just chain pulling.
Yeah.
This is just kind of like the fastest strat, too, because there's so much downtime in flying in this dungeon if you don't try to chain pulls like this that it just has to be done. Now watch, they're gonna burst down the totem here as quickly as possible, and the second the totem is dead, all of this will be pulled over towards the boss. Here we go. Into the boss we go.
This is good. I mean, just look at the trash coming in. They get a nice kick on that Stormcaller as well. Basically, you just need to be rotating kicks on the Stormcaller. It would be ideal if you had like 3 melee kicks in order to just get the good rotation. Oh gosh, one of the casts went off from that Stormcaller. Fortunately, it is a 20 tyrannical, so Chaz doesn't die. But it's like one of those situations that if you get boxed off the mob, what I was about to say is like if you get boxed off the mob, you really want to be throwing a ranged kick there. And one of the storm bolts going off as well again during the storm cast. This is actually quite scary for Direwolves as Chaz gets bolted twice in a row and die. Can we get one kick? Please?
That is very likely going to be a reset. Because they don't have a battle res for Chaz. Yeah, I mean, this is dangerous, but it's not like the crazy amount of danger, right? It's definitely something that's doable if the same person doesn't get targeted 3 times in a row. Of course, I think the big worry on the pull is probably going to be on the tank, right? Because tanking double Arc Blade plus the boss is a lot of damage intake. And if there's ever a scenario in which the boss doesn't get dispelled like almost instantly and the Arc Blades are still alive, you could just see your tank die.
Mm-hmm.
But wasn't the case here. I wonder if they're just kind of killing this with a person dead just to see what the split would be like. Because remember, a good Raging Tempest split from teams doing the normal strategy is around the 9-minute mark. And it looks like they're, like, even with a death here, almost on pace for that to do this without a DPS. Which is crazy.
I'm surprised they're not resetting here. I guess it would be a time, like, it still could be a pretty big time save for them, assuming that they're able to get through the Tyrion Maruk area. But, like, I feel like playing down a DPS for 70% of the boss is surely like, going to be too big of a time loss, right, Zyro? And they also had 2 deaths on this fight, too.
I mean, dude, like, look at the split here. Their fastest Raging Tempest split was 9 minutes flat. They're going to be very close to that with a player dead for 80% of the boss. This strategy, if they're able to pull it off cleanly, this could save them upwards of like 30 or 40 seconds in this section of the dungeon, which we didn't think was available here, right? We thought that the majority of the time saved in this dungeon was going to be in the Tyrion and Maruk area. So if they can also speed up that section of the dungeon, we could see a crazy time come out from something like sub 17 is probably possible.
Looks like Let Him Cook.
We have a team in Temple.
We
have a team in Temple.
Ooh,
look at the green dot.
Cheese in Temple. Ooh, look at that. Let Him
POV,
Cook is bailed on the AA, by the way. That's really bad that they weren't able to put up a new time. After spending an hour and a half in the Algathar Academy today, Let Him Cook deciding to go to Azure Vault instead. This is really bad. Look at the leaderboard in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. They're 3 minutes and 9 seconds behind Cheese. They're 2 seconds behind Direwolves, which is the 4th place team, but they're currently in that spot where they may get eliminated today, Zyro. That's it's really, really bad for Let Him Cook. They need to be able to put up... honestly, I think that they need to be able to put up a better time in that AA, but they're starting in this Azure Vault, which is a bit surprising. They do have a decent amount of time that they can save in this AV, though.
Yeah, the scoreboard is a little bit misleading right now. If you look at Direwolves and Let Him Cook, you see that they're actually 2 seconds apart from each other right now. But I think Direwolves is in a slightly better situation than Let Him Cook. Direwolves has extremely fast AV time. The fastest until we saw that really insane run from Cheese earlier. They've got the fastest Shadow Moon time, which I guess isn't that big of a deal because most teams are within 10 seconds there. So they really only have 2 dungeons that they have to work on. Whereas Let Him Cook, they have potentially 3 dungeons that actually all 4 of their dungeons probably need work. The Nokhud is maybe the one that they don't need to work on the most, but the other 3 definitely have pretty significant time improvements left. So even though their times are close right now, Direwolves has the better potential with the times they've already put on the board.
Okay, look at Cheese in the bottom left. Okay, so they're running this Restoration Shaman. Again, it's something that we saw super common in this dungeon as well. They're dropping that link on top of this first pull, and they're doing a very standard first pull in this dungeon. Again, looking at these affixes, this is the first time we've seen Temple of the Jade Serpent today. Sanguine, Volcanic, Fortified on the plus 22 key level, and the Hydro Lances are starting to go off as Ricky dies, Zatsi dies, Dranako dies. This is probably going to be a full wipe for Team Cheese.
You know what that also
They were close. I will say that they were close to getting some of those mobs killed off. Now we still haven't seen how they were going to perform yet on Sanguine. So it wasn't perfect.
What we've also seen,
it's doable.
In almost every single one of our MDI runs, the trash pack is for the most part dead by the time those first few corrupted droplets make it around the corner. The entire trash pack was still at 20% when those corrupted droplets came around. And the splash damage from those droplets on high fortified keys, that is probably their highest damage taken on this pull. Even though they were lining the first 3 for the entire pull. It is nasty how much damage output there is on high fortified here. But it is the end of my 45 minutes. I believe Dratnos is coming in to replace me with you, Tettles. See you guys later.
Bye, Zyro.
Farewell,
Welcome,
Zyro. Welcome to me.
All right, dude. So we had another 45-minute block. Anything you wanted to shout out as something that you saw that was like cool or of note during your break?
Shout out to Cheese for being the first team to take a swing at this Temple of the Jade Serpent. Hopefully they'll be able to get something going in here. But man, looking at that first pull and thinking about the fact that you're going to be dealing with the Sanguine affix as those mobs start dying, that seems really, really cursed. So I am excited to see how they handle that. I suspect it's going to involve a lot of iteration, a lot of just dungeon. A lot of runs are going to probably be lost to too much Sanguine healing on like one of the big elementals on that first pull.
I'm kind of expecting this Temple of the Jade Serpent to take most teams somewhere in the order of like 2 hours. Maybe.
Yes.
I don't expect it to be like too much more than 2 hours, but this is definitely the hardest dungeon, and it's going to, like you said, I think, have the most progression to be able to put up a decent time.
And if you think about it, like, okay, the teams, there's the difference between our first and fifth team right now is 3 minutes. But, the temple run, like, if you get a good temple versus a bad temple, that could be in that range, right? So there's some worry where even if you're one of the top teams, even if you're thinking, even if you're like, second, third, or whatever, and you're planning to try and win tomorrow, right, or get into the top 2 tomorrow, because that's the break point for getting a global finals invite. If you leave that temple for too late, maybe you run the risk of getting eliminated, right? If you can't actually put up a run within a couple minutes of the best time, even if you're a couple minutes ahead of the 5th place team, which right now is Let 'Em Cook. Let 'Em Cook have had a not very profitable first hour and 30 minutes of the day. They have not put up any improvements to their existing times, and that's seen them fall from 3rd to 5th. They are heading to Azure Vault now, a dungeon where they could probably gain a minute if things go really well for them, unless they have a really fast plan that they are going to try and save even more time with. But, they're leaving that Algathar Academy on the table where they probably have more time to gain. So, very dangerous situation for Let Him Cook to be in.
Dude, them and the Direwolves have been just banished to AA prison, but both of them have spent probably the majority of the weekend so far in Algathar Academy, and the majority of the weekend has been depleting to Overgrown Ancient. Like, it is a situation where they have had so many deaths to the Overgrown Ancient.
Bottom left.
What is Ricky doing? What is he doing?
Well, I would have to guess. I would say probably doing a slash dance as a beautiful farmer transmog with hang on, entering shadow form now. On that female panda shadow priest.
Very
beautiful.
Important.
There's Dranako as well.
They used a recalibrator to get to that. He's not actually playing panda, unfortunately.
Unlucky. Yeah, you can see the stone form on the frames there. So, well, yeah. Okay. Apparently they're not. They don't start their key until they get a female panda. Is the lore on that? So. Oh. They're actually playing Dark Iron on Zhatzi as well. That's pretty cool. We rarely see Dark Iron out of teams. Sometimes tanks play it, but pretty cool to see Zhatzi using it on the Shaman there. You could play regular Dwarf as well, so I wonder what the Dark Iron benefit is.
That was an unfortunate surging deluge inside of our Spirit Link totem that has killed off all of our players on the side of Cheese. That is a zone out and go again for them.
Yeah. Unlucky. Okay, yeah, so... Good?
I was going to say, that first pull is just so tough, man. They have three of those big elementals at the same time, and like if they get their casts synced up, or you get a deluge in a bad spot and you're not able to stand in the link, you can just potentially die, even on a 22 fort. What were we going to say?
So I'm just looking at Dark... I'm trying to figure out why Zhatzi's playing Dark Iron instead of Dwarf still, because...
Okay.
So Dark Iron has 4% move speed indoors. I think that might be it. The other thing is the Fireblood versus the Stone form. Fireblood does give you primary stat when it successfully removes effects from you, but I don't think that's better than the Stone form and the Strike Through passive that like the crit damage passive that regular Dwarf gets. So I think it's got to be the 4% indoors move speed from the Dark Iron that they're looking for from this. That's kind of cool.
That's so troll if it's 4% indoor move speed is making the difference. But it would be, I mean, that's an MDI special, right? That's one of those things that you see out of MDI teams. Looking in the top left, Direwolf's previous best Nokhud Offensive is at 1816 mark, and right now they're at 1730-ish with Balakar Khan down to sub 15%. They're probably going to be able to improve that time by about 30 seconds, increasing the gap between them and Let Him Cook. And I think that Direwolves might be able to even overtake Thunderstruck for that 3rd place with this new time.
Yes.
Yeah, and they do. Yeah, look at that.
Wow, well done by Direwolves. 1738 in Nokhud Offensive. That is a really, really good time. And a lot of that timer, looking at their previous splits, was made up in the end of the dungeon. They were pretty similar pace at the start of the dungeon, but the end of the dungeon, they just really accelerated. So That's got to be good for Direwolves, because, like you said, they spent a lot of time bashing their heads against Algathar Academy earlier today and yesterday, so doing that unsuccessfully feels bad, but the great news for them is that with this Nokhud on the board, they are still in the hunt for the top few spots here, especially if they can improve that Algathar. Or, I mean, the problem for them is that Algathar is really the only dungeon where they have a lot of time to gain left.
I mean, Chompy was dead from or not Chompy. I think Chaz was dead from 70 to 0 on Raging Tempest, by the way. Like, I think that they could actually save.
Maybe you just run back the Nokhud and you put up a 17-minute Nokhud.
Yeah.
It's tough because, like, nothing that Direwolves can do right now is really going to challenge second or first place, except for Algathar Academy. But they could still gain time that will be relevant later in these other dungeons, and that's probably what they're going to elect to do. We'll see, though, what their choice is. Meanwhile, Let 'em Cook starting up another Vault up in the top right, and Thunderstruck approaching Croth with Snapping here, these Lashers in Algathar.
Dude, I love how coming into at the start of the weekend, teams were not snapping Lashers into this Croth area because they were really scared of bolstering. But then just as the weekend has progressed, everybody's realized, all right, we gotta snap these stupid Lashers into the boss. Unless you're of course Cheese, which have the best AA time and didn't snap the Lashers.
Yeah, with the power of the Havoc Demon Hunter and the Affliction Warlock, Cheese have put up an incredibly quick Algathar time. But the biggest advantage for Cheese is they put up that time without really doing the dungeon for all that much hours, right? Like, yeah, they spent some time putting that 1643 up, but they spent a lot less time in Algathar than several of our other teams, and they have a better time, which has freed up so much time for them to go and improve that Azure Vault, to go and put up a good Nokhud, right? And that is now giving them the time to be in this Temple of the Jade Serpent before everybody else, and maybe the other teams will learn something from what Cheese are doing here, but I suspect that particularly just chain wiping to this first pull on the left is something that every team that does Temple is just going to do. That's not something you can really learn by watching Cheese do it, what you're going to do to avoid it.
Okay, so a lot of times in like this last stand format, you see teams almost immediately start their dungeon again, whereas for Cheese here, they're actually kind of slow playing this because honestly, these affixes have thrown probably a pretty big wrench into the team's plans in the last stand tournament. They're looking at this key level, they're looking at this dungeon, and then they see Sanguine on top of it, and they're like, how doable is this first pull? Because every single time you've done this first pull, more often than not, it's been on a lower key level on Tyran, right? Like that's what we've seen a lot out of Temple of the Jade Serpent, and now with it being this higher key level fortified, it's like, is what we planned really going to be okay here? Is this first pull doable on Sanguine? Like, and these are the things that Cheese is going to have to answer. But they're slowly talking through some of their problems. They're going to be starting up here again, probably in a few moments. But it's a little bit slower in between the pulls than we see with other dungeons.
Yeah, I mean, they're not under time pressure, right? So,
correct.
To some extent, yeah, you could just keep throwing your head against this pull until it works. I actually think that if you do this pull enough and you just start getting convinced, okay, we just have to bash our heads against it, you probably actually don't want to be doing it right now. You probably want to make sure you have the rest of the dungeon fully consistent, and then you start bashing your head against this first pull until you get it right. So the fact that they're keeping on doing this means that they're not yet convinced that they can't get this consistent, which, I mean, it looks really scary, but we've seen teams, this is that practice process, right? This is the process of attempting this pull over and over again until you eventually learn every global out of everybody, what it's got to look like to make this pull work.
Mm-hmm. What defensives have to be used when, what baiting the deluges is going to look like on that pull as well, because that's like a really important part of it. Just those kind of things. Legendary in the bottom left, still in this Algathar Academy. They were actually having a heater of a run in AA, and unfortunately Igloo DC'd for a little bit there. A very unfortunate situation for Legendary.
Yeah, the good news for them is that they were able to use their break timer while they waited for Igloo to reconnect. But yeah, Lepan has put up a tweet recently now that says British internet is the last boss of WoW. So that's where Legendary are at right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just check out. Rivaled only by Australian internet.
Yeah, again, the good news is with the way our format works, you know, if you haven't taken your breaks yet, when somebody DCs, at least you just start to get taking your break, and you get value out of it anyways, then you're not falling
Yeah.
anywhere close to as far behind as, if you DC in like another format. You could just be gone.
And correct me if I'm wrong but how the breaks work is you have to at least at some point between after the first hour, before the final hour, take a 15 minutes worth of break at some point. And that could be separated into multiple segments as well, in some variable capacity. But you do have to take at least 15 minutes of cumulative break.
Yeah, exactly. And during that time, you can't be in a dungeon, right? You got to be just actually taking a break. You can, of course, be doing strat work, that kind of stuff, but it's designed to make it so that people, have a chance to get a drink, get some food, go to the bathroom, whatever they need, right?
Grab water.
But also it works if you get DC'd as well. You get to just use your break time instead of your regular time.
It was very unfortunate. Like, hopefully his internet starts to improve.
Oh. Okay, so here comes a couple of big things happening on the screen right now. In addition to, of course, Cheese trying that thing in the bottom right with the temple once again. We have Thunderstruck working on Overgrown Ancient. Like you said, this boss tends to be the breaker. This is the one that teams have pulled and died to over and over again. So if Thunderstruck can get this through with this one death run that they have, their split on Croth is not phenomenal, but it's not bad. They could certainly improve their 1833 and get out of Algathar Academy off of this run.
I also don't love their count here. So a lot of the reasons that teams have been wiping to Overgrown Ancient hasn't been necessarily the boss or the boss plus Skitterflies. It's been the boss plus Skitterflies plus the Echo Knights Invoker pull that they've been using that Evoker to jump over the wall and pull some of the Echo Knights and Invokers into the pull. And for Thunderstruck, they're taking this a little bit slower, but their Overgrown Ancient split's going to be very fast because of it. But looking at their count, 78.44%. I think they're going to have to do 2 pulls. I don't think that they're going to be able to 1 pull this into Echo Dorgoso, whereas a lot of teams are coming off this boss at 90% and just take everything into Echo Dorgosa.
Yeah, exactly. Now you can do some shenanigans where you blind some mobs, mass root some mobs, and they come in late onto Echo of Dorgosa, but even still, 22%, it's going to be hard to imagine this being all onto boss. I suspect that what they're going to do is 1 large pull and then a large pull onto boss. I don't think you can go too much bigger than that.
78 to 100. 78 to 100
I
on the
mean,
boss
you
would be...
could. So
We've lost.
Yeah, Echo Knights are 8 count each. You're at 350,
Yes.
so to get to 450, you need a lot of Echo Knights. And yeah, it looks like they are just setting up a pull back here, if I had to guess. A sap is going to land on one of these invokers as well, saving that caster for later.
It looks like they're going into the boss.
And they're... Oh, wow! They are going for it! Goodness gracious, Thunderstruck are on a plan here. This is the most ambitious pull onto last boss that I've ever seen in Algathar Academy.
If they're able
this
to pull
works...
this off, Echo Dorgosa on Tyran 21 with Lust should only take around the 3-minute mark at the most, right? And that's assuming that they're going to be able to get this pulled here in just a moment. The trash is by far the most deadly part, and if they have any deaths, that's going to eat into their timer. But this should be probably 1730 that Thunderstruck are able to pull up if they're able to pull this pull and get it clean.
Yeah, they do have a mob CC'd outside one of the invokers. This pull is mostly Echo Knights as a result. There are some casters that are going to be dying soon. Now, the casters, when they die, are going to bolster each other. They also need to be really careful to make sure that everything is stunned whenever the boss is about to cast that power vacuum, because if it grips people in while those mobs are whirlwinding, that is going to be the end for this run for Thunderstruck. But things are going okay so far. First couple of casters are starting to die now for this team. One of those invokers, the one that was sapped outside, that 1-minute duration has now expired. That mob is now inside, and it's starting to channel from the doorway, you can see.
Ooh, it's going to get bolstered.
So they're going to have to land some new CC on it, or just let it come in. They've done a good job, at least, of preventing the bolstering fiasco.
Lust has expired. All of our cooldowns are gone for Thunderstruck.
Oh,
this
Soda.
is the part which is very scary. Soda going down. A decent amount of these mobs are actually have pretty high bolstering stacks, and we don't have offensive CDs to be able to chew through it. Echo Dorgosa's HP is stalling super hard here because of it.
Yoda's down as well.
down.
We do have a res for him. So that's our final battle res, though. One more death here, and they're not going to be able to improve their time. They need to keep this clean from here. A lot of mobs are in this pull as well. Velo's doing his best to keep everybody alive, but... Oh, wow.
Okay, bolstering fading on those Echo Knights is really good because now we're going to be able to just like almost instantly kill them. We're also getting to our second round of CDs on this boss.
Well,
what was that
that's
wipe
going to be
to?
the wipe for them. I'm not sure what caused it, but the proof of concept is there. You know, that almost worked. So I think that pull is something that they will probably try again, but even if that works out, that run would have only been like a 1730 at best, right?
Did they have all 5 players die at once? What happened?
I'm not sure. Maybe it was a grip into a whirlwind or something? Or grip into a void zone puddle drop?
I could see a grip into a whirlwind be the insta-kill, yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm not sure which mobs were still alive, what casters were there. A grip into an arcane bomb exploding, maybe?
A bolstered bomb, maybe?
Yeah, bolstered bomb. I didn't see exactly what caused it, but there's a lot that can kill you, let's just say, when you're doing that. So one of the many things that can kill you did. And that's like you said, the problem with that, right, is that you have this pull going that is really lethal and it lasts much longer than your cooldowns do.
I just saw it on the replay. They got gripped into a ball and 3 people summoned a void zone at the exact same time and it insta-wiped the group.
Love it. Okay, yeah, so the ball was traveling through the middle of the boss. So it wasn't even the trash. It was just a boss mechanic. They all got gripped. Because they got gripped, people got connected by that ball, people that had 2 stacks, dropping the void zone and doing AoE damage. And that led to a huge instant burst of damage on the whole group. Wow, that is nasty. Good wipe scene investigation from our Warcraft logs little thing that we were looking at there.
Huh. Cool. That was not what I expected. Because I've never seen all 5 players die to that point. Like, more often than not, it's like 1 or 2 people. And I was just like, literally everybody died at once. What happened?
Yeah, okay. Well, that is going to be them deciding what they want to do next. It's going to be Thunderstruck re-attempting Algathar up in the top right that you can see. Direwolves, meanwhile, have gone back into Nokhud. They improved their Nokhud timer, and they're looking to do it again. And we know that their 1738 had much room for improvement, so hoping to see a 17 flat out of Direwolves is, I think, their potential here. Maybe even the sub-17 dream is alive right now.
Yeah, they had Chaz die to this pull in particular earlier because he kept getting bolted by the Stormcaller that they're tanking into the boss. Really, really cool strategy. I actually didn't know that you could take the Stormcallers into the boss. I didn't know that the boss's activation mechanic was the totem, not the Stormcaller itself. It's very, very smart of what the Direwolves are doing here. Now, rotating CCs and kicks onto the Stormcaller is quite dangerous, but they're making it happen. It's very nice to see. And with 0 deaths through the Raging Tempest, their previous best Raging Tempest split was 840. Their Raging Tempest split on their 1738 Nokhud was around the 9-minute mark. And so that's the timer that we're kind of looking at in the top left.
Yeah, if they can get this to like an 830 split on this, that would be unbelievably good for them. I think they're on track for that as well, if they can extend these buffs. Now, Raging Tempest has actually taken some changes, some nerfs to that fight since last weekend. This boss now deals a lot less damage in the Electrical Storm phase, deals 20% less damage, and, crucially, the orbs last 2 seconds longer, the debuffs that you get, which... that's really good. That makes it a lot easier to extend your 10 stack if you're playing it well, which means that the teams do a lot more damage and healing on this boss and can get it done more quickly.
Have you pointed out that Dranaco swapped to that Destrolock now in the bottom right?
If you look in the bottom right, you'll see Dranaco has swapped to the Destruction Warlock, which is the thing that actually some teams are using in this dungeon.
So much. I hate this guy. It makes sense. I didn't want to do the thing where we accidentally have said the same thing before. I didn't know if you had pointed it out at some point. One of the big reasons that the Destrolock is because of safety, though, right, Dratnos? Like the free stuns from Blasphemy, the free stuns from Infernal, and then Shadow Fury on top of that. That should make their first couple of pulls and the Courtyard pull a lot more safe.
Yes, so Destrolock, the benefit of it is definitely the Blasphemy stuns that don't interact with the stun DR, right? That's the big thing about the Blasphemy stuns. You just get so many for free. The problem with the Destrolock is it's a Sanguine dungeon. I've been doing keys with Destrolock this week, and let me tell you, those Blasphemy stuns, it can be really hard to avoid them griefing your Sanguine. situation. Now, if you plan for it and everybody is really playing around it well, it can work, but that's something that you do have to watch out for when that is your plan for safety. I think a big thing about the Destro Lock as well is that it's a giga tanky spec, although it's a tanky spec that you're losing your Shadow Priest for it, right? Your Shadow Priest is giving VE to the group. It's giving Mass Dispel in this dungeon. Which I guess, the Destro Lock does have the Imp Dispel on the last boss, so that's another way of giving you the Dispels on the last boss. But
Amp Curse.
I don't know. I think probably one of the best things about the Destro Lock is you get to pre-Infernal as well. So it's a spec that gets to be really good on the very first pull of the dungeon, and that's something that is really valuable. Unfortunately, a pinky toe was still in the swirly there for Dranako, so he's going to die and lose his first Infernal and his pre-Infernal, so... That's not good for Cheese. That's going to be another reset on this one.
This is way close. This is way closer than what we saw earlier, though, with how low these mobs are getting. With Dranako losing his Infernal there, I think it's pretty easy to assume that if he doesn't die to that pull, we should be able to get that pack killed off in just a moment for Cheese. But there's been a pretty heavy progression curve on that first pull.
Absolutely, yeah. So far for Cheese, I think it's cool. I think busting out the Destro is a great idea for this dungeon. I think trying stuff makes a lot of sense, especially when it's something like the Warlock that even when you've tried it before and it's been good, other teams haven't duplicated it, right? So maybe the Destro would be a little bit more up in team's arsenal already, but I think that it's something that I think it makes a lot of sense. And I don't think you're risking too much of showing strats if you're Cheese, because I think every other team is also going to bash their heads against this first pull of Temple of Jade Serpent.
Oh, yeah. Another thing that we didn't necessarily mention about the Warlock was also Amp Curse / Curse of Tongues.
Yeah.
Very, very,
That's
very
big.
Potent in a lot of situations. Makes some of the casters, particularly the first pull, if you just tongues all of those mobs, you're going to be able to get a 10-second Tidal Burst cast or something ridiculous, and it's okay, this is cool.
Yeah, if you hit the amplify curse on them, it can be good at the end of the dungeon as well, where you start having those Mistweaver Water Speaker pulls.
Yep,
that can be a lot of value. So, yeah, curious to see how this goes for Cheese. Meanwhile,
Legendary
looks like
Legendary
are swapping comps. Yeah,
we're getting a completely new comp.
I don't know. Everybody's swapping characters. Sometimes they just have different characters that are the same class as well for different dungeons because they have slightly different talents or gear or whatever, and they don't want to change it. So, yeah, we'll see where Legendary decides to go next. We also have Direwolves working on Tira and Maruk. Their timer is looking very good in this Nokhud. They're almost done with count, and they have most of the rest of their count on this boss, so they basically just have 2 bosses, and then their timer's going to stop, and it's just a 20 Tyrannical key, so... I like their chances of getting a 17 flat in this run.
Cheese have finally killed off some mobs for the first time ever. World first for the last stand.
Well done. Oh, we spoke too soon.
Well, that's not the world first wipe. We've seen that a couple of times.
Certainly not the world first caster curse to land on Cheese. They are going to head out and try that once again, but... very encouraging, right? Very encouraging that the first pull went that well for them.
We're close. I feel it in my bones, man. We're gonna be, and we're gonna see this in another hour maybe. I think that Cheese is going to be consistently getting that first pull down. We're gonna be seeing really deep into the dungeon, because once the first pull dies, or at least is consistent, that kind of allows you to see all the way into the courtyard area. Well, actually, that panda pull can be tough, but more often than not, it allows you to see into the courtyard area.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them make deeper progression in this dungeon. And if you're one of the other teams, you maybe are looking at this with some worry of hang on, do we need to start getting to Temple to just make sure that we can do this first pull? Or I wonder if teams are even going to get to Temple and be like, you know what, we're splitting up our first pull because we can't afford the time to get it right, and we're going to take a minute slower path to actually just make sure we can put a good run on the board.
We're nearly 2 hours into the day, right? And no team has been able to progress past the first pull of Temple. Now, there are 4 other teams who have not even zoned into Temple, but the team Cheese, who has spent probably 30 minutes at this point in Temple of the Jade Serpent, has still just not been able to get through that first pull, and that's concerning. I guess we're going to see what other teams have to do there, but I don't expect that the teams are going to need more than 3 hours in Temple of the Jade Serpent to be able to at least put up a competitive time. Now, it's not going to be easy. I think this is the hardest dungeon that we've seen so far, and it's definitely going to be the hardest dungeon we have right now, but it's certainly going to be possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think 3 hours is probably enough as well, but if you're one of these teams, do you want to risk being unlucky, right? Being a team that needed 4 hours and only giving it 3? I mean,
blasting.
Especially when all the teams are this close, right? If you are Thunderstruck or Direwolves, you're only a few seconds ahead of Let 'Em Cook in 5th there. Let 'Em Cook could put up a good temple and put you out of this tournament if you're not careful.
Direwolves in the top left here are about to save 30 seconds in this Nokhud Offensive if everything goes perfectly.
Is this going to be even potentially better? They are taking this trash into boss, and they have the boss pulled sub 15 minutes. How long does 20 Tyrannical Balakar Khan take? I think 17 flat is definitely on the table, but a fear cast! No! Tunnels, no!
Hey! No!
Oh,
dude, that's like a M0 the first week of the expansion.
Okay. Hang on.
We didn't wipe?
We're recovered. Somehow. Okay. VE was rolling and dots were ticking, and Chaz was healing the group even though they were all feared, and somehow that's been enough to keep them alive here. That's going to cost them 5 or 6 seconds, but it's not going to cost them their run. Dude. What a time to be alive.
I can't believe they didn't just wipe the Defender cast.
Well, they're stabilized now. That Defender's about to die. Balakar Khan is about to enter the intermission phase here at almost 16 minutes. They do not have their Bloodlust available, but they do have a lot of their cooldowns coming up by the end of this fight. Chompy setting up for a Typhoon, as the plan here is Grips and Abomination Limb. Oh, actually, no Abomination Limb available, so just Grips. Grouping the mobs up in the middle, hitting them with the Shockwave, and then they have In-Cap Roar, Blinding Sleet available as well. In-Cap Roar, the most costly. It's Intimidating Shout next. Yeah, I'm not going to use In-Cap Roar because that would require the shift out of kitten form. Chompy does not want to do that.
Hey, Balakar Khan at 50% HP. They're out of that intermission phase. 17:38 is their time to beat. I think that they're going to be posting... like 17:10, maybe 17:15, and that should be able to improve their time. Yeah,
I think 17:20 might be on the cards here for that. Actually, you know what? I fear it may be a 17:30. We will see. Light of Creation gets channeled by Hollow.
Fearing that.
And we will keep track of this, but I think they might just be gaining 8 seconds on this one. We will keep a close eye. Okay, my final guess is 17:26. That is my final answer.
It's so strange to me because their Raging Tempest split is nearly 20 seconds faster than their previous best Raging... in their 17:38, they literally had a 9-minute Raging Tempest split. So I'm surprised that they're not improving their timer by more, but... that fear going off, not great for them. They are able to improve by 11 seconds, which is, a second is a second.
Something.
As Great Dratnos quote said yesterday.
It's something, but it's got to feel pretty unsatisfying if you're Direwolves, right? Because you could gain another 10 seconds or so pretty easily by interrupting a fear cast, right? Do you go back into that dungeon though? Because that run was otherwise so good. Can you rely on it being that clean again? Maybe not. Maybe you just take your 17:28 and you go home. From my perspective, for Direwolves, they're either in one of two dungeons. Either they go back to Alcathar Academy and throw their heads against the wall again in AA, which they've been in, the most out of any team, but for a large majority of their weekend, they've been in AA. Or they go and start Temple of the Jade Serpent progression. I don't see them going to any other dungeon right now. It wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, I mean, the other dungeons are dungeons where they might think that improvements are more feasible, but the problem is that the other dungeons have improvements that are tens of seconds, whereas Algathar and Temple have minutes of time that they need to earn, right? So
yes.
You could delay going to those dungeons for a little while, but if you delay too long, you do run a huge risk of getting eliminated at the end of the day. But at the end of at the end of the tournament, there's not actually a huge difference between being eliminated on Saturday and not making top 2 on Sunday, right? Like, there's less money, I believe, for you, but the big thing that teams are playing for is being top 2, right? Qualifying to MDI Global Finals, the big tournament that's coming up at the end of the month. So I think they'll probably try and optimize their chances of that rather than really focusing on not getting eliminated at the end of the day. But we'll see. We'll see what their priorities end up being. At the end of the day, it's probably the same strategy that's best for both optimizations anyways.
Top right, let him cook here, taking all of this trash into Azure Blade. Azure Blade is at 50 some odd percent coming out of that intermission, so they should be able to have a pretty comfortable burn on this boss relative to some of the other teams that have had like mid-60s, and now they're... I mean, the trash into it's kind of scary. They just need to make sure that they're getting kicks on these images. They need to make sure that they kick the icy bindings. But I think that we should see a pretty decent Azure Blade split. They do have 1 death, but assuming that Troll's able to live here right as he goes down to all of these ice cutters and the boss, man. It's just so much damage from that pack.
Why would you do this, Tuttles? That is so messed up. Poor Trell goes down. And that's going to be a reset in the Azure Vault. J-Crotic on Thunderstruck is
not necrotic.
Not necrotic affix anymore. Nope. That I read Crotic and I'm like, oh, the necrotic affix, but no, of course, that was just a character used against necrotic wake, I think, if I remember correctly. They are working on this Thunderstruck Algathar Academy. Whew, words are being quite difficult today. Jade did go down. He was their first battle res here. They do have another one available if they need it. But this Echo of Doragosa at 15 minutes that they are on right now, if they can get this trash all killed cleanly, I think this could be a 17-minute run. That would be really good.
Dude, direwolves are back in AA. It makes sense. I hate it, but like it makes sense. They need to put up a better AA time. Like, to be able to win the last stand tournament, to get top 2, like you were saying, they need to be able to put up a 17-15 minimum. They're not able to get top 2 with an 18-27 in Algathar Academy. And so they could have come back tomorrow, and I think that maybe they could have saved mental, but I think that it also makes sense that the Jade Serpent of the dungeons, that they need to have at least better times on today.
Yeah. And it's a really tough spot to be in because they know they've already dumped 3 hours into this without getting anything to show for it, right? So anytime you're back in here, there's just this dread of, are we wasting our time? You know, are we throwing good time after bad? But yeah, like you said, if you're Direwolves, you know, you gotta do it. It's gotta work out at some point. You do need to go to Temple at some point today, even if you can't get the Algathar today, but I think that this makes a lot of sense. I think just going into Algathar for the next couple of hours and making it work, or dying trying.
Look at the top left.
The play.
Look at the top left. We are about to see a minute saved in AA for Thunderstruck. This is going to be really big for them, and I think that's going to push them ahead of where Direwolves are, and maybe able to push them even ahead of where Legendary are. Look at this. They were previously at an 1833 in that AA. Probably going to get like a 17, maybe 20? As the Echo Doragosa is at 20% HP, probably gonna be like a 1730 something.
Yeah, this is looking quite good for Thunderstruck. This might be a good enough run for them to depart the academy, take their diplomas, graduate from school, and go out into the real world here.
What's their GPA?
Well, it's looking like it's looking pretty good. If Cheese had a 4.0, this is a solid, C's get degrees type run out of this Algathar Academy. They're taking a nice little 3.0 GPA and hearthing on out. 1736. 3-death run is the thing, though. Are they going to feel compelled to try and improve here? Maybe. There's definitely still 30 seconds for them on the board if they want it.
29 seconds behind Legendary in total there. If you look at the leaderboard in the bottom left, and also in the bottom left, you see in 5th place, Let Him Cook, 3:09, 3 minutes and 9 seconds behind Cheese, but notably, 40 seconds behind Direwolves? 50 seconds behind Direwolves? That's gonna be a tough one for them to be able to make up, man. I'm really concerned. A lot of that could be made up in AA, but
yeah, the problem with the AA strat is that Direwolves also have a lot of time to make up an AA, but yeah, if you're Let Him Cook, I think you can't be satisfied long term with that 1804 AA. The problem for Let 'em Cook is they spent an hour in AA at the start of the day, and they didn't get anything out of it, right? So if they go back there, I mean that's rough. The Vault is definitely one where it seems like they could gain a minute as well. Gaining a minute in Vault would be really nice too. So do that. Maybe go back to AA, get 30 seconds or a minute there, and all of a sudden you're no longer facing down elimination. You're in second place, right? They are only a minute and 40 seconds behind second place, and only 50 seconds behind fourth place, which is at the end of day two. It's fourth place is where you want to be, right? That's you need to not get eliminated.
Correct.
Let 'em Cook are in
Direwolves in the
some
top
danger
left.
of that.
Going for their college degree as well. 5th year senior, I think, at this point, is for how long they've been in this Algathar Academy.
Direwolves are lifelong students here. They are they are auditing classes well into their 40s here in Algathar Academy.
They may have spent 3 hours in this dungeon already on where we had like 7 hours in total, and almost half of it I think has been an AA for them.
Yeah, they're certainly repeating a grade or two, which, something we've all done at time to time. School's hard.
School is hard.
Direwolves are proving it here.
Direwolves making it look easy, getting his mom snapped up to the Guardian Sentry, even without that rogue.
Yeah, they gotta be careful here to not bolster the sentry, but they're doing a good job of doing more damage to the sentry than to the little mobs, which is what you gotta do. This is actually, it's a pretty nasty dungeon for on-death affixes, especially because of the eagles in the next area. The eagle pulls, those little eagles are among the smallest mobs in the game to do on-death affixes, right? Usually when you see a really small mob that gives like 1 count, it won't trigger on-death affixes, but the little eagles in this area do, which can make it really nasty for bolstering, for sanguine, for bursting. All those different on-death affixes do trigger in this area. This pull is not too bad, but the next two where there's a bigger eagle in the middle of the pull, or whenever you're snapping lashers onto this, you can really feel the fact that these little eagles do trigger those affixes.
They unfortunately don't have the ability to be able to snap lashers here, which a lot of teams have now adapted to their strategy to snap some lashers into these pulls. Just seeing that being able to make up a decent bit more time, even though it's not the safest thing. It's something that is going to be really, really time efficient. Direwolves here, not with that rogue, just making sure that they're using things such as landslide, such as mass root, getting the small eagles off of the alpha eagle and just making sure to really prio down that mob.
Yeah, they're doing a great job there of a real funnel, no fake funnel allowed in that pull. Everybody just doing damage. They've probably talked pretty extensively about like which AoE globals are the ones that are the most valuable to be pressing there, and then everybody else is disciplined and not clicking them. This pull, on the other hand, they're going to use mass entanglement to keep those little eagles away so that they can focus the two big ones and actually use their 2 target abilities and stuff on them. Unfortunately, one of the eagles was close enough that its mass root broke there, so that one's going to die a little bit ahead of schedule here. It is just 1 bolstering stack. They are going to use a knockback to try and keep it away for a little bit more, but it's pretty inevitable here that one's going to die. Now the other eagles are going to start coming in as well, but because they're so high health here, they actually should be dying all at a pretty good time.
I have a prediction. I think Legendary will pull Wise Mari before Cheese.
Wow. Let's see how Legendary decide to do this. A ready check has come out as they enter the Temple of the Jade Serpent.
Legendary was very close to being able to get that first pack dealt with. They were like 15% HP off of the last mob in that pull before they wiped.
They are also opting for that Restoration Shaman, but unlike Cheese, they're not interested in the Warlock yet. Cheese are Warlock enjoyers. They're a team that's been using multiple specs of Warlock in both this weekend and last. Been very cool to see. They're trying that massive Temple of the Jade Serpent pull once again in the bottom right.
This is just so
droppies
deadly,
are in.
These corrupted living waters, they just do so much damage to your group, and once you no longer have defensives available, the Tainted Ripple cast is just going to be blasting players. And look at this, we're sanguining up all of these mobs. The corrupted living waters are starting to get pretty low here, and we've actually Fem has done a great job of moving the mobs into the corner, so now we can just line every single one of the living waters cast. I think I may have made
Ricky
stuff
goes
up.
down.
This actually be I think this is Cheese going to be able to pull Wise Mari for the first time.
Frag also died. He was the person who could have death gripped that water speaker, but you know what? I'm pretty sure we just take this thing on to boss here once these droppies are dead.
Wait,
Legendary don't.
Legendary may be able to pull Wise Mari as well. Look at that. Hiding out the Sanguine.
Well.
All right, well, she's pulled it first.
Yeah.
Legendary's going to be able to pull the boss here in a second.
Now, Wise Mari is
off.
secretly the hardest boss in Dragonflight Season 1. It seems simple, but it is deceptively challenging as Dranako goes down here for Cheese.
Dude, you
land
just
battle res on him.
You just cursed the crap.
It's a hard boss. I don't know what to tell you. You know, it's in theory pretty simple, sure, but this boss, especially when it combines with an affix like Thundering, it can just get you.
Dude, the hard part of Thundering is just having the attention span, like, to... I will, like, catch myself looking at the Thundering circles and not be paying attention to the wave timer, and then I just, like, look at the Thundering circle expire, and then I'm like, oh, it's time to move, and then I just, like, suicide into the ground effect. I'm like, oh, no.
I think our tracker there was wrong. I'm pretty sure I've cursed more teams than just the one there.
Production, you guys need to update your tracker?
Yeah. I'm not going to say the druid's name from Let Him Cook, but if I were to say that, it would cause a death, I suspect, for that team up in the top right now. So that's been something that happened yesterday. Looks like their pull is actually working quite well here. It's a big pull in the Azure Blade room. They didn't do it straight into Azure Blade, though, so they're slowing down a little bit how quickly they want to attack Azure Blade, Let Him Cook in this Azure Vault. That is going to make this dungeon safer, but it is going to make it slower as well. And as rank 5 team, Let Him Cook needs to find a lot of time to catch up.
It's going to be tough. I think that they're fighting an uphill battle here. With the amount of time that they need to make up. But a lot of it could have, like, if they're able to save somewhere in the order of 30 seconds in this Azure Vault, that's a really good first step, and then they make their way on to Temple of the Jade Serpent. If they're able to be the team that gets Temple of the Jade Serpent done first, and potentially be able to revisit that Alg Academy, they could even end the day in second place. This is how close our 2 through 5 teams are, is like, Let Him Cook only needs, like, a good Temple and a good AA. Like, on top of, like, a marginal improvement in this Azure Vault. They don't even need, like, the most insane AV to be able to make up a lot of time.
Yeah, especially if other teams end up, stalling out, right? That's always the hope, is other teams just end up wiping for several hours in an Algathar or in a temple or something like that. So that so far has been happening. And Moochus goes down for Let Him Cook. No res available on Azure Blade here, as they have taken the boss into trash after the first intermission. I don't know if you complete the boss here. I think you do kill still before the next intermission by quite a lot, so their damage, at least on boss, is phenomenal. Meanwhile, the Direwolves up in the top left are getting started soon with Overgrown Ancient, the bane of Direwolves here. The class they've just been unable to pass here. Much like Geometry for me.
Oh, did you struggle in Geometry? I was really bad in accounting.
I see, yeah. I just kind of had to pick one. Geometry's really hard, though.
I had to retake accounting once. It was tough.
Well, Direwolves are on their 6th or 7th retake of Overgrown Ancient here. This is a really hard fight, right? It's a really hard fight on Tyrannical when you're in a situation as well where you've used all these cooldowns on Trash also. You're pulling Echo Knights into this thing as well. You can see Hollow coming in. Are they pulling Echo Knights into this thing? Let's see if they are doing it.
They do normally.
Yeah, we'll see if those Echo Knights are coming. Jack is moving backwards towards where they would be coming from, which makes me think they're on the way. Yeah, you can see an Arcane Bomb lands on Chaz, so Echo Knights are on the way. They're starting to kite towards them. Oh, hello.
I just have a message from chat. I've been watching, I've been following, and they kind of asked me to step in and break this up because you guys have been jinxing way too much on the teams. So I kind of need to take it a little bit slow. You see.
What does she mean by this?
I'm gonna send you into a break tells, and then you can come back later, maybe when the jinxing has calmed down.
Oh, that's what she meant by this. Okay, I see. I guess I gotta go. Goodbye, chat.
As punishment for me cursing teams, Tettles will be kicked from our broadcast immediately. We are deeply sorry that this happened.
Sometimes there's like a collective punishment, even though we don't really like those. That's just what's happening.
It's called a scape druid. It's like a scapegoat, but it's a moonkin instead. Yeah, we pin all the blame on him. We do it. You do it in your keys as well. It's really good if you ever have a moonkin in your key. Just assign the blame to them, or you can do a /roll for whose fault it was. Roll for blame. It's another strategy you can use to try and just
if you don't have one of those,
put all the burden
moomkins
on one player. Yeah. Absolutely. Speaking of things that are going well, though, Direwolves up in the top left. Overgrown Ancient is going to be dying for them with a 0-death run. No way they could wipe from here.
Why did you need to say that? Come on. They are looking pretty good here. That Algathar Academy, it's been giving them some problems. I was talking to them yesterday and they said, well, clearly this dungeon is not one that favors us, and I think we could all tell, but now they're really on good track here. They still need a little bit of trash, and you can see Jack just grab that and walk on in, but the next pull that's coming up isn't as easy. We've seen teams wipe to this, so they need to be very careful. Grief Torch being used here to pull that boss, and in a few seconds we'll also have that Bloodlust going to make sure they can actually take all of the trash down that's now walking in and have a little bit of an easier ride when it comes to those bolstering stacks.
Yeah, their timer here is looking quite good. Their time to beat is 18:43. I think they're going to be on track here for 17:30. So taking more than a minute. Oh, sorry, their time to beat actually is 18:27. 1843 was one of their earlier times. So I think they'll still be able to gain like a minute off of this, which is really big for Direwolves. Direwolves, if they can get a minute in Algathar, will actually advance to second place overall. That would be really, really big for them. Not only does that second place have a huge breakpoint of at the end of the weekend, the top two teams go to Global Finals, but also it would put them really far away from that fifth place elimination, which they're pretty close to right now.
Yeah, absolutely right. These teams are, at the end of the day, still, for now, are trying to stay away from that fifth place. Now, something that kind of surprised me coming into this shift, we're very close to our halftime checkpoint. So 2.5 hours out of 5, that's the middle, if Mathnos taught me anything. And most of the teams, or rather none of the teams, have locked down a temple run yet. We do see 3 of them in temple right now trying to get that run, but it looks very, very, very hard. And so they definitely need to allocate more hours and more time in order to get a good temple run, rather than just, they can't just lock in and be like, oh, we're going to run it down, we're just going to clear it. They need to be fast as well, because obviously other teams are trying to do the same thing, and you can't just rely on someone maybe not finishing it. But as we speak, unfortunately, Let Them Cook ending their run, going to go again. They had, I believe, 2 deaths on the final boss here.
Yeah, it was already not a perfect run, at least. It's always nice whenever you kind of have a run. It's much nicer. It feels good when it's like, okay, that was cursed anyways, right? Now we can do both of those things we messed up correctly in the same run, rather than having one run where we messed up thing A and one run where we messed up thing B. Direwolves nearly done with Echo of Dorogosa here. Chompy's just going to pop defensives and stand in that vacuum. It's unfortunately not actually going to be that much of an improvement, however, for them. They are going to be putting up an 18:09, and that feels really bad for them, because that's faster. Is it enough of an improvement for them to leave the academy, though? I don't think they'll feel like it is, but
no.
That run was pretty clean. How do you get much more time than that?
I mean, it kind of comes back down to how they're approaching the dungeon in general, right? I believe it was Tettles and Zyro saying that at the beginning of the last stand, many teams weren't really snapping like birds, or rather stuff to the birds. And now teams have opted to do that, even though it's a lot harder with bolstering. And the Wolves from the get-go didn't play with a rogue, didn't play with any other class that is able to snap things. So by default, their route doesn't include that, because it can't. So is that a moment where you kind of step back and say, hey, we've been practicing this dungeon with this comp and these timers for, 3 hours now? do we just play a different comp and try to fix it that way? Or do we try to get even better with the Shadow Praise that we're running? And it's not like they don't have that Rogue available. They did play Rogue in the time trials in Aldathar Academy.
Yeah, it's tough, though, to commit so much time and then make, like, such a fundamental change to what you were doing. You only have 15 hours this weekend. You know, if 3 of it was spent on something that you're not going to end up actually using, that feels really bad. But it may be the best choice, right? It may be the best choice to cut your losses and cut it, you know, stop after 3 hours instead of after 5. So, looks like Direwolves are going to be taking their 15 minutes of break right now. So, we will see what they decide to do when they come back from that break. But it's got to be a pretty disappointing start of the day for them. Meanwhile, up in the top left, Legendary have slain Wise Mari with only 1 death. That is really good. I don't know how much you were watching Legendary and Cheese bashing their heads against that first pull of Temple of the Jade Serpent, but it's something that we've seen this dungeon reset over and over again. So if Legendary can actually clutch out this run from here, this is their first time past that boss, and already Tobo is going to go down for them.
Add another one to the list. Dratnos has once again struck a player.
Sanguine healing happening as well on this pull on the Songbird Queen. And, this is tough because, you know, if the run is, like, medium good from here, you get in this really rough spot where it's like, do you want to keep pulling Temple and wiping to that first pull 7 times out of 8 just to get another attempt at the rest of the dungeon? I don't know. We'll see how the teams decide to handle it. Legendary definitely want to keep it going from here, probably at least so that they can practice the rest of the dungeon, even if they might want to improve this run at some point in the future.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, I think most teams maybe necessarily didn't practice this affix combination on Temple, as it is a dungeon where it's very core to most of the pulls that you can go pretty big, right? Thinking of that courtyard area around Liu, like, that is something that is very typical for the last 3 cups that we saw in Temple. So now that Sanguine is involved here, you definitely want to see how you can approach it, and at least play until there if you make it past Wise Mari, I think is what the teams are going to do. So Legendary is going to keep going here, and if they can somehow get through the courtyard without losing too much time, I think you by default also want to just lock a time in, because right now in our leaderboard, something that some people have been asking about, every team just has the default time. It's not reflected, but they have the default time in the dungeon times 1.5, which means they need to run this key, or else they're going to have, like, 40 minutes more than every other team in the overall slice? 45, all right.
Yeah, so putting up even like a 20-minute Temple would, you know, that would advance any team into rank 1 temporarily, right? Just because, every other team doesn't have it there yet. So, unfortunately for Legendary, they've actually Sanguine healed Peril on this pull, it looked like. So, again, another thing going a little bit wrong for them, but they do want to make sure that they practice that courtyard, like you said. And I think if you don't do the courtyard and the last boss, like the last trash pull cleanly, I think you should consider starting temples and just always continuing, not worrying too much about the first pull and just practicing the rest of the dungeon, because what you really don't want to do is perfect the first pull and then get it as consistent as it can be, which is maybe like 50-50, and then just start dumping attempts into the end of the dungeon when you could have been doing runs that would have let you practice both by just continuing after the first pull. But it's a hard decision to make. We'll see if the teams decide to do it.
Yeah, I mean, for Legendary, that's definitely what they're doing, even though they're losing, like, seconds everywhere. And I think it's definitely the right one, because, like you said, there's not much point in practicing that first pull if then a later pull is going to give you so much trouble. So you want to try and get as much value out of the pulls you do per dungeon. And we're also seeing Thunderstruck now in that dungeon here, going to opt for the same comp as Legendary is running. On the side of Cheese, of course, we have that Warlock in there on Dranico. I'm curious how Thunderstruck are going to do. I think they had one try before where they wiped to that first pull, but also running that Shaman, which I think makes absolute sense in that dungeon. We talked about it during the cups as well. It just brings you that decurse, it brings you the SLT, which I think is a big argument, especially for this pull and the courtyard pull. And on top of that, it just brings a little bit of a different damage pattern and the interrupt. So opting to get the rest of Shaman in here. Maybe a small shout out to the ducks that were eliminated yesterday that ran it in nearly every dungeon, but very, very good choice here. And yeah, it's just such a rough pull. You can see Thunderstruck wiping here as well.
Yeah, Legendary having a death here. Tobo on this big pull that they're setting up. It's not the whole courtyard, but it's pretty close. It is a lot of enemies. Actually, is this the whole courtyard? All together? A lot of Sanguine healing landing on this Infestor. And it may actually have been the entire courtyard back here, although I think there's
I don't think so. I think they just pulled the front. Yeah, so like when you walk through that door, everything you see straight ahead, and then to the left side there should be still packs.
Okay, yeah, so there's like 6 packs in this area, if you include the patrol, the middle thing, and then the 4 corners. So if this is 3, maybe they're doing 3, then 3. Yeah?
Yeah.
Or is this just 2? So then 2, then 2, then 2, maybe? Or 2, then 4?
Oh,
we'll see. Yeah, we'll see once they finish this poll what their plan actually is for that area, because, you know, the faster you can do this, the better. But it's 22 fortified with Sanguine as well. Fortified exploding Shah is already pretty close to killing them. So they're gonna have to land the res here. First, they have to kill these Shah off, and Igloo's mana situation is also somewhat suspicious. Probably will try and sit for a drink.
One more chain heal, we'll be fine. Team just needs to be very careful not to kill them all at once. But yeah, I think you're right, and that was only 2 packs. We can see the patrol walking in the background, and the skull marker marks the next pack. So there should be 4 packs in total remaining, and Lipan is actually opting to pull all of them minus the patrol, or we're also adding that. Okay, this is a massive pull. That's actually really, really scary. They do have Bloodlust in 3 seconds, but of course they were much slower in this run than they originally would be, so I don't think they're opting to use that here.
Yeah, I think they're planning to do the Lust with the trash pull after the 3rd boss, if I had to guess. So I think that they are just going to try and do this without it. And I think maybe the reason that Lipan waited a little bit to pull that patrol as well was to stagger the deaths of the little Shah a little bit, although they actually just ended up defensiving and Spirit Link toteming through it, so maybe they do want everything to just die all at once, and wow, that went really well. So props to Legendary. That pull looked good.
That was a really, really good pull. They basically didn't have any of the Sanguine healing. They looked super stable. Like you said, SLT helped massively in surviving those outbursts. And now they can actually pull Leo. And like we said, they didn't need to use that Bloodlust, which is something teams often do for big pulls, like the Courtyard one. But I think you're absolutely on point, and we're going to see a rather big pull before that final boss, because there's a lot of trash in one group that was famously added while bringing this dungeon to Dragonflight that I want to say is spicy.
Absolutely, yeah. It used to be you would kill Liu Flameheart and the door would open and Shah of Doubt would be waiting for you inside, right? It would be like boss into boss. Now there are 4 packs of enemies between you and that last boss, including some Guardians and Mistweaver pulls. Those ones aren't too bad. There's a Mistweaver Tide caster, like triple caster pull. That one is rather nasty and pretty prohibitive on how much you can pull at once. And then there are 5 Shah altogether, including an Infestor and 4 that murder your tank.
Yes.
That one is really scary. Now, with MDI settings, we're often seeing teams just go for the entire thing. We'll see if they can pull that off, though, on 22 Fortified or not.
Yeah, we will actually see that as they are chewing through Leo, making sure they can survive. They're looking pretty good. They will phaser just a little bit. Okay, that one's mine. I take that, James. I'm not really sure what happened, but it seems like everybody wanted to ride that wave. Wow. Yeah, that's gonna be a go again.
So here's the question: if you're Legendary, do you want to do the whole dungeon again, or do you want to practice the end of the dungeon? I think you should practice the end of the dungeon.
The latter, yeah. I think they're going to try and pull this boss again, and then see how they do with the Bloodlust on that pull, just to get a feeling for it, I think would be the approach. We can see the Bancat being put down, but Splat is running out. Is it going to be a reset? Oh, I really want them to keep going. We're gonna see. Maybe a change in talents. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they're resetting. Oh. All right. Cheese back in there trying to make way for Wise Mari. And I mean, just by the sheer amount of how often they died to this pole and reset that dungeon, you can tell how hard it is. Thunderstruck having the same fate right now. So just based on that, I think Legendary should just keep going to log a time in, but maybe they're feeling differently and like they can do much better once they get through that pole. So I'm not
They got almost the whole dungeon done, but yeah, the problem is, like, now, okay, imagine you're Legendary, you have a clean run up to that point, and then you get to the very end of the dungeon, right? It's like, you haven't actually tested what you can do on 22 Fortified Sanguine at the end of the dungeon, right? Although, you know, maybe if you've done Temple on live this week, you actually have a good idea, right? Because it is live affixes in Temple right now, so, although they couldn't have known that it was going to be the dungeon that was on Saturday, so and they definitely couldn't have known the key level, so I don't think they're sure yet what exactly the end of the dungeon looks like for them. That being said, I think the thing about Temple is so much went wrong earlier in the dungeon that they're unlikely to have like a perfectly clean run up to that point anyways, so they just need practice on everything. So they're going to restart the whole dungeon.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think it might be smart just to go again because you know that you lost so much time along the way, but then on the other side, I'm kind of like, you know, I see how hard this pull is, and maybe just having one more practice go on that final boss or final trash pack would have been good. But for now, they're going to wipe to those corrupted living waters, and just letting you know that the wolves are currently taking their break, so they should be back in a little bit after their Algathar Academy run. The only team that's currently not in Temple and not on break is Let 'em Cook, who are trying to get a better go on that Azure Vault. Now, they're rank 5 right now, which means that if it was over right now, they would get eliminated. Dratnos, what's their win condition? What do people who want to Let 'em Cook need to hope for?
Yeah, if you're an amateur chef here, you are hoping that Let 'em Cook can find 1 minute and 8 seconds across their board. They're in Azure Vault right now. Azure Vault, I think, has best case 1 minute for them on the table with their pathing, maybe more if it's perfect. So let's be generous and say they get 1 minute there, and they need to find 1 minute across the rest of their dungeons. Algathar Academy, you know, they're more than 1 minute behind Cheese, but I don't think they want to go back there, but they did start the day in Algathar Academy, so they definitely believe that it's a dungeon that they have a lot of potential in. So maybe after they put up a good vault, they head back over to Algathar Academy. If they can do 1 minute in each of those dungeons, then they will be staving off, then they'll be not just getting out of 5th place, they'll actually make it all the way up to 2nd place, which would be really big for Let 'em Cook. So if you're a Let 'em Cook fan, you're hoping for great news out of Azure Vault and Algathar Academy, but even if they're able to just make up good news in those 2 dungeons and get like 30 seconds in each of them, that would like tie them up with Direwolves for that 4th place spot. Problem is, Direwolves are going to have something to say about that as well. Direwolves are near the end of a 15-minute break that they are in. Once they come out of that, they are also going to start adding time to their board, and that's got to be scary for Let 'em Cook as well. Another possible path for Let 'em Cook staying in this tournament or doing well is through Temple of the Jade Serpent, right? If they can be the quickest team to master the temple, then that would be really valuable for them. And if they can have a faster time there, you know, that could be the way that they avoid being eliminated. Or just if one of the other 4 teams doesn't end up putting up a good temple, right? And if Let 'em Cook are among several teams to do, say, a 15-minute temple, and then there's a team that's just sitting on an 18-minute temple, that team is just going home at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely right. Thank you so much for that explanation. You can see none of the teams right now have that temple done, but I just saw a little green dot change position, and that means the wolves are probably coming back as their green dot, which shows where the teams are, just moved to temple as well. So we're going to see some tries out of them, and I'm curious what they're opting for in terms of comp, if we're going to get any surprises, although the wolves have been quite on meta for most of the MDI, so maybe not the team to look for yet another warlock.
Yeah, we'll see out of them if they do. I mean, they have players that could play it, but I don't think it's something that they've really prepped for.
I heard yesterday that the warlock might be banned, so
I see.
Not as in banned from the game, but banned by the team.
Yeah, it's
not something they
you
want to
practice it
bring.
a little bit, and you're like, okay, that doesn't work. It's not for us this season. We have our other comp, and sometimes it's not even like, our Warlock player is having trouble with it. Sometimes it's like, our best player at Warlock is actually playing, our Feral Druid or something that is an integral spec that we're not willing to drop.
Yeah,
right?
so the cases that the player that would be playing Warlock, as far as I understood, would be 40, and 40 plays Unholy, and you don't want to let go of that Unholy DK for them.
Yeah, not unless you can drop for a Havoc Demon Hunter as well, like Cheese did in Algathar, which was really cool, but no other team has really adopted the full Cheese of Warlock.
Check out
and
Legendary.
Havoc.
0 deaths and Unwise Mari. That's really good. They managed that poll.
That is really good for Legendary. Yeah, hang on.
Wowee.
Wowee, indeed.
I always get so scared with these eruptions in the water, but Mari dropping lower and lower. Legendary looking really good in this key.
Yeah, this is going to go on the board there as a 302 first boss split in Temple of the Jade Serpent. I suspect that is going to be a best case time. Like, I think anytime a team gets a 302 Wise Mari split, they are going to be over the moon. That's going to be really happy for them. So Legendary now heading to the rest of the dungeon and hoping they can clutch out the rest of it. But the really good news for Legendary is they have gotten past Wise Mari now in like 2 of their past 3 attempts at this place, right? That's really good.
Yeah, it is. So, like you said, they now need to make sure that they can move along, which we've seen them approach this part of the dungeon before. Tobo going down here once more. Similar position as it was the last time, one of the fears going through, and that's exactly what's happening. So there is a team-wide question is, do you go out or do you, and as Wexy is already opting out, they're very confident with their first poll. That's impressive.
Yeah, that's... So it's not only confidence in their, like, if you're hearthing out after that happening, it's not just that you're confident in your first pull, but you're also confident enough in the rest of the dungeon that, or confident enough in your first pull that you think that you're going to get good practice on the rest of the dungeon out of your runs going forward. Like, I was worried for teams that the first pull was going to be so inconsistent that you would want to just finish the dungeon anytime you got Wise Mari dead so that you could practice those later pulls. But Legendary are maybe in a position now where they actually can reliably do that first pull so often that it's actually just worth it to just keep resetting. And, it's only going to take you another 3 minutes to be back at that same spot with everything as it's actually going to be.
Yeah, exactly. So I really want to keep an eye out on how they're handling this poll. I'm a little bit scared that now we've jinxed them so much that they're going to mess it up. But in the past 3 tries, like you said, they made it through to Wise Mari without any major issues 2 times, which is a big, big score for them. You can see the AMZ coming right out of Tobo, giving them a little bit of extra protection against that magic damage, which is going to help. Igloo, however, going down here, got shot, is an Ankh, comes back to the group without losing out. Now SLT is also being deployed, making sure that there's a little bit of damage reduction and damage shared among the peers, but they needed to dodge out here. The Sanguine has come in place, and you can see the rest of the team trying to line of sight some of the mechanics here as stuff unfortunately goes wrong for them. But I think I can see how they're approaching it and how they want to get out of it.
Yeah, seems like the strategy, absolutely. And if you're let him cook now, you've got to be a little bit worried about all the other teams starting to prog this temple, right? You see now Direwolves, getting this pull going, although obviously, like all teams, are just getting blasted by it and wiping to it. I suspect that's the problem for Let Him Cook, right? Is that they're the team that's in 5th and they're the team that doesn't have their temple started yet. So that's going to be really scary for Let Him Cook. Meanwhile, these other 4 teams they're all working on temple, and none of them are mid-key right now. Because this dungeon is just so scary at the start, you just keep resetting over and over again based off of that first pull. This is a diabolical Keystone level and Affix combo to be landing on these teams, and they are doing their best to work through it, but it is tough.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, we definitely threw them in for a ride here, but keep in mind that's also on the other side, meaning that once teams actually get through it, it will be so rewarding because they will be the first team to actually lock down a time. And if they're somewhat happy with it, that frees up so much time to go to another dungeon. So right now, Legendary, like we said, looking really good and confident in this dungeon. And if they are able to, within the next 30 to 40 minutes, put down a time in this temple, then that actually means that they could go back to maybe the Azure Vault or maybe the SPG and try to get that best time there, which is definitely something they have to keep in mind if they want to stay in the top 2 for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, the thing is, our teams are so close to each other in terms of times, right? Like, there are some gaps of a few minutes here or there, but when you look at those gaps, it's usually, teams are behind with like one dungeon they could improve by a minute and then just all of a sudden be in first or second. Every single team, except for Let 'Em Cook, are one dungeon away from second place at very worst. And of course, top 2 teams do get the tickets out of the group, so that is the most pivotal breakpoint, is between second and third, and obviously between 4th and 5th at the end of today when 5th place gets eliminated. So yeah, it's going to be an intense end of day. There are another 2 hours and 20 minutes left in the day, so not an awful lot of time left either for the teams. I mean, no team has a temple on the board yet. Very quickly, if they keep wiping in this first pull, teams are going to start feeling pressure to maybe slow it down and just put something on the board.
Yeah, that's definitely an option, although you obviously hope it won't come to that. We're going to see how teams approach this further, as Legendary once more have made it through this poll and are onto Wise Mari without any souls lost on the way. That's so good out of them, and I wonder if you're one of the other teams, are you maybe watching on the sideline trying to figure out what it is that they're doing differently than the other teams?
Yeah, it's tough because, I mean, okay, so every team does have to take 15 minutes of break, but most of our teams have already taken some or all of their break at this point, and that's like the best time to yoink stuff from the other teams. But the problem is, like, what do you yoink from Temple of the Jade Serpent? It's not like anybody has, like, oh, this team has a cool snap of this mob to this mob. It's like, oh, they did this really hard pull and they made it work, right? Like, maybe you could look and you could try and, like, map out the globals and figure out exactly what their plan is for dealing with the pull, but it's nowhere near as valuable as something like Azure Vault strat, innovation that you could potentially steal. It's mostly just like, they kept working it until they made it work, and we just got to do that too. We've got to invest the time and build up the muscle memory and do that practice on this same pull.
Yeah, geez, looking pretty good here. They seem to be finishing off their pull. A little bit of sanguine healing, but honestly, it is still in an area where we can deal with it. Fragments going down here, unfortunately. But if they can finish off these corrupt living waters, then maybe that pull is still salvageable. Ricky taking so much damage here, but Zatsi tries to keep him alive, does not keep him in there. They will put down that Warlock portal, making it quicker for him to come back to the group. Drenico still very, very low here. You can see Ricky scoot in with that portal, and they're now also onto Wise Mari. 2 deaths, but still, I would say that's among the cleaner pulls we've seen.
Yeah, they'll probably try and keep this one going as well, because they've been having so much trouble with this first pull. If I was Cheese in particular, compared to Legendary, who've been getting Wise Mari down much more consistently. Look, they've done it again for a 3rd time in like 20 minutes. They've got Wise Mari dead. Cheese, on the other hand, I've been having a lot of trouble with Wise Mari, or with the first trash pull, rather. And so I think they're going to definitely want to finish out this run at least somewhat deep into the rest of the dungeon, even though, every single team that's in Temple right now has 2 deaths on the board, at least. Exactly, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know about the wolves, but the ones that we can see definitely do. And I'm happy to see that Thunderstruck now also managed to claw their way through to Wise Mari, and we're definitely going to see a little bit of a progression throughout this dungeon for all 3 of the Temple teams that we can see right now. Legendary back in the place where last time they redid their key. They had 1 death and then a fear went through, I assume, due to missing interrupt. Let's see how it goes this time. They need to keep that Sha under control and also deal with the Songbird, and it has a lot of HP you want to get through there. But it looks like they're doing a really good job. These corridors are quite tight, and Sanguine in here can cause so many issues. I believe the Songbird is standing in Sanguine right now. You can see the Sanguine Ichor shooting up on the details for Legendary, but that's just something they'll have to take and go with for now, as they are moving on towards the next pack and got through this unscathed. Really good.
Yeah, not bad at all. They are starting off now the this little 3 mini bosses, named mobs, the Crybaby Hosen, the Nodding Tiger, and the Golden Beetle. Very dangerous enemies if you're not careful here. A lot of misunderstood abilities about this pack. So here's a few fun facts about this 3-pack. Okay. That Crybaby Hosen mob, it casts a enrage on itself that is interruptible, but if you don't interrupt it, it actually stops doing the tiers for the duration of the enrage being on it, so you can actually have a little bit less movement for the rest of your group in exchange for more tank damage if you don't interrupt that. And then similarly, you can see they're bullying the Golden Beetle, making sure that it never gets a Golden Beetle cast, or Golden Barrier cast off. The Golden Barrier is really deadly because that shield, when it either expires or is broken through, I'm not sure if it's going to one-shot on 22 Fortified, but it's going to nuke the whole group for most of their health.
Oh, I really like that. I'm not sure if it was well to be seen, but right before that ad there died, I'm not sure if it was the Songbird or another one, you could see Turbo actually gripping it back, making sure that the Sanguine does not spawn into Strife and Peril, as we had seen before for this team. Both of the Sanguine patches are somewhat on the outside, not clipping into them, which is very, very good tech, and one of the many things that you can use the DKs here for, which is definitely something you need to do. Otherwise, we're going to have very uneven health on these duo bosses.
Peril is actually immune there, it looks like, although it's okay. They're back over onto Peril now. And they've got that debuff stacking up on Wexy here. So this boss comes with a debuff that increases your damage, but slowly starts doing more and more damage to you. And Wexy is stacking that up now. You can see there's starting to be some danger like on the Shadow Priest.
Fake surrender to madness.
Kind of, yeah. It's ramping up in damage here. They're going to hope to kill Peril before they get in too much trouble. Vampiric Embrace is used here. Are they going to kill Peril before it immunes?
Come on.
It's getting big.
One more stack. I think they can do it. Yeah. Oh, very good.
Well done.
Cheese on the other side. They had a wipe here, and so did Thunderstruck. These corridors in Temple are not a joke. Let me tell you, these teams are really, really having a rough time out here, and we're definitely not making it easier for them. But Legendary on their way to this courtyard here. Last time we saw them, they did 2 packs, so everything that's now running down the bridge, and then the frontal pack that's right at the corner of the courtyard together, and then after that they pull everything that remains. So you can see them rounding up the first pack right now. There is one leg sweep that we're just gonna out dodge, and then everything else should now be under control for the team. And in comes the Infestor. That's the big meanie that you need to keep focused here.
Yeah, the Infestor is really nasty because it not only does that Flames of Doubt frontal, which will kill you, but it also continues to spawn these waves of Little Shaw that explode. And at this 22 Fortified level, those Little Shaw exploding all at once, if you don't have a defensive up, it's just going to spell death there. Lepan runs into the frontal here as he's starting to have to kite here. Is somehow able to live it with all his defensives. And yeah, beautiful Sanguine management on his kiting there. Look at that. Healing done meter doesn't have Sanguine on it. Anytime that's true, that is really, really good news. That means they've done a phenomenal job of managing the affix.
These smallies hurt so much. I always get so anxious when the HP bars of the team just explode. Wait, there's going to be another round as they die off. Wexy and Eagle both going down. Splat taking so much damage. That's really unfortunate. But I think they're just going to keep going here. It's just a few deaths. It is going to be some penalty seconds, but you keep going, right? You didn't lose too much time in the overall. And at this point, I think you probably just want to post a time in this temple, or at least see that final pull where they're opting to use that Bloodlust. Lepan now going in for the big pull. This one is scary as well. Last time, they got through this perfectly. They used SLT, they used defensives, and somehow just melted the entire pull. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, this pull a little bit less scary than the other ones because they have that SLT. You can see that Spiritling Totem, it's down, everybody's health is being redistributed in there. They have Nature's Vigil, Vampiric Embrace that's healing everybody for a bunch as well, and they had everybody's defensives in the SLT. And SLT is so good for that because some of your players are tankier than others against those Sha exploding, but SLT sort of redistributes that tankiness evenly across the whole group, and it means that nobody is in too much danger of actually dying there. And so with this beautifully managed pull, they are going to be sub 10 minutes when they activate Liu Flameheart. I suspect that is going to be something that teams will be really happy whenever that's true.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And you can see Igloo now also pulling in the other side of, I call it the bridge, I don't know what you call it, as they go into the boss. Now, last time they went as far into the dungeon as this boss fight, and then an oopsie happened. This time around, they're really wanting to go further, so hopefully that's going to work out. They do have one battle rust if they shall need it, and then that bloodlust is going to come up, but they're not going to use it. We think they're going to use it for the next trash pull. Now, while that is going on, Cheese and Thunderstruck are resetting that temple. I believe the wolves are doing the same thing, because as far as I know, they're still in that temple run. And Let 'Em Cook is slowly but surely running out of time right now. So they're also restarting that Azure Vault for what feels like the 10th time now. And at some point, you need to also go into temple, and you also want to shave off minutes of your other runs. So it is starting to become a little bit rough for Let 'Em Cook, it seems.
Yeah, Let 'Em Cook are in so much danger here of just the rest of the field getting ahead of them. That being said, they will have the benefit of coming to Temple last, and that means that they will get to look at which pulls worked and which pulls didn't for everybody else, right? They'll get to look at the Legendary Courtyard and be like, okay, we can do that, we'll take that. They can see whether Legendary does all the Sha at once after this, right? And they can see if that looks good and doable, and then they can kind of gain some of the benefit of the time that the other teams spend progging Temple, right? But there's going to be no substitute for just clean, quick, good execution for Let 'Em Cook in Temple of the Jade Serpent. If Temple of the Jade Serpent is not one of their best dungeons of the weekend, they're going to go home today. That's the position that Let 'Em Cook are in at this point.
Yeah, absolutely right. And now you can also see the wolves. They are looking a lot more stable than the last time we saw them here in this poll, but it is just so volatile. There's so much damage going out, and if that SLT just runs out 1 second too early, you can see a lot of deaths on the map, and they're going to redo this. Thunderstruck have moved on from Waisamari, and Legendary now finishing up Yulon, and I'm so excited for what they're going to do next. We know that they have that bloodlust. Question is, how big do they opt to go here?
Yeah, that is
Lapan is going to go in.
Okay. So we're starting off with 2 packs at once, and this makes sense. This is already quite scary. You have 2 Mistweavers involved in this pull, and Mistweavers put out a curse. If you have 1 Mistweaver and 1 curse spell, then it's easy. If you have 2, then you need your Druid to actually start casting that Dispel, that Decurse, or you just let it go off and you heal through it, but either way, it starts to get much scarier. You can't just have Igloo doing all of those Dispels. Looks like they are going to be able to have this done, though, they're using the globals from Splat to actually do the Decurse as the Druid. And that's one of the benefits of the Feral Druid in here, is that you can play a Decurse in addition to your healer, and that's really valuable. Now, are they going to lust all the rest of this, and are they interested in doing it with boss? That's the question.
Yeah.
It looks like they're pulling it. They're going to lust it. They're not going to take it into boss. And that makes sense. I mean, it's 22 fortified Sanguine, right? You're going to Sanguine heal the boss almost certainly if you do that and you don't do it perfectly. So this is still really intense, this pull here that Legendary are doing.
Absolutely right. This pull is really, really scary. There's frontals that you need to dodge. There's AoEs that you need to dodge. There's curses and interrupts. It's just so much that's going on, and they need to get through. Now, SLT also coming out, but it's a little bit awkward as to where they can step in. Lapan now opting to just kite it out, not take any more hits from these mobs, and it seems like they did just that, but now they need to be so careful, because we know these little Shas, they explode with so much damage as Legendary has managed to get through. 6 deaths on the clock. It wasn't all super clean and perfect, but they're the first team to actually pull Shaft out, and it is a 22 fortified, so hopefully this boss is not going to give them too much trouble here.
Yeah, this is looking feasible for Legendary. This is looking good. There are 6 deaths on the board for them, which is something they can hope to improve in a future run for sure. But you know what? We take these, right? We're happy to just get this dungeon done and get something on the board and say, you know what? Let's make another team actually show us that they can do this cleaner, because we're not sure they can. I'm not sure. I'm definitely not sure that other teams are going to be able to be cleaner in here. It is a nasty, nasty dungeon that they are in right now.
Absolutely right. And I mean, they still need to finish this boss, but looking at the timer, I think they're going to come in at 16:30 with the extra souls that are going to spawn. It's probably going to cost them a little bit of time. Maybe, yeah, I think 16:30 is among the reasonable things here. How do you feel?
Yeah, 16:30 seems like a good time for this dungeon too. They're gonna have to deal with one more intermission on Shaw of Doubt. They should be able to kill it before the next one. So yeah, I think 16:30 is exactly the timer that they're gonna be looking at with this one.
All right, let's see how they do. Yeah, maybe they're gonna definitely get another Souls cast, so that should be coming up very, very soon for them. You can see them already opting to move together here so that they can actually put them down in the same place. AMZ coming out once more is going to be vortexed, I think, just to get them all back into place. Then the stun totem comes out of Igloo, another AoE CC out of our Feral, I believe, and in they go down. They are, and now you can see Turbo using that puzzle box. Army is going to go into that boss. PI was also used on him, I believe, so lots and lots of damage out of that DK right now. He is going to shoot up in the details, and you can see the shaft out is melting through that damage. Abomination Limp on top of that. Thundering was also in there. That was really, really good timing for Legendary, as now they finished the boss on 16:33 as first team today.
Big move there for Legendary. That is going to place them in first place overall. So we've moved our scoreboard around a little bit so you can actually see, of course, they have the highest time, but they have a temple time. Technically, what's going to happen with Temple is if teams haven't finished it, they're going to get 45 minutes added at the end of the day. So that's why Legendary are in first, but yeah, if Cheese can put up a comparable time in Temple, they will retake first. But Cheese have been having a lot more trouble than Legendary. You can see there once again up in the top left, they've dropped that Warlock, and they are going to be trying this pull once again. But yeah, Legendary with a time there that is almost 10 minutes faster than the fastest Temple 22 Fortified Live key. So incredibly quick run out of that team. They've got to be super happy.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, just knowing that they kind of shaved off 8 minutes of the fastest lifetime, like you said, is definitely a feat. And it goes to show how risky these teams are playing. And 22 might not seem like a high key at first, but the way they're approaching it, with how much risk they're putting in there, how big they're going for those pulls to be really speedy, definitely makes it much more challenging. And we can see that by teams that are opting to just restart again and again and again. And you can see our leaderboard, like you just explained, those temple times are going to be added, and then one team at the end of the day will get eliminated. Right now it is looking like it might be Let 'em Cook, but they can still go into that temple and be really quick there, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, that temple is definitely still going to be the best case for them, as if that goes really well, but you know, they have less and less time in the day. There's only 2 hours left in our day at this point, which I believe means it is time to welcome Zyronic to our broadcast and to welcome me to not our broadcast anymore. Enjoy the rest of your
you are unwelcome to join us.
Unwelcome.
That's me.
Be gone.
So Zaru, you've been watching, I assume. Anything you noticed out of our teams? Now, first temple time has been locked in since you went into break, but so far no other team came close.
Yeah, I very quickly realized, as I'm sure you guys did as well, just how much we underestimated how difficult a high fortified temple key could be. This first pull, I think we've seen like maybe a 10% success rate on. We've even seen some teams like Thunderstruck just giving up and going for splitting up into two polls.
Legendary actually having a pretty good success rate. Now, I absolutely agree that Cheese, Wolves, Thunderstruck, they've been having a lot of trouble with this poll. So to me, it's kind of the question of what did Legendary differently to get that poll more stabilized in such a short time? Because their success rate, while still that's not very high, much higher than the other teams with around 50% on executing it perfectly.
So I noticed the biggest thing that Legendary does compared to the other two teams, which Cheese have actually pulled off here in the bottom right corner, is they've done a great job at making sure they align that very final set of surging debuffs, the Tainted Ripple debuff that goes off from the Corrupted Living Water Elemental. Teams haven't really been able to figure out what to do with that damage, and lining didn't really seem like too great of a solution because there are still corrupted droplets running around casting their splash, so you lose a little bit of uptime on them. If you do, you just go line of sight. But what we saw Fim do just then, he pulled the two corrupted elementals around the corner, which made it easier for his team to at least line of sight one of them, which meant that the actual damage intake was much easier for Zati to deal with. And you can see they're looking pretty good going into the first boss here. Of course, Wise Mari on its own is still a difficult boss to deal with, still a lot of damage output, but this is the first time in a long time that we've seen this in the MDI on Fortified and not Tyrannical, so those debuffs aren't going to do as much damage as they've been doing when we've seen this Dungeon and Cup play.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you know, I'm still kind of looking for Let 'em Cook because I want them to get out of this Azure Vault. Anybody that's rooting for them, obviously the only team that's here in this format that hasn't played in any of the cups, they managed to qualify over time trials over the teams that had made it to cups. They're very much trying to stay in here, but looking a little bit on the dangerous side. They're now in Azure Blade, and we've been seeing them reset this dungeon many a times, some in this area, some in other areas. It seems like just in the overall, it's not super stable for them right now. I just hope they can do better now. This poll is very, very scary. They're taking Azure Blade all the way to the side after the phase here, and you can see Show actually going down here. They don't have that battle res, and once more stuff is going wrong. Mucha's tanking the orb, is not going to die due to that, but still a lot of extra damage coming out, not allowing Hasty to do damage, and with one DPS less, they might not make the damage check of not getting another phase here.
Yeah, I mean, this is already going to be a run that they're not happy with, right? I'm not sure. They probably should just reset this. Yep, let the icy bindings go off, and they're going to be wiping here. They've just been really struggling in this dungeon to find the time improvement, and to be honest, it's not like their time here is really that bad. They're not too off the mark. They're really only, like, you know, crazy off of Cheese's mark, right? 30 seconds behind Direwolves. I mean, at some point, you really just have to bite the bullet and say, okay, we need to go to TJS. And looking at the scoreboard, you have to be worried if you're this team, right? Because teams have been in this Temple of the Jade Serpent now for probably, what, an hour and a half? Almost 2 hours now? And to see only one time put up on the board is very... It's got to be stressful, right? So they pretty much need to go now if they want to have any chance of putting up a reasonable time and give themselves the best chance of making it through to tomorrow. Because at some point, all of these teams are going to have to realize, hey, we can't go for the polls we're going for if we want to put a time up and make it to tomorrow. And they'll have to just consolidate and go for a more live key style strategy rather than going for, you know, a crazy MDI style strategy.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe safe is better in some occasions, and that's something we know from the cups as well, where sometimes teams that tread a little bit more carefully make it out of the bracket. Now, this tournament does reward that volatile play a lot more because teams are able to go again, but like you said, there's only a little less than 2 hours to start that final run, and with most teams not having the TJS completed at all, it is definitely something you need to consider and think about for the next couple of minutes. But for now, teams are just going to decide to go again and again and again. And it seems like they're now all phased into Temple, if I'm not mistaken. We just saw Let Him Cook also phase into that TJS, and they're now all here having fun with that very, very first pull before Wise Mari. That's just so scary. But Thunderstruck actually made it through. 2 deaths on the counter, just finishing off Strife and Peril. And I'm very curious on how they're approaching that courtyard area. They have nice timing with the Infestor here, can just speed on. And something we saw out of Legendary is that they're doing the bridge and then the first pack in the courtyard, then everything else together. Now, is Thunderstruck going to do the same thing, or do they have a different pull pattern in mind here?
Looks like they're going for something similar, but also adding in this other pack of Guardians.
That's big.
And the Mistweaver, and the Patrolling Shaw, plus the Infestor. That looks like it's a little bit too much. And yeah, that's an insta-full wipe. That is a little bit bigger than I think they intended to go for, and that's going to be a reset. A little unfortunate. That's the furthest I think we've seen them get. But we'll have to see what the actual plan is going to be, because they should realize very quickly right away that that is not going to be the play. But let's take a look at the bottom left corner here. Let Him Cook. This is their first attempt at that first pull in the Temple of the Jade Serpent, and they're very quickly realizing why teams are having so much of an issue here, as Hasty instantly goes down to the residual AoE damage show as well, and that's their first of what I'm assuming is going to be many wipes in this dungeon.
Yeah, definitely right. There will be wipes to be had in this temple. There's no other way. Sometimes you just have to get through it. There's no way around it. And Cheese now also managed to do exactly that. They're now finishing up one of the droplets here as they are pulling Wise Mari. Those splashes will not harm them anymore as these droplets drip to death. Dranico, unfortunately, getting that circle here, and that's maybe something we haven't talked about as much. Cheese opting to put the Warlock back on the bench and bring back the Feral. Zyra, how do we feel about that?
That's interesting, because looking at what Let Him Cook is running, they opted to go into the dungeon with the Warlock as well, dropping the Shadow Priest. So, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, the Warlock is probably going to be tankier on its own right. It'll be easier for it to stay alive on its own, but losing out on that extra healing from the VE plus Nature's Vigil combo, right? That seems like it's something you really would like to have in most scenarios, right? It seems a little bit too powerful. There's also the question of comfortability with classes. Dranaco's been playing the Feral for this team for pretty much the entire tournament, except for, I think, in Shadow Moon, where he plays Mage instead.
He also plays the Warlock in Academy.
Right. But the point I was going to make is I'm not sure how comfortable Ricky is playing the Feral, because that's the comp they were running, right? They were running Ricky, Feral, Dranaco on Warlock, whenever Dranaco swapped to Warlock. And then making the swap from range to melee is definitely... It's not a very simple one if you're not very well versed in how melee plays in dungeons, let's just say that. So this could also be a comfort pick.
You need to have that melee brain.
Yeah, exactly. It could just be okay, we just need the Nature's Vigil healing plus the VE healing to make some of these pulls work out, because there's just too much pressure on Zazi. Also, once you realize that you can line of sight a set of those tainted ripples, it makes that first pull a lot more comfortable. And I mean, they are through that first pull with this comp, and they're on a very solid Wise Mari split, actually a very fast Wise Mari split. 330 is about what we're seeing. Most teams average on the Wise Mari split. They're going to be well below that here at around the 315 mark. So, great start to the dungeon for them. We'll see how it goes. Dire Wolves got through Wise Mari as well. Check out their split. Those sub 3 minutes.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Split. They're crushing it.
So, Legendary is the only team that has the Temple locked in. Their Temple split was 3 minutes 02. Now, Dire Wolves, even faster, like you said, 6 seconds faster. Cheese a little bit slower, but around that 3-minute marker is where teams are opting to go through if they don't have big oopsies on that very first pull. And Legendary now also running it back. They know they can do better. Also have a much better split time than the last one with another 6 seconds less. Very, very good on all of the teams here. Now moving on, but these corridors that Cheese are currently in and Legendary are entering right now are not a joke. We saw Holo die to them for the Direwolves. They did have that Ankh, but that is going to be another 5 seconds, and now they need to deal with these mini-bosses into Strife and Peril, and you need to be so careful
Jack.
with that Sanguine here. Everybody's dying.
Oh, yeah. Strife healing to full, Jack going down to melees. It might have just been a reset. Hate to see it for Direwolves. Now, I didn't see. Did you see? Do they pull Sheng and Zhang, the two monks, right at the start of the wing, or do they just use the Rogue's Shroud to get past them? Because that is something you can do with the Rogue that other teams don't have access to.
See, you're asking a good question. I saw them pull the corridor, but I didn't pay attention to what they actually pulled because I was looking at Holo's dead player frame. So we're going to keep an eye out for that the next time they enter it. Definitely a very good point that you bring up here with the Rogue. You're having more options, and it's definitely an interesting choice to bring the Rogue here, where they didn't bring it in the Alcathar Academy, right? Or any other team was doing it. But here they decide to go for it. So a little bit of a different prioritization coming out of the Wolves here in comparison to the other teams.
Okay, I just checked the VOD. They did Shroud past those two monks, plus the first Haunted Shaw. So on their route, what they'll actually have to end up doing to make up for that is they'll have to pull that first Infestor that we're seeing other teams skip past right after they deal with the second boss. Which is what you typically see teams do in live keys, right? That's the more typical strategy. It will be a little bit slower overall, but it will definitely be a lot more consistent in terms of putting a time on the board, which at this point the teams really should just be trying to put a time on the board. Yes, Legendary put an insane time up that's going to be really hard to match if you aren't going for the best strategies, but remember, we're only eliminating one team today, and you still have all 5 hours of tomorrow to try to figure out what to do in this dungeon. Plus, you can VOD review, right? And yeah, there is that thing where, there's another dungeon coming tomorrow too, but...
Yeah, I was about to say that. Definitely something they need to keep in mind. There will be another dungeon, and of course, in the end, you kind of want to maybe rerun that 1 or 2 dungeons where you have a worse time than your opponents. But right now, Legendary, for one, are trying to better their own time. The only team to have locked in a time in this temple, it is 16 minutes and 34 seconds. You can see it in the bottom right, and they are looking to underbid that. Their first split is already a couple seconds faster. They ended Strife and Peril in their run on 6:55. And it is looking like they're going to be faster here as well by a couple seconds. Now, Strife and Peril, or it's a little bit fake because they're so low in HP, but still going to take so much more time because you always opt over, do damage here, do damage there. So that's going to spread them out a little bit more. But I think we're looking at 15 to 20 seconds in terms of time save once they're actually finished here. And it is going to be, pretty much 15 seconds or 18 seconds that they saved here on that second split as well, which is very good for them.
Yeah, and the important thing to remember as well is this is, we've covered this a little bit this weekend, but it's important to note that you don't have to compete with Legendary to make it through this bracket and get to the Global Finals, right? Top 2 teams qualify. So if Legendary does run away with this competition, there's still a slot available for these teams to compete for. So it's not like, one team is just going to run away with the competition. They do need to just get a time on the board and give themselves the best possible chance to make it through to tomorrow. So I suspect probably sometime in the next 30 to 45 minutes, we will see teams just stop going for these insane pulls and just put a time on the board just so they can guarantee their position. Because, at this point, everyone's in the temple, right? If we pop open the scoreboard, we've got all 5 green dots on the temple. They need to put this time up to give themselves the best chance.
Okay, but let's talk through it. So right now, Legendary is leading, of course, because they have the temple. But if all teams, or if we're ignoring that temple, then Cheese is in the lead, because they currently hold 2 records, right? They have the Azure Vault, and they have the Alcathar Academy. We're indicating this by the little stars you can see in the bottom left on that leaderboard. So pointing out that temple away, they're actually leading. So it is Cheese and Legendary that are going to be the 2 teams to beat at the end of the day tomorrow. I believe the Pan actually going down here in their big poll. Fortunately, they do have to go again. That's not great for them, but great news for other teams like Cheese who are trying to claim back their first place. And then Thunderstruck, Let Him Cook, and Direwolves are on one end, trying not to get eliminated today, right? And Let 'em Cook are in the worst position for that because all across the board, they don't have one time that is the fastest. They're slower than any other team in most of those dungeons. And they also don't have the temple in. We're the last team to enter this temple here. So I think if you're Let 'em Cook, maybe for you the right approach is to just try and send everything in that temple. But it is such a volatile dungeon that I'm not sure it's even possible to go like any crazier than we're already seeing. So really, really rough for them to kind of figure out where they're supposed to shave off 2 minutes and also get a good temple time. And then Thunderstruck and Direwolves just need to make sure that they don't land in that last place for now. But keeping in mind that tomorrow the top 2 teams go, they also need to revisit some of their dungeons.
They do. I mean, the thing is, this dungeon on its own is so volatile, though, that 1630 time that Legendary put up could be completely unattainable for anybody else if they don't get it together in the next hour and a half here. You know, we're talking about Let 'em Cook. They should spend the next 2 hours in this dungeon. I mean, yeah, I think that's the obvious play, but we've been talking about that for the past 2 hours. They needed to come here the second they saw another team start to pull it and, you know, have issues with it because, you know, those teams now have 2 hours plus of experience getting these first couple of pulls together, and this is the hardest part of the dungeon. Now, they have gotten through it a couple times already, so they are learning it pretty quickly, but we've seen plenty of wipes to other large trash pulls in the dungeon. This first pull, as hard as it is not the entire dungeon. So, yeah, I mean, it's really going to come down to how efficient and quickly these teams can learn the rest of the dungeon. Because if I'm not mistaken, we haven't seen any other team finish the courtyard yet, right? It's literally only Legendary that's even like pulled the third boss.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see Thunderstruck are in that courtyard right now, and it's just the same thing that's happening to other teams as well. The way they're pulling this is pretty scary, and even though they do have their defensives ready and up, pulling these packs together might just be too scary. Legendary opting to pull them a little bit differently. Maybe you take a page out of their book. I don't know. I'm looking for Direwolves because obviously they have to pull differently to make up and count. And so I want to know what they're doing after that skip and how they're going to pull it off and be as fast as Legendary. That has to be the question, right?
Yeah, the problem with the Direwolves live routing is that you are essentially just adding another pull to the dungeon, right? Because when you do pull those 2 monks at the very start of that area, you pull them with the Songbird, right? Plus a couple of Sha. So you are going to pull that all together anyways, right? All of those Sha plus the Songbird. So forcing yourselves to pull that Infestor, essentially what that does is you don't want to kill an Infestor on its own, right? There's no way you're doing that. So you're going to pull the Infestor with the patrol on the bridge, with the 2 mobs on the bridge. But what we saw Legendary do, and a couple other teams as well, is they pull those 2 mobs on the bridge down into the first pack of the courtyard. What's Direwolves going to do? They're going to pull the first pack of the courtyard on its own? Or maybe pull 2 packs together?
Not.
That's just so much slower, right? I mean, if they're really trying to compete to win, that is not going to be the fastest strategy. But again, they just need to put a time on the board at this point, and they're so far away from doing that we can't even really think about that right now.
Okay, but it is the Wolves that we're talking about. Maybe their plan is to pull that Infestor and the bridge and pull it down into that first pack like Legendary are doing. That would make that pull much more scary, much more dangerous, but it would be kind of on brand for our Oceanic team. So that could be something that I could imagine, where they go like, oh, you know that rogue route that we have? Why don't we just add this Infestor to the pack, lol? Maybe that's something they're looking at. I'm curious. We're going to see what they do. I think it's definitely very scary if they decide to do that. But I can't imagine that they're looking at Legendary's route and are thinking, oh, we'll do that just slower. That's not the kind of thinking these teams have. So they definitely have to have something in mind here in order to do that. We can see them go again. Something I like, and you're going to see that bottom left corner for the Wolves, actually just taking so much damage here at the start. They are pulling everything together, and then you can see Chaz just pop that boon right at the start, and look at that rogue damage. It's just so good when you have everything stacked up, how much damage that rogue can put out. And maybe having that shorter interrupt on the rogue as well is making these pulls a little bit easier in comparison to the Shadow Priest. However, you are missing out on that PI on the DK. 40 showing he doesn't need it anyway, but still, it does give him a little bit of extra damage that they're now neglecting in order to not have the rogue. But looking to do 2 pulls here, like Thunderstruck are doing. They are changing tack on the go.
Yeah, very important change to Direwolves here. They've decided not to pull that last water, plus the 2 water speakers in. But this is such a scary pull in its own right, because they're completely out of cooldowns, and those corrupted droplets are still alive, and that splash damage, again, that's probably some of the highest amount of damage they're taking overall. I also wanted to point to the top left corner. Thunderstruck were kind of sitting around and having a little bit of a powwow there after they killed off the second boss of the dungeon. And they opted not to reset. Now, this first pull in the courtyard hasn't gone the greatest for them, but it looks like they're just trying to put a time on the board. Any time on their board, just to give themselves that tiny little layer of protection.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of splitting this pull because eventually you need to be comparable to the time that Legendary put in. And even though that's not necessarily a thing for today, it will be a thing for tomorrow. And you also need to do the new dungeon tomorrow. So really, your focus should be, how do we get this big pull under control? How do we get it consistent? And what can we do to do the same thing that Legendary does, right? That needs to be kind of your approach here.
That is true. Like, obviously, right? If you want to win the weekend, that is definitely an approach you should take. But honestly, like, it sounds kind of like a cop-out, but the only time you actually, like, need to do something comparable to what Legendary does is if a second team also does it. Because if a second team puts up comparable time, those two are going to be the clear favorites for our top 2 qualifiers for the weekend, right? And, that essentially sounds like it is giving Legendary the win, which it is, but honestly, Legendary put something together that's incredibly impressive. Amongst the most impressive things we've seen all weekend, right? The fact that they came in here, figured this dungeon out in about an hour and a half, whereas other teams haven't even gotten to the 3rd boss yet, is honestly pretty wild.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, but I also don't think that you kind of can rely on an MDI gentleman's agreement where just everybody decides to, we're just going to do 2 pulls where another team did 1 pull. One of the teams is going to attempt and manage that, I'm sure, and if they don't manage it now, they'll try again tomorrow. So is it really worth the time to practice the double pull if you could be practicing the single pull? We'll have to see at the end of the day. Obviously, for now, it's more important to put a time. But if you're thinking you can put a time anyway, then, Velo going down due to the damage from that bridge pack. That's actually massive damage that just came in for Velo.
That was a defiled miscast. You didn't interrupt it. When you pull that trash pack in, this water speaker is going to first cast Defiled Mist on probably you, because you're the only one in combat with it, so you need to make sure you turn around and actually interrupt it. See, I did it to Velo again there, and Velo had to turn around and get the interrupt off. They do have that pack in now, but here's the problem with this, right? If they don't focus these 2 mobs down, these are going to be alive when they enter the second phase of the boss, which is the most dangerous part of the boss, right? Difference between the Jade Serpent kicks and these first phase Serpent strikes is huge. There's no healing debuff on the boss on the tank in this first phase. And that is one of the major things that just takes your tank out in that second phase. So they need to actually hard focus this trash down, or there's a very real chance that Lamike might just die to boss damage here, even though it is fortified.
Yeah, true. We'll see how it goes. Let him cook.
Look at that debuff.
Entered that corridor here, and there's a lot going on for them. They're, unlike the Wolves, are pulling basically everything that shows up right at the start of the corridor into another. There's a songbird, there's some pandas, there's some shahs, just what have you in your average 22 fortified temple. And you can see that slowly but surely they're running out of space. They're doing a pretty great job with keeping these packs to one side, knowing that Troll could turn around and walk along the other side to get them back in the direction that they need to go, because this songbird does an AoE where you kind of can't stand in, So at some point he needs to turn around, go back the other way. But look at the damage that's coming in on him here. He is constantly sub 50%. Now that the trash is slowly but surely dying, he's regaining some of that health, but still very, very trash pull that is taking them a lot of time on the side of Let 'em Cook.
Yep, definitely taking them time, but I think they're doing what we said teams should do, right? They're getting themselves a proof of concept. They're pulling the dungeon to see how the packs will go together, right? Uh-oh, Hasty. You okay there, bud? Okay, he's good. Healing himself up. That was really close to dying, but he'll be okay. And look at what Thunderstruck is doing on the top left here. Again, this is not going to be the fastest run, obviously. They're already past that time.
No, they're just
But
practicing.
they've given themselves an idea of what these pulls are going to go like. They're giving themselves a dry run of what a good run could look like here, and they're pulling this the same way that we saw Legendary pull, right? 2 packs first, and then they've got the Lust plus cooldowns available for the next pack. They're giving themselves an idea of what the cooldown cadence is going to be if they are on a fast run.
Yeah, they're also holding on to that Bloodlust like Legendary did, making sure they have it for the next pull, because that one is, I think, the second scariest pull in this entire dungeon. If the first one, you're doing everything together. Now, because they're opting to split that first one, that will probably be the totally scariest pull in that dungeon. We'll have to see how they approach it. But for now, they need to get through this one first. And even if that's not their greatest time with 9 deaths and a couple go against, it will allow them to just have a time in here, first of all, and then go back and be like, oh, that the timers that we have in mind actually worked out, right? Because maybe you haven't done this dungeon on this specific affix setting. So do the timers for our cooldowns work out the way we planned them? Can we change anything? So you can go back to the drawing board and kind of revisit everything, make sure you have it a little bit cleaner, which sometimes is very, very helpful to these teams. But right now, they're in that big pull. Bloodlust is getting blasted here, and so is the trash. There's a lot going on that they need to dodge and keep under control, but they're doing a really good job of that right now, not coming in, making sure that the trash does not get stacked on top of each other. But now, slowly but surely, Sanguine is going to be a problem. Single target grip coming out of Jay, making sure that this mob does not cast in the Sanguine patches, and they are finishing off this trash really, really beautifully.
Nice. That was way cleaner than actually we even saw from Legendary earlier on, and now that they've figured out that
And
they
they're
can do the
wiping now.
dungeon, they're wiping it. They're going to go next. They don't even want to put a time on the board, which...
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they'd put like a 23-minute time on the board. That's definitely not going to be their end time. But yeah, that's like a big confidence booster, right? If you're this team, if you can go and do those 2 pulls on your first try, you're like, okay, if we get to this point, we know how to do this. That is nice for Thunderstruck to see. Now they just need to chain it all together a little bit faster than they just did, and we'll see them have a good run here. Check this out, though. Every single team at the start of a new run here, everyone's going to be starting at roughly the same time after their resets. Going to be an interesting one.
Yeah. Shout out to the Ducks. Got eliminated yesterday, but still here in our hearts in this tournament. And, maybe, I know chat likes to ask, and obviously we don't know, so we can't tell them, but there is going to be another dungeon tomorrow. How much time do you think teams need, looking at how scary this temple was? I want to say they need at least 3 hours for it. Maybe 2.5,
definitely.
like half of the day. And then you can use the rest to maybe revisit something. Yeah.
It definitely depends on the dungeon. It also depends on the affixes. Now, I mean, obviously, we can narrow it down to 3 dungeons, right? Because I really doubt that our admins are mean enough to throw another, wrench in it like we did a few years ago with Court of Stars.
We're just going to do another Nokhud, and that one will be fortified,
So it's either going to be Court Ruby or Halls, right? Those are the only 3 dungeons left. In going through those 3 concepts in my mind, if it's a Court, I don't think that too much time is going to be spent. Court is one of the most broken down dungeons that there's ever been, unless there's some really cool tech that we haven't even heard of in that dungeon. It should be a pretty normal dungeon to think about, even on high key levels. That key has been broken down in certain scenarios. Halls of Valor. If it's Halls of Valor, I completely agree with you. You need to spend a ton of time in that dungeon because that is a long dungeon, first of all. Remember, the fastest time that we've even seen in that dungeon in Cup play was barely sub 20, and that was an insanely fast run for Monka. But if the affixes are mean, it could be even longer than that. The pulls could be harder to pull off, which makes it even longer to pull off. That dungeon could be very, very mean. Ruby Life Pools, though, I think that's very similar to Court of Stars, though. If it is Ruby Life Pools, that's one of the dungeons that every single one of these teams has played pretty much more than any other dungeon, right? It was in time trials, just like Temple of the Jade Serpent. The fastest strategy has been pretty much figured out, so unless teams decide to pull bigger in certain scenarios, which would be very hard to do, then they've pretty much got the route figured out, and they just have to figure out how to make it work if it's on a hierarchy level. So,
all right.
I think it could vary.
And what about that second Nokhud? What's that tech going
What about
to
the
be?
second Nokhud? I don't want to think about that.
That's okay.
I'd rather
I
think
don't
about
think
what the
that's
teams
going
would
to
think if
happen.
we gave them... Well, I would rather think about what the teams would think if we gave them, like, an infested Sanguine Waycrest Manor.
Yeah, you
that?
said that before. I tried to just ignore it, so I'm going to continue doing that. But yeah, I think for my own personal preference, I kind of hope it's court, but obviously we don't know, so it's all just speculation. I think Ruby would be good as well. Halls, like you said, would definitely cost a lot of time, and I don't know if we're that mean, but we'll see tomorrow for sure. For now,
Actually,
all signs are in. Yeah.
You know what it could be? This would make total sense, too. So,
what's coming next?
I know you've been paying attention, but if people in chat don't know, yesterday they announced Season 2 Mythic Plus testing on the PTR. There's one dungeon missing from that Mythic Plus testing. Maybe they're leaving it out of that Mythic Plus testing because they're planning on testing it live on the Last Stand tomorrow.
Got him.
Vortex
That's exactly
Pinnacle.
what must be happening. I don't think so, but if we do that, you'll be the first to know, Zyro. So we're gonna figure it out. For now, it is all about that temple. Oh, look, production is talking to us. Lovely. Hi, production.
No.
They're like, you're not getting away with this. That's okay. Thunderstruck are now finishing off their trash pull here, and like we said before, they're splitting it up so it's a little less dangerous, but also takes a little more time. Legendary are going again, and Let 'em Cook are also going again, as we are seeing the dungeon entrance. Cheese are also going again. Seems like everybody's going again.
A lot of going again here. Thunderstruck are on Wise Mari, however. And I mean, part of the reason their strategy isn't necessarily as slow as you would assume it would be is because they are ending up pulling one of those trash mobs with the boss, and they can just cleave it down. Now, this does make the boss a little bit more dangerous. They have to make sure they're getting tidal burst kicks on the water speaker as well as their interrupt rotation on the boss, but you usually have extra kicks, right? So, it's not too big of a deal. Now, if an extra Hydro Lance happens to go on a person that has the debuff, that could be a little nasty, and also that gives you an extra potential Sanguine that could go on the boss, but they've got the DK to gripper right away, as you saw Dr. J do right there, so that was very easily done from them.
Yeah, absolutely right. Wow, that's taking so much damage. This additional circly thing here on Wise Mari just dropping to like 20%. As they're now running in circles. And I do agree with Dratnos that this is one of the hardest bosses just because it requires your attention span to be active for the entire time. And for me personally, that's sometimes a challenge, but Let 'em Cook are cooking, and they're one of the few teams that have decided to not split this pull up. They're actually pulling everything and are trying to get through their Terrazant going down. They do have that battle res, will pick him back up. Bloodlust is still running show very, very low. SLT now being deployed, a late SLT. I really like this, allowing them to equalize once again and getting them a little bit of damage reduction. Nature's Vigil also pumping up the HP bars, but everything is exploding in their face as they are getting through that trash pull. Two of the Corrupted Living Waters are still alive. The first one is dropping, so from here on out it should be safer, but Hasty needs to get the group back up to full HP, and that's exactly what they're doing. That's a really, really good pull out of Let 'em Cook.
They're going to get one last handed ripple here if they need to finish it off or line it. Oh, that went on the entire group, man. Nobody lined it at the last second. That's extra healing needed coming into the boss here. Fortunately, almost all of the damage here is avoidable, so you don't have to get hit by that wash away. You can interrupt every single one of the Hydra Lances. Just don't get hit by Volcanic, bud. You hate your healer. Alright, they're good.
Yeah, healers heal. That's what they're here for. Making chat hate me. I'm sorry, chat. Okay, I used to main healer. I'm allowed to say this. But yeah, I really like this out of Let 'em Cook. We've been saying how desperately they need a good tempo run, and just looking at how much time they spent to get to this point and how much time a team like Cheese has spent to get to this point, then that's much more efficient out of Let 'em Cook. And if they can continue this path throughout the dungeon, they might just save themselves the elimination at the end of the day.
They just might. I mean, Let 'em Cook has definitely gotten a lot more consistent, a lot more quickly than the other teams, considering how much time they've spent in the dungeon, right? Remember, they've only been here pretty much since I started casting this shift, and that was, what, 20 minutes ago? 35 minutes ago or so? And some of the other teams have been in here for over 2 hours now. So Let 'em Cook definitely have been cooking something up, probably on their break time. It's looking pretty good for them, though, but we do need to see a little bit more progression from them towards that second boss and starting to get into that courtyard. It's kind of the progression point of where all the teams are right now. The team I really want to focus in on, though, right now, is Thunderstruck. They've gotten to that second boss here. They're going to start spawning it in just a second here. This pull does look very scary, but that was just because a golden beetle shield just went off. Every single time one of those explodes on the ski level, it's going to do a ton of damage to the group. Probably something like 70% of their HP. But Jay and Lamike both go down at the last second here as they get onto the book.
Yeah, they are deploying a battle rest, but that's going to be too little for them to actually continue here. They did have a pretty good run, but unfortunately that's a wipe, and that's a go again, I think, for them. They're going to leave this dungeon and do it once more. On the side of Cheese, we've been talking about them. They are now also finishing off Wise Mari, and it's nearly a minute later than the legendary split. So that's because they're splitting that first pack. That's costing them another minute in the overall timer, but that might just be enough, like you said, if other teams are also opting to do that. So they're now on the way to the corridors, and legendary back up in there with a really good Wise Mari split. 2 minutes 43 seconds is the fastest Wise Mari we've seen so far, and they're looking very good. 0 deaths. The mini bosses are now getting chained into Strife and Peril, and they need to be so careful with the Sanguine patches here. Tobo constantly walking out of melee range to make sure he can actually grip the mini bosses back there where Igloo is standing once they die, and not have that Sanguine spawn into Strife and Peril. Very, very important.
The thing that I love so much about seeing this times trials in real time like this is it really just kind of goes to show you how similar this style of gameplay is to like high-end raid progression. Legendary has gotten so close to getting that perfect run. They've even put together a good run that a lot of the weight is off their shoulders now, and they can just treat the rest of the dungeon as if they've been there before. They're just trying to improve. With more repetitions in early phases, you get more comfortable doing those early phases. They've pulled that first pull of the dungeon more times than any other team, so they're comfortable doing it. They've pulled the second part of the dungeon more than any other team, so they're now comfortable doing it. We could very honestly see a world where Legendary actually improves their time before any other one of these teams actually puts up a competitive time, just because of how far ahead they are in terms of comfortability in this dungeon.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and they're definitely trying to do exactly that as they are getting through Strife and Peril here. A little bit more HP to be dealt, but for now it's going to be Let 'em Cook who are in that dangerous pull once more. And I'm just looking, the last time I don't think anybody was lining those final casts. They're tanking it a little bit far from the pillar, so it's very hard to line of sight for all of the melees, because they would need to kind of step around a corner, and there was no corner close. So they're just pulling this like this, using that SLT to survive these last ticks. Now Sanguine Icar is going to come into play, as both of the casters were standing on one of the Sanguine patches. But I think if you're Let 'em Cook, you maybe want to have something to line of sight.
Probably, a little unfortunate to see, but look at the Lorewalker Stone Step split coming in for Legendary here. 6:34 on that split. That is crazy fast. For comparison, in their previous run, this is 20 seconds faster. So already,
yeah, they were at 6:55, right? Yeah.
Yep, improving already. It's wild.
So right now they're doing that trash pull that we said they would do. They're continuing amongst their game plan, which I like. Why change something that works? They're pulling down the bridge that you can see to the right and then doing that first pack in the courtyard. Now the next pull is going to be big and scary. No bloodlust for this one. Just all of the defensives and defensive cooldowns that they have for it as Lipan goes in, jumps from pull to pull, and now has all 4 packs here. And this is such a volatile pull. Tobo going down right at the start. That has to hurt, especially as DK. You pulled your army, you pulled everything into that. Your damage is now gone. Your pets are gone. That's just devastating for them that they will still try to finish up this pull. AMZ coming out, SLT coming out. We can see Vampiric Embrace and Nature's Vigil also being used here, trying to keep the pull alive. Splat goes, splat as the name goes, and that's a go again. I mean, that's the DK damage that was missing, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was the DK dying diff there for sure. They just didn't have the damage to deal with all of those minions of doubt while the Spirit Link totem was up, because that's the major thing that's keeping you alive during those explosions, when there's like 15 or 20 of those alive at the same time. So yeah, that AoE damage, way too much for them to deal with when they can't burst them all down at roughly the same time, you know, with the additional help of the Vigil, the VE, the personal cooldowns as well on top of that. Again though, they're still one of the only teams to really get to that point on a real run here. However, Cheese on the top left side, I mean, it's not the fastest time, right? It's an 8-minute second boss kill. About a minute slower than what we've seen from Legendary, but they are cleanly into this courtyard. This is one of the first times we've seen a team actually get to this point. I think Thunderstruck is the only other team to even pull these mobs.
Yeah, and it seems like Cheese are opting to pull exactly what Legendary is pulling, which I think is great. You saw that another team did this and it worked. Why not try this? Thunderstruck are having a little bit of a different game plan here, so we'll see what they do the next time when they enter this courtyard, as they are on their way. But she's opting to do the legendary pull, which is this pack here. Ooh, the stun into Sanguine. Quick Knock is going to figure that one out and make sure they don't have too much additional healing here, as Fem is trying to kite it out, make sure that the Sanguines drop somewhere where they aren't in the way. The Mistweaver now also falling over, and this should be where they go big. Let's look across the board. Cooldowns are not really available just yet, so maybe that's why they're opting to do this Infestor by itself first. We can see that Army is not ready. We can see that PI is not ready. Vampiric Embrace also not ready, but they're now pulling a little bit into this, trying to get some more trash count here, but definitely a lot slower than what we've seen out of Legendary in this area.
Yeah, and it really looks like they just really want to put a time on the board. I mean, you have to consider a fact, once again, Cheese has been in this dungeon pulling for about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours at this point. This is the first time they've gotten to this section of the dungeon in any of their runs. They don't want to just throw it by trying to go bigger than they otherwise should. They're going to take it easy. They're going to put a time on the board. I think the only other difficult pull we might see them try to do is probably the 1-pack plus the Infestor pack at the very end of the dungeon, right before the last boss. But I imagine everything else here is going to go nice and clean and safe for them, which is good. They still should be able to put up, a time around that 18 to 19 minute mark, which will be pretty competitive, I think, with most of the other teams. They'll just be pretty far behind Legendary.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think we are encroaching a time where you just want to put a time, and it seems like Legendary have very different approach. Now that they did that, they have the only and the fastest time in that temple. You just saw a sneak peek from our production. They're back in that Algathar Academy trying to get that time reduced, which I really like. They can kind of rest on the fact that they know they have a really good temple time. So they're looking at other dungeons in preparation for tomorrow.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Because if Cheese does end up putting a good time, and then another team also starts to get competitive too, that can put Legendary in a pretty rough spot with the other dungeons. Looking at the leaderboards, Cheese's aggregate time in all of the non-temple dungeons, they're a minute and a half behind Cheese, right? So let's say Cheese puts up like an 18-minute TJS run. They'll actually have a 15-second lead on Legendary based off of their other dungeons alone. So makes total sense, since Legendary has put up that almost seemingly unattainable time for these other 4 teams. Makes total sense for them to go back and try to brush up on some of the dungeons where they are lacking a bit in. Algathar is a little bit of a question mark for me because they can only really make up about 30 seconds there. If I were them, I'd really want to go to Azure, though, because over a minute is the difference in that dungeon.
What up, guys?
Maybe... a sudden Tettle appears. Tettles, how are you feeling about that Algathar Academy?
You know, some teams have good times in Algathar Academy, some teams have pretty bad times in Algathar Academy. It's definitely very polarizing for these teams. Makes, do you have a final prediction for what we're going to see from the end of the day?
I think I'll be back for the end of the day. But do you mean on who gets eliminated? Or what,
Yeah,
what do you mean?
think is going to get eliminated here?
Well, I think Let 'Em Cook will have a very hard time just by what they're putting down in other dungeons. Like, they are relying on having a quick tempo and then also relying on kind of shaving time in any other dungeon, and that's going to be super difficult unless any other team does not manage to time the tempo.
What do you think the odds of that happening are, where a team doesn't post a time in Temple?
You know, I don't want to jinx that, but we have seen teams.
It is possible.
We have seen teams hold it out, right? If you are standing before the Shah, and you could just finish the dungeon and have like a 20-minute time with 3 more minutes into the dungeon, and you opt to phase out, then that is a little bit, you know, yeah, it's respectable. You know that you can do better. But you also need to do that, and you need to have the time to do that. And so we have seen teams in the past save that final dungeon as kind of last because they know they can do better and reset it. And so sometimes it's gotten pretty close. And I don't want today to be the first time where it happens, but this temple is looking very hard. And I think at some point teams need to just lock in a time and then try to shave it off from there. Because we are entering that final hour, right? But I'm going to leave you guys to it. I'll be back for the end of the show. And we'll see. Hopefully all of them get a time posted until I'm back.
I hope so, too. Yeah, I also agree, Tettles. I think there's a very real non-zero chance that we could see one of the teams just not post a temple time before the end of the day.
I'm so worried that somebody's not going to post a time. And it may not even be Let 'Em Cook, because Let 'Em Cook, they started in this dungeon pretty late, but they've been fairly consistent with the first, I won't say the first pull, but like they've been more consistent than the other teams with getting off of this first pull and getting into the first boss, where other teams seem to have a lower success rate. And so like I'm worried that it's like, it might be end up being, you know, Direwolves or something like that. As Jack goes down on Liu Flameheart here for Direwolves, they do get him battle res back up, so they may be able to post a time here, but it's going to be 11 deaths.
Yeah, it looks like both Cheese and Direwolves are opting to do that here. They're not on the fastest runs, they're not on like any barn burner runs, right? But they definitely do want to just put a time on the board. Cheese even opting to go for the super safe strategy, not pulling this double water speaker pack into that final infestor like we saw Legendary go for earlier with the Bloodlust. Yeah, they just want a time on the board, and I think that's the safest thing to do. You've kind of gone from trying to be competitive with the number 1 seed at this point in the day to just making sure you make it into day 3, and that's what we're seeing happen here.
I mean, even if you look at their first boss split on the side of Cheese, 347, that's one of the slowest first boss splits we've seen on the day. A pretty average first boss split is somewhere in the order of like around 3 minutes flat. But now, I mean, even if you look at Thunderstruck in the top right and Direwolves in the bottom right, they're not electing, but they are just going a lot slower on their first boss splits also.
Yeah, and we will see very shortly, once these runs are completed, just how big that gap is going to be from Legendary, right? They're actually going to gain, this is wild to think about, they're probably going to gain about at a minimum, like 3 minutes in this dungeon over every other team with the way that they've played in the past couple of hours, which is pretty crazy.
Okay, don't hate that. Because they have a 16-minute Temple of the Jade Serpent posted, right?
Yeah, 16:45, I believe, is the actual exact time. Cheese actually might put up like a sub-19 here. They've got the Bloodlust for the boss here. They'll probably opt to use it after the first intermission. Hey, listen. You know, when you think about it, the fastest live key time that we've seen, we had the exact statistic earlier. I think it was like a 23-minute time. So, like,
yeah.
you know, sub-19's pretty impressive. Still.
The dungeon is just so volatile, man. It's so hard to be able to even... it was one of those things that the moment that I saw these keys, I was like, this dungeon is just demonic, man. Like, just whenever it got announced today, I was quite surprised that it was 22 Fortified Sanguine. It's just so hard to be able to do these pulls that the teams need to be able to do. And then make sure that they're also consistent on top of that. Like, it's just really rough because there are multiple... points of the dungeon that you just like full wipe and you have to like reset. Direwolves are really getting after it in the bottom right. Jack going down. It looks like they're getting corpse camped by these minions of doubt and these shambling infestors. Is Jack trying to make his way back into this full 16 deaths?
Yeah, you know the funny
for direwolves.
The funny thing is, though, I think at the end of the day, even if these other 4 teams just end up putting together a weekly no lever for their time. That's kind of a toxic way to say it. These aren't weekly levers. These are MDI weeklies, right? Is they're still putting up insanely fast times just compared to Legendary. They seem kind of slow. But if all 4 teams do end up putting roughly the same times in this dungeon together based off of their just completion runs, those other 4 dungeons from yesterday will still have insane merit, right? Because there still is a little bit of a gap in times in those dungeons for the other 4 teams, right? The time difference between Cheese and Let Him Cook is a little over 3 minutes. So that's definitely going to help Cheese out a lot, as they are the second team to put a time up on the board of 1841. And there you go.
Okay.
But man, look at that. Even though they have a minute and a half of time advantage in the other 4 dungeons, they're still 40 seconds behind Legendary just from this Temple of the Jade Serpent.
Dude, Legendary's Temple of the Jade Serpent was sick. It had 6 deaths. Yeah. They put up that time. They had 6 deaths.
Yep. Yeah, that is why. But Cheese is looking good, right? Remember, they still have a pretty big advantage over the other teams in the other dungeons, right? Legendary is the only team that was like really close to them in the other 4 dungeons. So Cheese putting that time up, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to be knocked out today.
The problem... Okay. I don't think that as a Cheese fan, you're ever worried about them being knocked out today. They do have to go back to Temple of the Jade Serpent. I think realistically, just looking at like across the board, sure, they could maybe make up some time in Nokhud Offensive. They could maybe shave 15 seconds off of that Nokhud. Be like the biggest point of contention and the biggest roadblock for them time-wise is going to be Temple of the Jade Serpent. And so it's like, oh yeah, we can't pat ourselves on the back too long for this 1830 run, which like I'm glad that they put a time on the board, but they have to be getting after it again. And bottom right, Let Him Cook finally progressing through this Lorewalker Stone Step area, and they're about ready to pull the boss. Strife and Peril, I think this is going to be the first time that we've actually seen them be able to pull that. Bottom left, we saw Direwolves in like a 16 death run that was making their way towards the final boss. They have unfortunately reset. Top left, Thunderstruck with a 7 death run, getting ready to pull the Shaw of Doubt. Probably going to be on a similar pace to what we saw from Cheese, maybe a little bit behind. Because when did they pull the boss? I was around 16 minutes.
They pulled the boss, I want to say, yeah, little after 16 minutes. So this boss with Lust should end up taking 2 to 2.5 minutes, roughly. So yeah, Thunderstruck will put up a similar time to Cheese here, and that'll be helpful for them as well. And yeah, I agree. Obviously, these teams are going to have to go back to this dungeon if they want to have a chance of competing for the top 2 spots tomorrow. They will need to improve this time, for sure. It's just, they really do want to have that, like, safety net, that you lower your stress just a tiny bit by putting the time up and realizing, okay, we're not going to get knocked out by not having a time now. Now we can just focus on improving the time. That, you know, a little bit less stress, while it doesn't seem like that big of a deal, it definitely changes the way you play. Helps out a lot.
Legendary in the top right, making their way to that Algathar Academy, like you guys were talking about right as I rejoined. I'm really interested to see what time they're going to be able to improve this AA to. They currently sit with a 1718, which, and in all reality, that 1718 is not too bad. It is about 30 seconds behind the best time of the weekend. At that 1643, it's about 30 seconds behind that, but it's faster than every other team, so they have the second best AA time. So the fact that they're looking at this and they're like, we can improve our Temple of the Jade Serpent a little bit, but it seems like other teams are going to be really struggling in there for a while. We think going to AA and getting this down to, that 16-minute mark, or this sub 17-minute mark, is what's best for us, or at least best for our mental, because that's something you kind of also have to factor in. I'm a bit surprised, but I think that Legendary's decision makes sense.
It's about time efficiency, right? Like at this point in the day, I think it was about an hour ago, we had gotten the word that all of the teams had used all of their mandated break time, right? Every team must take a 15-minute break every day. So the question is, for Legendary, do they think that it's better to just try to improve upon a strat that they've already hashed out in the Algathar? Or do they want to go to Azure Vault, spend a little bit of time not running the key, just to go look at what Cheese did? To try to improve that time, because they're definitely going to have to go look at what Cheese did in the Azure Vault and try to recreate that tomorrow if they want to improve that time as well. But that's something that's probably much better done in between days, right? When you're not allowed to practice dungeons, the only thing you can do is VOD review or theorycraft ideas. So they'll probably, I imagine we will see Legendary come in tomorrow with a much better Azure Vault potential run. And chop down on that time a little bit.
Okay, so Thunderstruck was able to put up, I want to say it was an 1850 in the Temple of the Jade Serpent, so it was slightly slower than Cheese's run. Direwolves continuing to reset in the bottom right-hand corner. Let him cook. Actually a bit of a heater going on in the top right. They are taking this courtyard area a bit slower than what we've seen from other teams,
healing?
But they're trying to make sure that their Sanguine healing is super strong. That Shambling Infestor was healing a bit, but it wasn't the end of the world, and they're just going to continue to be chain pulling this courtyard area. Again, this dungeon is just so dangerous. We've seen so many wipes here. I think that maybe playing this a little bit slower and trying to get that 17-minute run could be a big benefit to them, because it's obviously going to be very difficult to match that 1634, but they're able to put up a 17-minute. I'm so down for that.
Yeah, that'd be great for them. I mean, that would definitely put them back into the running, right? A 17-minute run would put them in between where Cheese and Thunderstruck are right now. I don't think they're on pace for that, but they're in that realm, I believe, in the 17 to 18-minute range with the pace that they're going. They do need to watch out
Mortal Coil
for the Sanguine healing there. That was a sick coil, yeah. Making sure that water speaker didn't heal too much.
That was a really good coil. They're the only team that's been running this Warlock, where Direwolves are the only team that's running this Rogue. It's I don't want to say surprising, but I'm interested in seeing how many teams are running different compositions just in this dungeon. It's nice to see.
Dranaco did try out Warlock for a few dungeons, but they opted to go back for the more typical comp. They didn't like it, I guess. I guess that makes sense. The team healing that having the Shadow on your team brings is a little bit nicer for overall safety. The Warlock obviously is going to live on his own through pretty much anything, but the overall group utility is definitely a little bit on the low side.
I mean, a lot of teams have actually said that the Warlock utility from the stuns themselves is actually one of the big contributing factors in increasing the safety of Warlock on some of these pulls. Just being able to, have free stuns from both Blasphemy and Infernal that don't DR with other things is quite nice, but I don't know. I think it kind of depends on what they're practiced with, what their read on the meta was for this dungeon in particular, and then you just kind of roll with it. I think that the Destro Lock, it's not the best in most situations, but I think if it's used properly, and I think that Let 'Em Cook has been using it great, they're making it look good. No complaints from me.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's working great for them. Oh, wait, are they at it? Wait, this is a banger run, actually.
Doing it.
Wait, whoa. This is incredibly fast. They're pulling the boss before the 14-minute mark, and we know this boss takes about 2.5 minutes to deal with bolstering. This could be a stupidly fast run. Can they deal with the bolstering perfectly, though?
So we've actually seen some of the teams, if they've been taking too much trash into it, it's actually upped the kill time on this boss from that 2 to 2.5 minute range that you cited to around the 3 minute mark. It just depends on how much trash they have to deal with here. We do see that they're at 82.89%. That means that they have likely CC'd some of the mobs outside. They're going to be allowing those to trickle in a couple of seconds. But this trash is kind of getting melted. If they're able to deal with it inside of their Bloodlust, Zyro, I think that this, like you said, could be a stupid fast Algathar Academy for Legendary. Maybe even propelling them to further into first place, overtaking Cheese, even if Cheese does put up a good time in this Temple of the Jade Serpent.
And look at that, they're even playing this safe, making sure everything is dying very, very similar times here. They don't want the bowstring to ramp up too much. The only things that are still extremely healthy are these 2 Echo Knights, so those are going to be a little dangerous. Honestly, though, I like this. They're just going to let that whirlwind away from the group and not have to worry about it at all. This is actually great here. They can kind of just kite these out now for a little while. That bowstring's going to be gone in about 10 seconds here, and then they can finish off the rest of it. This is going so well for Legendary.
Okay, top right, we have Let Him Cook at 1330. Killing Liu Flameheart. That seems pretty slow. Do we have times for the other Liu Flameheart splits, Zyro?
Yeah, I've been looking at the splits here. So for Cheese's run, it was a 14:11. For Thunderstruck's run, let me go a little bit further.
14:11. So we're a lot faster than
Thunderstruck
that.
was 14:21. So yeah, this is
all right.
Like we predicted. This is going to be a little bit faster than the other 2 runs if they can pull this last section of the dungeon off as clean as Cheese and Thunderstruck did.
So just narratively, Let Him Cook has had a pretty bad day. They started off in Algathar Academy, did not get a new time posted. Then they went to Azure Vault, did not get a new time posted, and they were the last team to start on Temple of the Jade Serpent. But they're going to be able to put, like, honestly, if they're able to put up a 17-minute run in this dungeon, that might allow them to have enough buffer in this Temple of the Jade Serpent to go back to either that Algathar Academy and Azure Vault and maybe be able to improve on their times. And I actually think that if they're able to put up a 17-minute Temple of the Jade Serpent, that could potentially allow them to be able to not get eliminated today. It was looking for a while like they may be the team to get eliminated. This is the last point of the dungeon that they realistically could wipe. Muchus going down for Let Him Cook is not great, but again, the 5 deaths on the board is totally fine. They do have Lust popped. Everybody's looking at Trell's HP here in the top right-hand corner of the screen. If he dies to this
Let's
pull,
shift our focus
this is going to
briefly,
be
though.
awful.
Legendary in the top left are going to improve their time, but by just how much? Their time before was a 17:18. They are now improving that to a 16:43, increasing their lead by yet another 30 seconds easily. And that's going to be hard for Cheese to come back from, but let's shift it back to Let Him Cook. This is important. Oh, they wiped.
Dude, they don't have that gold star. Let Him Cook wiped?
They wiped. They wiped when we shifted focus. No. They have to go again, though. They're too far into the dungeon. They just need to put a time up.
Okay.
Oh, that was rough, though. They were on such a good pace.
Yeah. That just means that they have to stay in this dungeon longer, too, right? Because, like, you're not...
Yeah.
So if they were able to complete that run, it would have been around the 17-minute mark. But now it's going to be probably around the 19-minute mark, if I had to guess, with that wipe.
Yeah, so if we keep the scoreboard up on our screen for a little bit longer here, Let Him Cook right there at 104.49 overall time. If they get that 17-minute timer, that'll increase their time up to 121.49. That would be with a 17 flat. That would put them ahead of Thunderstruck, though, and put Thunderstruck on the potential, knockout scenario if Direwolves does put up also like an 18 or 19-minute time. So these teams, these bottom 3 teams right now on the scoreboard are very, very close together, and any 3 of them could very easily be gone at the end of the day.
Direwolves in the top right having one of the fastest Wise Mari splits I think we've seen of the day. I think the fastest one I saw was a legendary 2:43, but a lot of teams for a while were putting up these mid 3-minute Wise Mari splits. As you've seen the bottom right, Thunderstruck having a 3-minute 30-second Wise Mari split as they're going to be wiping in this dungeon. But this is looking pretty good for the Direwolves. A Lore Walker Stone Step kill, they're going to be able to get that dealt with around the 7-minute mark, and if they don't have any major mistakes at this point onward, they're probably going to be able to have the best time in Temple of the Jade Serpent. Now, assuming that a team is not going to have any problems from this moment moving forward in Temple of the Jade Serpent is a very bold assessment. But it's certainly something that could happen. It's just like, I think that you're even able to play pretty safe here if you're Direwolves and still put up a very competitive time. They're reaching the point where it's like, we only have 55 minutes left in the day. We got to get something posted at some point, and like, we're already halfway through the dungeon. We may as well post something, even if it doesn't go perfect for the Direwolves. For Let 'Em Cook, kind of a similar thought process. Like, all right, we only have 55 minutes left, and even though we wiped to the last pull of the dungeon, we're going to post a time, then we're going to zone out, and then we're going to retry this dungeon again because we think that that's going to be our biggest time save, and it will be, realistically.
Yeah, again, for Direwolves right now, to prevent themselves from being knocked out by Thunderstruck, they would need to put an 1846 time together in this dungeon, which they are definitely on pace for, but Jack does go down on this first pull here. Hollow has the Onk, and they don't have a battle res. This is just, dude.
Well, now what do you do, man?
+1 for me,
You zone out again? Go again?
+1 for me. Yeah, you go again. You just have to go again. We are now underneath 1 hour left in the day. I believe we are at 54 minutes left in the day for the teams to put together their final runs, of course. They can start any key before that final hour of the day is over. As long as they tell the admins, hey, we're starting one more key, they're good to go. But we don't want to think about that just yet. Direwolves and Let 'Em Cook still both need to put a time on the board. It's been hard for Direwolves, but Let 'Em Cook. They're on the Shaw of Doubt. They've already used the Bloodlust earlier on, so they don't have it for the boss.
Cooked up a 20-minute Temple of the Jade Serpent. We know that 13:26 Leave Flameheart split, pretty good. It was on pace to be around a 17-minute Temple of the Jade Serpent, barring a catastrophe, but there was a catastrophe, unfortunately, if you see the 10 deaths. I think this is a dungeon that, I don't know if any team is going to be able to do this dungeon with less than 2 deaths, realistically.
Yeah. Here's the problem for them, right? A 20-minute time here is not... It doesn't save them from contention. The only place that a 20-minute time will save them is if Direwolves is just not able to put a run together at all. Right? Because Direwolves does have, as you can see on the scoreboard there, a little over a minute advantage in time in the other 4 dungeons here. So as long as Direwolves can go a little over a minute faster in this dungeon, right, they're fine. Or, yeah, exactly. Ha.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did the math right. Maybe I did it backwards, but I did it right.
Vision.
What's the time going to be, Let 'Em Cook? It's going to be a 20:23. Not great, but for the time being, it does put them over Direwolves.
Look at this. Some of them are town portaling, some of them are running out of the instance, but something's going to be true. They're going to go again. I was talking 100%. About this earlier. Their first pull of the dungeon is the most consistent between all of the teams that we've seen in this dungeon, I think. Maybe Legendaries has been slightly more consistent for the first pull, but realistically, Let 'Em Cooks has definitely been one of the best. And look at Legendary in the bottom right. After that massive Algathar Academy improvement, they said, we weren't super thrilled with our 6-death Temple of the Jade Serpent. What if we just went again and improved our time?
You've heard of Temple of the Jade Serpent. How about second?
Would you mind if I do?
First pull, going well for them so far. They've got 2 of the Living Waters dead. Igloo does go down, but he's got the Onk to get himself back up here. Going to top himself before the next Tainted Ripple. That's going to be a go again, though. Only 1 minute time committed. Not bad at all. Direwolves having issues on the first pull yet again here. 40 going down. It's probably going to be a reset for them. They can try to kite this out, but without a DPS alive, it's going to take way too long for them to kill.
All right.
Do a quick go next there.
So, just looking at the leaderboard a little bit, I think Cheese and Legendary are pretty safe from elimination at this point. Thunderstruck, Let 'Em Cook, and Direwolves, I think, are all still in contention for elimination. Would you agree with that, or do you think that it's just between Let 'Em Cook and can Direwolves post a time? What are you feeling?
I think... I mean, Let 'Em Cook are still on their back foot, right? They do need to improve this time, because they are in a very real scenario where even a very mediocre run from Direwolves will knock them out. I mean, look at the time difference on that scoreboard. As small as it may be in the bottom middle there, that time difference means that Direwolves could have a 21:30 Temple of the Jade Serpent and still have a higher time aggregate than Let 'Em Cook and still move on to tomorrow. So Let 'Em Cook needs to put the pressure on. They need to get a better time in. And we know they can do it, right? That trash pull probably cost them about 2.5 minutes. They were on pace for about a 17-minute-ish Temple of the Jade Serpent. And that would definitely help them out a ton towards qualifying for tomorrow.
Okay, so Got our 9 box here. Going back to the 4 box. Top left, we're having some deaths for cheese. Going to be a reset angle in the Temple of Jade Serpent, something that we've seen a ton. Let him cook in the bottom left. They got a bit of sanguine healing on these corrupted living waters. 1 death as well, but they didn't commit the battle res. You know, it's not the fastest Wise Mario we've ever seen pulled, but hey, again, we're just kind of chugging along. We don't need it to be the fastest Wise Mario of all time, but I think that we need to be able to improve our 2024, and I think that there's a legitimate possibility that Let Him Cook is able to post nearly a 17-minute run in this dungeon with decent consistency, assuming that they're going to be able to get through the remainder of this dungeon. Just kind of what we saw with their route and whatnot. They're playing it for consistency's sake, and they're not being too overzealous with what they think is possible. It seems like their read on the pulls that needed to be done was very, very good. They're going to have a wipe here. Is that a Thundering Stun?
I didn't see what it was. But Muchus is the last one left alive, so, you know, knowing Muchus, he's probably having some fun with his teammates right now.
Go gain.
Give him a little bit of lip. Go again. Legendary, as we've talked about, are back in this Temple of the Jade Serpent on their second attempt. Already back onto Wise Mari at a very fast pace as well here. Some teams are finishing off the first pull at this time into the dungeon. They've already got Wise Mari at 70%, so they're doing well. We'll have to check in with them later. But, you know, as the teams are all starting off their new runs here, do we want to take a more, like, wide-brow approach and talk about what the teams are running here? Because the comps are differing quite a bit across the board. Like, a lot of teams are running, obviously, you know, the tank and healer, probably just outright best for the dungeon. But when it comes to DPS comps, seeing a few teams running just the typical Shadow, Feral, and Holy. But, you know, Let Him Cook opting to bring the Destrolock in. And weirdly enough, Direwolves opting to bring the Rogue in, which is something I didn't think that they would, you know, favor, considering they just didn't want to play it in Algathar when everyone else did. What do we think about the DPS choices across the board?
Okay, so I actually don't hate the Rogue. I think it would make sense. I just think in general, it's not like the craziest pick, right? I do think that the Rogue for Direwolves is fairly solid. It does good damage. It looks like their first boss split is really good. It also has Cloak for this first pull. It has Cloak for most of the dangerous pulls, and so that's actually very good. In addition to that, it has a lot of lockdown for any of those haunting Shaw mobs, with things such as, you know, Gouge Blind, Kidney Shot, Cheap Shot, all of those stuns that Rogue does provide. So I actually think it is pretty valuable. It brings decent funnel. The downside I see with the Rogue is that on these pull counts, on these target counts in particular, it's not going to be that spectacular, and it's going to draw out your trash pulls a little bit longer. And a 22 fortified, I don't know if you necessarily want that, but it should speed up your bosses a bit. I don't hate it. I don't know. I think that the Rogue is okay. Now, what do you think about the Warlock? Because that's the other main difference between some of the other teams. We've seen the Destrolock a couple of times. I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's obviously like the best, but I do think it's a fairly solid option. What is your read generally on the Destrolock?
I don't hate it. I mean, it's just a very solid pickup. I think this is probably one of the only dungeons where I think it's a good pick to play, honestly.
Okay.
The single target damage isn't the greatest in the dungeon build that they're running, but it's definitely, like, acceptable. It really helps clean up the intermission phases in the last boss, and it's actually really, really high damage for the second boss. I think also it's a little bit underrated in terms of utility. I was talking about how Shadow Priest has more utility than the Destrolock does earlier on, and I still think it does. But things like Curse of Tongues help make the bigger pulls a lot safer. You know, mobs casting slower, definitely very nice. Curses in general are very undervalued by the community as a whole. And also, you know, health stones. An extra health pot doesn't hurt, right? It's pretty nice. So they definitely do bring some value. They aren't just, you know, a DPS bot. And, you know, Muchus is
very tanky,
well known for being a pumper when it comes to Warlock, and they're also very tanky, right? So, yeah, it's definitely a solid pickup for the team, I think.
Yeah. I mean, the Rogue also has Numbing Poison, too, so I think that's something that, like, both the Warlock and the Rogue have to their advantage, is like Numbing Poison it does something similar to Curse of Tongues, where it just, like, slows down casts a lot of the time.
Also, I do want to mention that, talking about Direwolves really quickly, their second boss split has been on pace with Legendary when they have gotten there, right? They have about a 7-minute flat second boss split, which is almost a minute faster than any other team. except for Legendary. They're about 5 seconds slower than Legendary. So they've put together the first half of the dungeon. It's just a matter of whether or not they can put together that third and fourth boss room area. And if they do, they'll easily be able to make it to tomorrow and be competitive with it too.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the healer a little bit. What is the biggest reason that these teams are running this Restoration Shaman in the Temple of the Jade Serpent? Is it just that Spirit Link Totem? Look at the bottom right as Dire will deploy that Spirit Link Totem to try to reallocate HP and take it from Jack and add it to the rest of the party.
Well, when it comes to Resto Shaman, there's one word that comes to mind when people talk about why they run it in the dungeon. Are you ready for this?
What's the word?
Decurse.
Decurse?
Decurse.
Well, there are curses in this dungeon with the Mistweavers.
Yeah, decurse.
It's just for decurse.
No. There's more to it than that. But I like the decurse bit that's been going around in some of the co-streams. It's a funny one. No, it actually has a lot of benefits, right? Like, for instance, the 12-second interrupt wind shear is definitely really, really strong. Reduces the difficulty of the pulls on the DPS players, who of course are the beloved players of the team. And then on top of that, obviously the decurse is nice, right? But Spirit Link, great tool for living through the Shaw explosions, right? On top of that, Resto Shaman single target damage is definitely amongst the most competitive of healer damage in the game. And it's very useful on bosses, plus, it do good AoE damage too. Acid Rain's cool.
I would be kind of interested in seeing if somebody would like to try the preservation of Ochre in this dungeon. Like, Spirit Link Totem is obviously ridiculous, but like the raw throughput that the preservation of Ochre provides is, I mean, it's also incredibly good. And with everybody on your team being dwarf, maybe you can make it happen. Like, I don't know if you necessarily need that many dispels for the Mistweavers. In addition to that, teams are playing these courtyard areas a lot smaller, to the point where it's like, oh, how valuable is double dispel? I definitely understand why it's all shamans though. Shaman is just like, it just ends up running out of gas so much faster. Then like the first pull, the second pull of the dungeon, with both of those being so long, it just starts to become very scary towards the 30 to 40 second mark, because after Ascendance and Link, you're just out of buttons.
Ascendance and Link are definitely like, that's the majority of their output, right? But then they also have, of course, the combo, the VE plus Nature's Vigil combo that's been carrying a lot of the beginning of pulls too. So it's not like they're too out of tools. They're out of tools on their own, but their group helps them out. Cheese is on a pretty good run. Legendary improving their time once again.
Oh,
that 630 Wise Mari split, they've been hitting that consistently whenever they get there. Again, these are just 20-second time improvements that will just extend their lead even more. It's pretty impressive seeing them just kind of run away with it.
Have we seen any other team run anti-magic zone, by the way? I see that Legendary are playing it. Like, I've seen them drop it multiple times, but like I haven't. I literally have not any other team drop that anti-magic zone.
Now that I mention it, I don't think I've seen it. But also, we haven't seen teams really get there very consistently, so, like, I don't really know. We'll have to keep an eye the next time a non-legendary team gets there. Do they actually run it? We'll have to actually. We should ask our production if we can see if any other teams are also running that, because I don't think our companion tool works for this format. So let's definitely see if we can get an answer on that.
I mean, anti-magic zone for the DPS is, it's not like the largest value ever. It kind of gets consumed rather quickly, but I think for the initial hits that it does provide a pretty solid DR. Ooh, look at Let Him Cook in the bottom right, having a little bit of sanguine healing, but overall, this is looking like a pretty good pull for them. Gonna have 0 deaths in the top left. Legendary getting Liu Flameheart started with trash, though. This is great for them. They're on a 1-death run, Zyro. What in the world?
1-death run, man, and they're already on to Liu Flameheart. Just, casually pulling trash into the boss. Going to be a little bit of danger as they are transitioning into Phase 2. And Liu Flameheart will start adding Jade abilities to their mechanics. we've seen tank side of this, even on this fortified affix. Look at the big healing absorb on Lepan on that first Jade Serpent kick. He's probably going to have to live through at least 2 more of those. Very, very scary stuff. But the trash is dead. The Sanguine pools have been dropped away from the boss, so the boss will not be healing here. The time to beat on the split here for Lou Flameheart over the last run is 12:23, and it looks like they are way, way ahead of that. Just how far ahead are they going to be here? Boss sub 50 already. This is a heater for Legendary.
This is one of those moments that if they close out this run, they do not have to zone back into this dungeon for the remainder of the week, and that is big. Like, that would be absolutely massive, because that is going to put them at a point where they are 15-30 in Temple of the Jade Serpent, which is like 4 minutes faster than most other teams or something like that.
Yeah. Legendary are running away with it. We'll have to see, though. That last room has caused wipes for other teams. Legendary did one shot it the first time they were there, though. They've got a lot of practice on that. So we'll see if they're able to do it again. If I remember properly, their pull patterns to pull the front pack of 3, plus the pack on the right side afterwards. So they've got 6 mobs, a couple water speakers in there, a guardian, a couple curse dispels, plus a lot of interrupts. Have to make sure they don't let the tidal bursts go off. And they lust the 5-pack plus the 3 mobs on the left afterwards. So you can see they do have all the cooldowns available right now, but they're going to sit on them while they deal with these first 2 trash pulls, I believe.
Yeah, this is a big challenge. This is like a live key pull. The fact that they have everybody as dwarfs, or everybody that's going to be getting these debuffs as dwarves, and on top of that, the double dispel, Lepan dies?
He's got Onk. Splat dead. He's going to release and run back, though. This is a little scary, though. They're missing one of their D-curses, so if 2 of the curses go out, let's see, Wexy gets one on him. That's going to be dispelled by Igloo. Splat is back with the group, though. Lepan has to get out, though. This is going to cost them a little bit of time here. A few deaths on the board, plus the pull not being as efficient as possible. The problem here as well is that this is where Splat committed his Incarn to, right? So that was their main cooldown for this pack. They didn't use the army, they didn't have the power infusion or the void eruption available for this, so he was their main damage source. This is going to cost them in terms of time, but the question is how much. It still looks like it's going to be faster. But it's all going to come down to how this next pull goes. Now, did Lepan actually have to use more than he wanted to on that pull because of the way it went out?
He doesn't have spell block up right now. He doesn't have spell block for 50 seconds.
Here we go, though. This is the pull. Lust committed. Army. They've got the power infusion coming soon on the DK. There it is. Everything is available here. We did see, if I remember correctly, Wexy actually did die to this pull last time around, so there's definitely time to be gained here. Let's see how it goes. The first minions are out on the team right now. What did they use for the first set of AoE? Lepan goes down! They have the instant battle res on him, but these trash is going to start to go wild. Tobo goes down after the fact as well. They still have Splat and Wexy alive to try to finish off this trash, and Lepan's going to kite it out as much as possible. Hydrolances are going off in the back, though, from that water speaker, dropping Lepan to 1 HP, and he is going to go down, and a burst is going to finish them off at the end. You hate to see it for Legendary. They were on a bit of a heater, but it's not meant to be this time around. But you know what? For them, that's all right, because they're still in the lead. You would have loved to see an improvement, but you can afford to have these mistakes when you're sitting high on the throne like they are right now. In the meantime, though, look at the bottom left here. Thunderstruck are also on a great run on their own right. A 7:08 split on the second boss is very impressive. Still very impressive. So that's about a minute faster than their previous run where they put a time up in. So they should be able to get a great time improvement here too.
This is an absolutely massive pull. This is about twice the size of most other teams that are in this area. A lot of teams have just been either chaining or doing a little bit of a smaller pull because it's very, very dangerous here. And this is the point where it becomes so scary. Is right as that Ascendance and that Link, as those things wear off, Lemike is in a lot of danger as those Dark Claws start to connect with him, and he does go down to those Minions of Doubt. Just too many Dark Claws, too many kicks required, not enough killing power on that trash. Lust did just come up for Thunderstruck, but I think that this is going to be a go-again angle for them.
It is going to be a go-again angle. The teams we really need to be focusing on right now are the 2 teams that are on the chopping block for the day, though. We've got Dire Wolves in the top right, rather. We've got Let Him Cook also that still need to improve their time. Dire Wolves, though, still need to put a time on the board at all. They're on a pretty solid run here, though. Already through the first 2 dangerous pulls, they've actually got this the Hosen plus Tiger combo very, very low going into the second boss here. And remember, their second boss split is amongst the best. 7 flat is something that we've seen from them a couple times already, so as long as they don't accidentally sanguine the boss, we could see a good potential courtyard try here from them.
Those 7 flats have come off the back of like some of the fastest first boss splits. Now, their first boss splits, those are normally like 250. They actually have a really slow first boss for them, relative, at that 326 mark. And it's just like, it's so volatile, right? Because some teams are being able to get the first boss pulled at this 50-second mark, like you see in Legendary in the bottom right, whereas some teams have not been able to get the first boss pulled until like 130, just pending sanguine healing and getting just sanguining up mobs or potential deaths that come in. Legendary with 0 deaths in the first pull is always very impressive. Pretty much every single team has a death in the first pull.
Yeah.
85%.
I mean, more often than not.
One death or something.
More often than not, it's on the Resto Shaman, right? Because even though they're the healer and they should keep themselves alive, Shaman's defensives are pretty low, but they can just onk. So
I think it's been Feral most of the time. That's actually been dying for a lot of these teams.
Could be them too. Check out Cheese, though. Top left here. Onto that last pull. Bloodlust committed here. Fim doing a great job of kiting the pull out as well. He's out of juice, though, now. He cannot really tank these Minions of Doubt anymore. If they get one more Dark Claw off, he could be in a little bit of trouble, but they do end up dying off. Only the Infestor is left alive. Gets a couple ticks of Sanguine at the last second there. As long as they can beat the next Minions cast, they'll be kind of fine. Ooh, they are going to get this last set of Minions, so there's going to be a lot of damage going off even after the Infestor is dead. Do not greed. Do not blow them all up with AoE, please. Just stay alive and get a time improvement on the board. This is going to be a great time improvement for Cheese here. Look at that Lu Flameharp split. 13-18. This is a minute faster than the previous run.
Yeah. Yeah, so being able to get like a 1741, that's going to put them in the lead over Legendary. Actually, that's probably not going to put them in the lead over Legendary now, because Legendary improved their Algothar Academy by so much. But I mean, this will be really good for Cheese. But I don't think it's enough where Cheese is able to like bail on this dungeon and go improve elsewhere. This is a situation where it's like, oh yeah, I'm super happy to see a 1730-ish run in this dungeon, but we need better.
Well, the funny you say that.
We need better.
If Cheese gets a 1728 or better, that will actually put them ahead of Legendary.
Okay,
so that is the mark to beat to give them the rank 1 seat.
Okay. That's definitely possible from this position. They're gonna get one more of those intermission phases, maybe 2. I think only one more of those intermission phases, ideally. Just kind of depends on their offensive cooldowns and when things are going to be coming back up. But I mean, that top left, looking at that timer, that's going to be one of the most important things. They're going to be getting this next intermission here in just a couple of seconds, as the boss is going to port to the middle, and the Shaw of Doubt is at 35%. Now 34%.
35%?
I don't think they're going to be getting a 1730. Sure. I think we're going to be seeing an 18-something for Cheese, which is going to be unfortunate for them.
Yeah, it will be a time improvement, though, and it'll bring them very close to where Legendary is, right?
1740,
it'll put them in a good
maybe?
spot going into tomorrow. Yeah, probably around that 1745, 1740. Again, it'll put them within striking distance of Legendary for tomorrow. We need to direct our attention, though, to Direwolves here attempting a large courtyard pull. Hollow already went down at the start of this, committed his Ankh to keeping himself alive for the team, but the amount of cooldowns that they have available is running out quickly. He has the Ascendance active, but once that is gone, that is all that they have left. The Nature's Vigil also active for Chompy, but when that goes, they're pretty much out here, and there are so many Minions of Doubt alive. They use the AMC at the last second, but it's not enough. Oh man! Yeah. Oh man!
Oh, they're continuing. They're continuing with the run.
They need to put a time up. We've got 30 minutes left in the day. They have to put a time on the board.
Oh,
and look at the Lorewalker split for them too, dude. Look at the Lorewalker split. 653, and that was with a bad Wise Mari. If they have a clean Wise Mari, their Lorewalker split's probably like what, 620.
Yeah,
they definitely have. They've got the bones of a good run, but they just don't have enough practice in this courtyard area, right? They just need to put a time on the board. Again, the time for Direwolves to set to stay in the competition with the times as they are right now is like a 21:30. That's all that they have to put together in order to put themselves ahead of Let Them Cook. Assuming Let Them Cook doesn't improve their time.
21:30. You can get a 21:30 with the full wipe. It's not great,
yeah,
but it is a time that you could definitely put up with the wipe.
What was that time from Cheese? It was a 17:46. So yeah, we were pretty close. And look at the timer on the scoreboard. They're 17 seconds behind Legendary. But as we enter the last half hour of the day, I am going to be bowing out, and Dratnos will be joining in.
Welcome, Dratnos.
Farewell, Zyro. This is going to be a photo finish here between Direwolves and Let Him Cook for elimination or not. I actually don't even know who's more likely to make it through the day. I mean, Direwolves, they're probably going to be able to put up a 20-ish minute run here, right? But Let Him Cook are also in a temple and might improve their time by several minutes if their run is somewhat clean, right?
Dude, okay, so in that temple run, I know you were on break, but if you saw, during that temple run that Let Him Cook put up that 2024, they were on pace for a while for like a 17-minute run, but wiped the last trash pack in front of the Shaw. So like they are
40 down for
like,
Direwolves.
They have a good run.
Sanguine healing happening a little bit as well on this pull, and these time losses, I mean, this might be what eliminates them at the end of the day. We are less than 30 minutes left in the day, and again, the way our rules work is that it is Sanguine healing the Shambling Infestor. That is tragic for the Wolves. So the way that our rules work is that you can start a key anytime in the last like 30 minutes, right? And it's fine. You can you finish your key even if we go overtime, but you can't start a new key after that time expires. So, I mean, Direwolves have time to finish this run and then give it another go, but not much more than that. You know, they definitely don't have time to put in a lot more attempts at Temple. They can have a few false starts on the first pull, but at some point they're going to have to commit to a run. And you know, this one that they're putting together right now, it's not going to be much better than that 20-minute mark, and that's going to leave them vulnerable to Let Him Cook overtaking once again if Let Him Cook can put a 18-minute on him.
Well, so the time that Direwolves need to beat is like what 21:30. That's the time that they have to be able to place.
If Let Him Cook don't improve, right? But Let Him Cook are in danger of improving is the problem if you're Direwolves, right?
Yes. Which I mean, this run from Direwolves, it may not even be in that 21:30 range because they had a full wipe in the courtyard area and had to run back through the Lorewalker wing with the Strife and Peril. I'm sorry, what were we gonna say, Dratnos?
If Let Him Cook can get a 17-minute run, then even if Direwolves do well, it would actually be Thunderstruck on the chopping block instead. So that would be the stretch goal here for Let Him Cook. That's like them getting back in charge of their own destiny rather than relying on Direwolves making a mistake of some kind. So that's the other thing to keep track of is Thunderstruck are not safe yet either, even though they're in third place right now. They could potentially get overtaken by both Direwolves and Let Him Cook. But again, time is short in the day. Let Him Cook and Direwolves needs to put up good runs now or in their next attempts, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the top right, Let Him Cook. I mean, this is actually a pretty decent run from them. A 3-minute 6-second Wise Mari. They did just have a couple of deaths on that bird pull with all those lesser Shaws, which is very dangerous, but they were able to clean up the Panda pull. They had minimal Sanguine healing, and I'm down to sacrifice a couple of deaths, 2 deaths to that pull at the cost of being able to not have Sanguine healing and not wiping to that pack. And I think that is totally reasonable for Let Him Cook as they're making their way onto Strife and Peril, and they play this courtyard area a lot safer than other teams, Dratnos, and that's actually been a pretty big advantage for them.
Yeah, especially with the texture of the day turning out like this, being a team that is a little bit safer in here, that's like got a 30-second or 1 minute slower theoretical time, that is seeming really smart. Just really smart all around. Legendary in the bottom left as well. On a bit of a heater in this run so far.
Oh god, wait, there's
0 deaths, and they're maybe going to be pulling Strife and Peril here at the 5-minute marker. That is incredible.
Yeah, it's a minute 30 faster than when Let Him Cook were able to pull Strife and Peril. That's actually a big difference. Like
you said, though, top left, Jack goes down for Direwolves. 40 is going to follow as well, and they're going to have to start kiting. And this isn't even the Shaw pull. This is just the 3 Guardians, 2 Mistweavers, and a Hydra Lance guy.
the problem with this pull is like you can't press spell block at all. Like you're literally, you don't want to press any of your defensive cooldowns because the pull that immediately follows this is the double, and so like you have to be looking to save everything. We saw Lamike earlier actually press spell block on this pack and was able to live, but then he didn't have spell block going into this next pull, and that cost him to die. Right, like that stuff like that is the difference between life and death on these kind of packs. And Jack does have all of his defensives available for this next pull, which is great.
Whoa.
Did cost him his life here, and now they've accumulated up to 11 deaths, and I don't even think they're going to be able to put up a better than a 21-minute run.
Legendary in the soon formerly bottom left and now disappeared have had a full wipe. That's why they've disappeared. We will see what they start next. So that's a shame. Their run was looking real good. They are in first place right now, but they would love to improve their temple and just further. It's kind of yesterday's story was all about Cheese getting the better Algathar compared to everybody. Today's story's been about Legendary just getting that Temple of the Jade Serpent better than everybody. But even though that sounds good for Legendary, the problem is that tomorrow everybody will get to come back and improve Temple with what they've learned and what they've decided to do overnight. So in the same way as that Algathar, you know, that time advantage they've got in that dungeon is potentially going to disappear tomorrow. The thing is, I think that the temple is more just like technically intensive and practice intensive than theory, so maybe that's still great news for them.
They are doing a live key. They're doing a live key in 16 minutes. This is ridiculous.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, when you look at the highest keys being done in Temple this week, like they're not much higher than this 22 level, and these are the affixes that are in play this week. It is a nasty, nasty dungeon, and the Sanguine affix as well really does throw a wrench into it.
Look at the top left here. Direwolves have started the Shaw of Doubt. This boss on a 22 fortified, not the longest endeavor ever. It's not going to be like a 3... I don't think it's going to be 3+ minutes, but I think it's going to be somewhere in the order of like 2.5. So if they're able to put up a 20-30, that's going to, again, take them out of 5th place and out of that elimination spot and move them into 4th.
Yeah, that's the vital thing here, because again, our lowest rated team at the end of each day does get eliminated. Right now, that is going to be Direwolves. Direwolves, on the other hand, they're about to put up a time that I think is going to be good enough. It is going to be good enough. It's just not going to be safe, right? It's going to temporarily put them into 4th place. But let them cook here have the opportunity, if this run that they are putting together is clean, to potentially re-overtake. So once this Direwolves run finishes, we will know exactly how fast Let Him Cook have to be able to stay alive. Direwolves, though, will get another opportunity to start another key and do even faster and, you know, slam the door on Let Him Cook. We will see how that works out. Direwolves have had a death here on Shaw of Doubt. That is not what they were hoping to see. That's going to be their final battle res used here. Terrasant down for Let Him Cook. That's something that, of course, the team is used to. Yeah,
do we commit the B-res here?
Maybe? Looks like they've cast it. Is he going to accept it? He is going to accept it. So yeah, there's an argument here for saving that battle res, for using it, you know, during a boss fight and for just completing this pull. But when you are under as much time pressure as Let Him Cook are right now, and when you have this chain pull that you really want to do, especially when your healer is not a night elf and can't just meld res, I think that battle res makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. All right, I think that Let Him Cook here are through the hard part of this courtyard area, assuming that Trail is going to be able to stay alive. He does rotate into spell block, which makes you pretty much immune. Very, very powerful button.
You need to press shield block as well, but if you have shield block and spell block both pressed, then magic damage is, at least direct magic damage is no longer a threat to the warrior.
And physical damage, honestly, too, with block.
Yeah, physical damage, that's always true when you got shield block up. Okay, so we've got the Direwolves time on our board now, and it is a 20-minute run. This places Direwolves 1.5 minutes ahead of Let Him Cook. So Let Him Cook needs to bring their run down below 19 minutes. If it's like if it's 18:54 or faster, I think is what we're looking for, right? 18:52 or faster is what Let Him Cook are looking for.
If you look at the top left here, that is certainly something that is on the table for them, assuming that they're going to be able to make it through here. We've seen a couple of high 18 runs. And the times for those coming off of this boss were somewhere in the 14:30 range. And it looks like Let 'Em Cook are going to be somewhere in the 13:30 range coming off of this boss.
Now that would be really good. If Let 'Em Cook can get... If they can get 17:30 out of this run, then they'll actually overtake Thunderstruck as well. And that would be really big for them. Hasty getting hit by that wave is going to be not a great thing that happened to them. The biggest thing as well, that's his Ankh committed as well. So that'll be a little bit of a safety feature that they are lacking for the remainder of this dungeon. No battle res is available either for Let 'Em Cook, so they are in a very tense situation, but their time is still looking great.
Play safe, big IO.
That is the motto here as Hasty goes over to grab the Mistweaver and the Guardian that you have to pull if you are skipping the Infestor, as they do.
It's normally the Resto Shaman that goes and grabs that Mistweaver and Infestor, and the reason for that is actually because of the ranged wind shear and the ability to be able to decurse themselves as that Mistweaver puts that debuff on them. It always makes sense for the healer to be the person that goes and tags that pack as opposed to the tank in a lot of situations. Also,
your tank is also fighting a boss that you don't want to reset. Another
but like
usually
you couldn't tag it with like the Warlock or something either. Like it's gonna be really bad because if the Mistweaver starts casting on you, sure you have an interrupt, but if it also puts the curse on you, you're really far from your healer in a lot of situations.
Yeah, it's definitely also just always best to send your healer over. Yeah.
They're around a minute faster than some of these other teams who put up like 18, like high 18 marks in Temple of the Jade Serpent right now. So they need to be clutch.
How are we comparing to the best run in this dungeon?
Slow.
Okay, that doesn't surprise me.
Our Lower Walker Stone Step is about a minute 20 off of the best run, and our League of Flameheart is also consequently a little bit slower.
Yeah, a minute behind the legendary time. You know, that would not be bad. If they can hold on to that and get a 17:30, that would be so good.
Yeah. A lot of the pressure is going to be on Trell here. They don't have any battle reses. They do have Lust, which we know they lost this last pack of the dungeon. But they really just need to make sure that they don't have a tank death here. They can even afford, honestly, a DPS death and run back. Tank deaths would be just absolutely atrocious here. I think that this is the biggest point of the day for Let 'Em Cook. They are able to save themselves from elimination with this run. And honestly, they would put Thunderstruck on the block if they complete this.
So that's the thing, right? Is that there's two different breakpoints that Let 'Em Cook are going for. There's the 1850 breakpoint to stave off elimination for now and put Dire Wolves back in the hot seat. And there's the 1730 breakpoint. 1730 would put them in third instead of fourth, which would give them a lot more of wiggle room, but not still a huge amount. Now, this double pull is saying we're going for that 1730. We're going to try and make that happen, although even then, I'm not sure actually that they will have the time to do the last boss in 2 minutes flat. We will see. Here comes that pull, though.
I'm not convinced
Trell
of that either.
is in danger here. That is what they need to avoid. The tank death.
I think that this last boss is around the 2:30 mark. I don't think it's around the 2 minute mark.
Yeah, I think you're right as well. So with that, then probably Let 'Em Cook are playing for fourth here, not for third, at least right away. Hasty taking the curse, does eventually survive. Terrasant goes down.
Going down. I think we're okay though. For Let 'Em Cook, everything's fine. It's like we were talking about earlier. I think that they can afford a DPS death, but I
the
don't think they can
Infestor is
really
full
afford a tank
healing
death.
off of the Sanguine, though. So that's
we'll still beat an... What do we need to beat? An 18 what?
1850 is what we're looking for here. So we need to get this boss pulled. Are we beating it by a lot? I mean, if we pull it, if it's a 2 minute 30 boss, we need to pull by 1620, right?
Probably.
Okay, well, we're not going to do that. So
it's going to be tough. It's going
to be really tight here. Let 'Em Cook might be in a position, so they're going to be in this position where two things are true for them. First of all, if Dire Wolves improve their time, they're going to be in big trouble, right? And second of all, if they don't improve their own time, they in another dungeon or maybe back in this dungeon, they're also potentially still going to be in huge trouble here. So we'll see. This Infestor getting Sanguine Healing was catastrophic for them. That's going to cost them another 30 seconds that they may not have been able to afford here. 1640 now on the timer. They're going to take the time to feast up. Collect a food buff. And again, 1850-ish is the number that they need to beat here. So now it's less than 2 minutes away. I don't think they can do it in this run anymore. I think that they are now in territory of needing this run to be a time save, and then either needing to come back into this run and save some more time, or go to Azure Vault or Algathar Academy and one-shot one of those dungeons. And that is... Oh, this is getting sketchy for Let Him Cook.
Oh god, what do you do then? Like, are you gonna stay here? What would you do?
I don't think you can stay. Actually, maybe you do. You just have to look and see where you think the easiest, 30 seconds to gain is going to be. Because we think this boss is not dying before 1850, but we will see. They do have another minute. It is a fortified encounter. Shows popping that Algathar puzzle box and all of his cooldowns. They don't have Bloodlust though. I think this boss survives to its next cast, and I think it survives until about 1920. So that's going to be... Well, on the other hand, they are kind of melting it. Hold up. It's maybe still possible.
Let them cook.
All right, well, we'll keep letting them cook.
I think they just popped all of their offensive CDs. I don't know if they're going to be able to beat, like, the second intermission is the thing.
I don't think they do either.
This first intermission is, like, really delayed. I just don't think they're going to be able to beat this other one.
Meanwhile, Legendary in the bottom left have wiped and are resetting once again as they continue to try and improve their Jade Serpent, but Direwolves in the bottom left are on a 3-minute, 1 death, 1 battle res used Wise Mari split.
Wait, look at Thunderstruck in the
This
bottom
could
right.
be an opportunity for them. If they can get an even slightly clean run from here, they will be able to improve their time and probably save themselves for surezies and put themselves in a position where Let Him Cook will be really under the gun.
Dude, Thunderstruck in the bottom right here are going to be able to improve their Temple of the Jade Serpent time by a considerable amount here, as Shaw of Doubt's at 40%. They're at 16:13 on the timer. Top right as well. Jeez, kind of silent assassins here. They're going to be able to put up a 12-10 split on Liu Flameheart, which is an absolute blaster time.
We have passed over the 1850 mark for Let Him Cook. So Let Him Cook are going to improve their time here, and every second matters if they are going to go to a different dungeon. If they're going to come back to Temple, it actually doesn't matter, but if they're going to go to Algathar, then every second they can get on Shaw of Doubt here does matter. They are going to put that boss into the dirt at 1924. That advances them to 32 seconds behind Dire Wolves. So that's the question now if you're Let Him Cook. Where do you think you can gain 32 seconds? You're looking at that scoreboard down in the bottom left. Nokhud would require you to get the best Nokhud time overall in the dungeon. Azure Vault would require you to get a 15-minute flat run, which I think that they know they can do, but they tried it for a while today and weren't able to make it happen. Algathar, you would need to get a 17:30, which again, they know they can do. They tried it for a bit today and they weren't able to make it happen. Or you could go Shadow Moon, but in Shadow Moon you'd need to get a sub 13-minute run, which that dungeon is incredibly tight to try and get under that timer. The teams that have put up those 1304, 1305, those runs were close to textbook. I'm not sure that is feasible. So I think you're going to either Vault or Academy if you're Let Him Cook, or you come back to the Temple and you say, you know what? 1850 Temple is actually easier than 15 flat in Azure, or in Azure, or 1730 in Algathar.
If I was advising them, I'd actually recommend staying in the Temple of the Jade Serpent. And the reason is like the hardest part of the Temple of the Jade Serpent is the first 4 minutes. The hardest part in Algathar Academy happens on Overgrown Ancient at 13 minutes, and the hardest part of Azure Vault happens around that 8-minute mark. And so it's like, what are we, 11 minutes or so left until the final run, like runs are final. I think that you just slam the Temple of the Jade Serpent, but it looks like
they're swapping to an Evoker there. Hasty Maw E is in the battlefield, although not moving.
Muchus is still on the lock, though.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see what they decide to do with it.
They gotta hurry.
They do... Well, it depends on where they're going, right? I guess either way, they should try and at least have their first pull have a few attempts, but... Yeah, either way, they're going to be in one real attempt in any of these dungeons with a few false starts available at the start. Meanwhile, Cheese up nowhere near danger of being eliminated here, but are in danger of taking first place with this Temple of the Jade Serpent 1 death run that they are putting together. This is a masterpiece in the top left. This is going to be like... Is this going to be 16 flat out of Cheese? 16-20 maybe?
Dude, their Liu Flameheart split was absolutely bonkers. I don't think it's going to be 16 flat because I think that they're going to be getting another intermission, right?
Could be. Yeah, they definitely are getting one more intermission, but then they're killing the boss out of that intermission. They're only getting one more. This is looking really good for Cheese. This is going to put them in first place if they... I mean, even if they put up a 17 flat, they would be in first place by a solid chunk of time, a solid 30 seconds.
Now they have they have that gold star in 3 separate dungeons, and
if they can get
they
sub
were
1634, yeah. That would be really big for Cheese. Here they go. They are trying to blast here, and I think... Okay, my final guess is 1618. That's my final answer.
I'm feeling 1614.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. I will lodge a complaint that it is cheating to pronounce the numbers slowly when we're this close to when it's going to end, though. We'll see.
Well,
it's going to be faster than either of us thought. They are just nuking this thing.
I did not care.
All right, well, it's going to end up being a 1610. 1610, Temple of the Jade Serpent, 1 death. Perfection out of Cheese, aside from that death, is going to put them in first place overall by more than a minute over Legendary. Cheese now hold the best time in 3 dungeons. They are 1 second, I guess, they're 7 seconds behind in Shadowmoon and 6 seconds behind in Nokhud, and they are ahead by, huge chunks of time in Vault and Temple now, and a second in Algathar. So this is really tight at the top of our leaderboard right now.
Okay, Let Him Cook in the top right.
Oh,
go into that.
Good news for Let Him Cook.
Academy,
if you're a Let Him Cook fan in the top right, you are really happy about what just happened here in the top left. We had death on 40. Jack is in tremendous pain. Somehow is surviving in that shield wall, although shield wall is expiring soon. Darklaw Haunting Gaze. Okay, he's all right. Shield wall has now fallen off, though. Chaz goes down as well. And Direwolves are losing some time here. Direwolves are maybe safe with their current run, but they would love to improve their time. If they can improve their time, that's going to kill Let Him Cook.
What time do you think kills Let Him Cook from Direwolves?
So Let Him Cook, I can see from that green circle that they've gone to Algathar Academy. So let's think about best cases for Let Him Cook, right? What is a realistic best time that we could hope to see from one run out of Let Him Cook and Algathar? Remember 1730 is... Yeah, 1730 is what they need to recapture 4th place, but let's say 1710. So if they get 1710, then Direwolves could lock them out with a 1930 here in Temple, which they're still well on pace to do even with these deaths. So that's worrying for Let Him Cook. Let Him Cook have gone to the Algathar, and we'll see how this decision works out for them, because if Direwolves do get a slight improvement there, I think we'll be in this universe where Let Him Cook's only hope actually would have been the Temple, because that's the only dungeon that has maybe a minute or more of time for them to gain. We will see, though. They have started that Algathar Academy, and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, Direwolves are the team that is fighting to secure their Sunday, now in the very top right, working in that courtyard area. 4 deaths on the board for them so far. Their battle res has recovered as well. So they have a little bit of wiggle room, but not much.
Ooh, Cheese went to Shadowmoon?
Love it. Cheese say, you know what? Shadowmoon is where we're behind by 7 seconds. That's the farthest behind we are in any dungeon. Let's go get those 7 seconds.
Let's go get the other stars.
Yeah. They're playing Mario Party and collecting all the stars, yeah.
I was thinking of Dragon Ball Z, but yeah, all right, I'm in. They're collecting all the Dragon Balls.
They're the Infinity Stones, yeah. They've got something brewing in these dungeons. They are doing such a great job, and they have looked so on point here. Their runs have had a combination of consistency and innovativeness and excellence that often teams, have one or two of those have one of those things going for them, but Cheese have seemed to have it all. Aside from, I will say, it took them a while to get that first pull of Temple down. That was the weakest point of Cheese today, but it's not like other teams had a walk in the park there either. I think Legendary is the only team that maybe did better in that one specific metric of who got the Wise Mari area consistent first.
So let's take a look around the board. We see Let Him Cook in the top left in that Algathar Academy. Direwolves in the top right, really needing to improve. this Temple of the Jade Serpent. You and I were talking about it a little bit earlier. We think that somewhere in the around like that 18-minute mark is really going to put probably eliminate Let Him Cook, but we're going to be continuing to look at Direwolves in the top right and see what they're able to do in this Temple of the Jade Serpent. Legendary in the bottom right, continuing to try to improve their Temple of the Jade Serpent. They were the team that posted the first really good run in that Temple in that 1634. We have Cheese as we swap to a 9-box in the top middle. In the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, they already started a run, but now they're restarting this at one more. And then Thunderstruck in the very middle of the screen. They have also made their way to Algathar Academy, trying to improve their time in this dungeon. As most of the teams, I don't want to say all the teams, most of the teams have had enough with Temple of the Jade Serpent and they're looking to go elsewhere.
Yeah. Oh, Thunderstruck having a little deatharoo in the middle there. And Thunderstruck are safe, right? They, at this point, with Let Him Cook putting up the 1924 in Temple, Thunderstruck are pretty much locked in through to tomorrow. So they're going to just be starting, and they're not under pressure to like make small improvements to their time. They're instead in a position where they're jockeying for trying to break into that top 2 tomorrow. Meanwhile, our top 2 team, like the teams at the top of our screen right now, Let Him Cook and Direwolves, those are the 2 teams that one of them will be going home at the end of the day here. Unless Let Him Cook put up like a 16-minute Algathar or something like that, then okay, then Thunderstruck might be back on the chopping block. But that is the level of crazy that would have to happen.
Liu Flameheart going to be going down pretty slow for the Direwolves here. Not the slowest we've seen, but it looks like they're pacing to be maybe somewhere around that 1940 mark, maybe even 1930s. It really just kind of depends on their damage and like how fast they're able to deal with a couple of these pulls that they have.
Still
Sanguine Healing or not.
It's still, I mean, Direwolves are still threatening to put up like an 18-minute, 1830 run, something like that in this dungeon. That would be enough to pretty much shut out Let Him Cook, right? Like, Let Him Cook.
Yeah.
Let Him Cook they're alive here with a good Algathar run. If Direwolves get even a few seconds out of their Temple, though, it's going to start getting really slim really quick here for Let Him Cook. So Let Him Cook need 2 things to go their way.
What if they tie the best Algathar Academy? What does Direwolves need here to like statistically eliminate
if Let
them?
Him Cook can get Cheese's time in the Algathar, so they can get that 1643, then Direwolves would need like a 19-minute Temple to catch back up, which is still eminently like they're still on pace for that, I think, right now. Maybe they'll be a little bit slower than that. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, so Direwolves are going to finish their run first, and then we will know what time Let Him Cook need. There are only a few minutes left to start a final run of the day as well, so if Direwolves have a wipe or something, they could hearth out. Also, potentially, Let Him Cook could maybe know that they're going to die to Direwolves getting like an 18-minute run here, and then they could maybe make the call, okay, we have to go for like a 17-minute Temple, and hearth out of a 0-death Algathar and try it. They have 2 minutes left to make that decision. I don't know how much they are looking at that. That's the kind of thing where, like, if they have a 6th player that is advising and looking and calculating, maybe they could run the math on that, but either way, things are going to be tight for Let Him Cook. There's not an easy way to qualify to tomorrow.
All right, bottom left too, we have Thunderstruck back in that AA. We saw them; they were kind of just chugging away at that Algathar Academy here for a couple of seconds, but they ended up having a wipe, needing to zone out of that dungeon. This is probably going to be the last run, barring a catastrophe here on Veximus. We have seen teams wipe to Veximus, but this is likely going to be their last run of the day. Top left, we have Let Him Cook. They're on a bit of a heater here. The chef's cooking up something fierce as we saw Mooches running across, trying to snap these lashers towards Trell on the side of Let Him Cook. Direwolves in the top right. I think the time we're looking for is around that 19-minute mark, but I think that this is going to be really good for the Direwolves Dratnos. And then we have Legendary in the bottom right. Zone out of a Temple of the Jade Serpent. Probably going to start their last run of the day here in just a couple of moments.
Yeah, we'll get word from the admins soon whenever runs are final, but it seems like that Legendary are definitely going to have time to start another run. We'll see if any other teams decide to do that as well. And Direwolves are putting up a time that's, I mean, if they don't wipe to Shaw of Doubt here, fine. If this is an 18-minute Temple, that's the end for Let Him Cook, right? Like, Let Him Cook here need a catastrophe to happen to Direwolves. They need Direwolves to somehow wipe to this boss, but I guess the one saving grace for Let Him Cook is Direwolves aren't playing a comp with a Mass Dispel or with a Imp Dispel, so there's some danger of dying on this boss. They do have a battle res though, so I think we're probably watching Direwolves eliminate Let Him Cook right here in the top 2 screens.
Yeah, that's kind of my read on it as well. I mean, just looking at this, they're gonna hit like what, 18-20?
Something like that, yeah.
Cook needs a 16-minute run or something in AA.
Now, Let Him Cook, on the other hand, Let Him Cook are on a 0-death Algathar here. They are snapping the Lashers into this area. This run, they could be clutching this out. Now, no matter what time Direwolves put up here, there is a theoretical time that Let Him Cook could do to match in this Algathar, but we are getting word now from the admins that these runs are final. So it is too late now for anybody to hearth and try something else. Let Him Cook need this run to work out, and Direwolves are approaching the end of Shaw of Doubt here. Let Him Cook need another intermission to start here for Direwolves, I think, and I don't think that's going to happen. It is not. That is going to end the timer here at 18:10. Okay, let me pull out the old calculator. So,
yeah,
Let Him Cook need... Oh, Ted, you're not going to like this. They are going to need a 15... 50? A 15,
where's
Algathar?
And Thunderstruck is already safe as well?
Yeah, Thunderstruck are faster than even Direwolves, so... Let Him Cook, I believe, are dead. We will see, though. They are going to go. They're going to try it. They're on a 0-death run. If any run could do it, it would be this one up in the top left.
All right. This would be a ridiculous run, I think, if they're able to pull it out.
Yeah, if they have somebody looking and doing the math, what they should do is all the trash, like the remaining trash in the dungeon, they need to do with the 2 bosses, right? They are at 72%. Yes. They need some trash to come onto Overgrown Ancient and or the rest of the trash to come onto Echo of Dorgosa. Now, I think the fastest... They basically need to assume that they're going to do a ridiculous pull and it's going to work, right? That is the only way they could possibly make up this time deficit. So they need to... I think what they need to do... I think the fastest hypothetical way to do this is just do Echo, or just do Overgrown Ancient by itself, and then take 28% trash onto Echo of Dorgosa. I think that, unironically, I think that's their best bet at getting a sub-16-minute run.
That is what they do. That is unironically what they do. That is their route.
So we'll see them go for that, I suspect. And is it possible for that run to reach the 16-minute marker or faster? Maybe. They're going to have to pump. I mean, they have 3 tyrannical bosses, 2.5 tyrannical bosses that they need to kill in the next 5.5 minutes if they want that to happen. I mean, I don't see it happening, but they're going to try.
Yeah, I think that maybe even like a 17-minute run is actually pretty likely for this Algathar Academy if they see it to the end. But they're not even on the hardest part yet, because look at Croth. Croth is absolutely going to get melted here in just a couple of seconds. They're going to dunk all of their fire orbs here on top of getting those haste buffs, as you're going to see Hasty picking up his haste buff here in a second, and that's going to just evaporate the boss's HP for Let Him Cook. And I think this is like a super smart play. You even see Hasty channeling that evoker staff into it. He's gonna sack himself in a second, but I don't know, man. I don't feel a 16-minute run is in the cards. I feel like maybe a 17-minute run was in the cards.
Yeah, which would be really good, right? 17 minutes, that's impressive. That would be the 3rd fastest run in Algathar, dramatically faster than Thunderstruck or Direwolves in this dungeon. But the problem for Let Him Cook is that their temple is just such a liability compared to those other teams. They're, more than a minute slower than Direwolves now in temple, and that run is final. There's no chance for them to go back and improve it. They somehow have to clutch it out in this Algathar, and time is ticking away for them. 11:20 is the current timer, and they need to beat the 16 mark. That was an intentional death there for Hasty. He dies to one of those swirlies right at the end because he is in combat with the skitterflies that everybody else has either melded or vanished. So he needs to let off.
Okay, and now we take the skitterflies plus some of the trash into the boss, but with the boss getting pulled around the 12-minute mark, man, I don't know.
Time does indeed get short for Let Him Cook. They do have a bloodlust. They're going to try their absolute best at this. Hasty is released and is now going on a little parkour adventure here. This is going to let them get some Echo Knight trash.
This is the hardest part of the dungeon that they're doing right here. Pulling all of these Echo Knights and the Invokers into the boss is something that we've seen wipe this team and wipe all of the teams pretty much all weekend. It's incredibly dangerous. Let Him Cook need to be able to be clean with this pull, and they need to make sure that they stay alive. On top of that, they have the Skitter Flies. It's just so dangerous.
Absolutely, yeah. This is very scary time here for Let Him Cook. Let's take a quick survey of what's going on with the other teams as well. Direwolves, we know, are all finished. They are done for the day. Legendary also now appear to be done for the day. They are hopping on out of their dungeon. Cheese are in a 5-death Shadow and Burial Grounds. It looks like they're just continuing to get some practice in this place, but there's no way they're going to improve their time there. So they're just using the time that they have available to them. But this run is not a real run in the bottom right. That will. There's no way they're going to improve 13-11 off of this.
Their Sedana Blood Fury was also slow. 236 on Sedana Blood Fury. That's 25 seconds off of a good Sedana Blood Fury split or something like that. They had a first boss that was not spectacular either.
And then Thunderstruck up in the top right are also working on an Algathar Academy. Thunderstruck are not in danger of elimination, but they are in danger of not making top 2 tomorrow, right? They're in 3rd place right now, and they are 2 minutes behind Legendary overall. Their Algathar, though, is a 1737, so if they can improve that, they will be able to close that gap a little bit and put them in position to maybe bring it back tomorrow. Here is Let Him Cook, though. Their timer is certainly going to be a little bit too slow. 14 minutes now on the clock for them. But they are going to give it their best shot here, and they're going to try and catch up as much as they can. They are in position to improve their Algathar with a great run here. It could even still be the best Algathar of the tournament, TBH. 14-14 is their timer right now, and they just have trash onto the last boss. This is the run that they needed to be their first run of the day, or one of their early runs. One of the runs in the first 2 hours that they committed to Algathar, and it just wasn't coming together for them, but looks like they are getting ready to clutch it out now. It's just maybe too little too late.
I love that.
They go into boss though. They're going to try. Well. They have lust. I mean, they are going to go for it. They are going to give it everything they've got here.
Yeah. All right, the boss is being pulled, and we are pulling all of the trash into this boss here. As the trash lines itself up, they're going to make sure to stand on this corner here to make sure that all of the Invokers come in, all of these Echo Knights, everything is going to be stacked up. It's very dangerous. This is a bolstering Algathar Academy 21. This is an incredibly dangerous pull. Players need to be super cautious about those Echo Knights Whirlwind, especially during this power vacuum. But it looks like people are getting knocked up by Volcanic. Woo! Everybody's able to stay alive on the side.
Yeah, Mooch's cloaks, Trell heroic leaps. They're able to keep it going for now. Deep Breath Stun comes out from Hasty. And that Invoker's going to die. A couple of Whirlwinds in melee. Mooch's is also Whirlwinding in melee. He was in that Storm Eater's Boon Trinket. They've done a good job, though, of preventing any Whirlwinds during the power vacuum here. Echo of Dorgosa now at 68%. And we are 10 seconds away from Let Him Cook being eliminated here. The last boss of this dungeon is at half health. They are so close. But they are going to come up just a little bit short here. So we're going to see Let Him Cook
the best AA.
become depleted here. Tragedy, yeah, you can see. That is too slow now. Let's see how fast they're able to get it here. But unless my math is wrong, they are gone at this point.
What? They literally spent how long in Algathar Academy today? 3 hours?
An hour at least, an hour and a half. Maybe a bit more.
They were in there long after your shift was over, too.
Oh, Hasty. Hasty gets shot by the boss there. That's going to be one of their battle reses.
Okay. It's not going to be the best AA of the tournament, but it's going to be like 17 low 17s.
Yeah, this is a good Algathar Academy run here, and Let Him Cook. If they were able to just be a little bit faster, if that Shambling Infester at the end of the temple hadn't Sanguine healed, I think they live till tomorrow. They're so close here to the Direwolves, but it's just good. They're just going to be a minute or so slower. I guess a little bit over a minute. Minute and a half behind
All right.
Direwolves is going to be their final time. We will see. That leaderboard is going to dynamically update here just as soon as Let Him Cook put this time on the board. So we will see exactly how much they have come up short here.
And you and I are going to dynamically update and be added with Makes and Zyronic as we welcome them back onto the desk. Hello, guys.
Wow.
Thank you,
tried
Tettles.
so
That was very
hard.
smooth.
Welcome.
Welcome.
All right, there it is. 17:23. Let's see what that does to our leaderboard. So yeah, they are a minute and 40 seconds
I break them
behind
out.
the elimination cutoff here. A fond farewell we bid now to Let Him Cook. They will not be joining us on Sunday, but they did a great job in a lot of these keys. For several hours of our tournament, they held some gold stars in some of those dungeons, but in the end, ended up being a little bit slower than our remaining teams. And that means there are only 2 teams left in dungeons, including Thunderstruck, who are still live to improve their time in this Algathar Academy. They are looking to beat 1737.
Well, let's see if this split does help them out with that. In the Algathar Academy, their previous best third boss split, we actually don't have it written down for them. This is the only team we don't have boss splits for. So, we'll see. They do have to do a lot more trash than every other team, which is one of the problems with their run. They literally have to do, I think, 3 extra trash backs over every other team. And trying to pull that into the boss and manage bolstering is a very, very tall task. You do have 1 battle res. It's definitely not completely out of the question. Again, 1737 the time to beat, just a little bit less time for them to whittle away at tomorrow. Would love to see a better time here for them.
Yeah, the question is, can they get a good enough time such that they're not going to have to come back here tomorrow, right? Are they going to get a time that's good enough? The problem is that both Cheese and Legendary, which they need to unseat one of those teams if they want to make it into second overall, both of those teams have 1644 or 1643 in this dungeon. Thunderstruck have pulled the boss now, though, and maybe they're going to be able to come close to that time. They are nuking this boss, but they actually need a little bit more count after this, right? Is this enough count with all these Echo Knights?
It's like a... They need this to be like a triple pull, or triple pull plus the 2. I didn't see exactly what they grabbed. It doesn't look like enough count. I think they're going to have some stuff trickling in, hopefully?
Yeah, that's the question. Are they not one of the teams that like mass root something and then has that walk in? But if that's the case, it should have appeared by now, right?
There it is. It's coming in
there
right
it is.
now from the
There it is.
door.
Okay, so this is enough. All right, well, they're going to have to cleave that down. Now, it's important to note that they pulled the boss about 10 seconds later than Let Him Cook did in their previous run, plus they have to cleave more trash down. So it looks like it's going to be, if everything goes the same in terms of damage for them, it's going to be about the same time as what we saw from their previous best, right? So the chance to improve this is very, very low for Thunderstruck.
Yeah,
Still
it's
could shoot
not
a few seconds,
impossible. It's just going to be a few
think-
seconds. Yeah.
I actually think what they do is they sap blind, because that wasn't mass root duration, right? Mass root's only 30 seconds. And so that's actually,
Yeah.
you have teams that mass root packs come in pretty slow. That seemed like that was like sap on one of the invokers, blind on the other one. That way you had those 2 invokers like come in really late relative to the other trash.
It's looking
Okay,
good for
question?
Thunderstruck there.
Yeah, Thunderstruck aside, look at Cheese. Their
Yeah.
fastest time in the SPG is 13:11. The timer currently is 15:20, and they keep going. So they must have tested something and tried to figure out if they can find a faster way. I mean, obviously there's 6 deaths on the count there as well, but the fact that they just finished this dungeon because they want to.
They've
it's
spoken
pretty
too
fun.
soon.
It's
Or
gonna
did
be
I?
Actually
clutch,
killed themselves.
though.
Okay, nice.
There you
Huh.
go.
Well, maybe they were running it for loot. Maybe they needed some items from Shadowman Burial Grounds, like a Shadow Gem or
Oh,
something.
yes, sure, loot. Tournament realm loot boxes, yes.
Could be. All right,
is
so
not
here's
even
the
being
Thunderstruck
increased.
time improvement. It is going to be
It's a
1
1 second time improvement.
Let's go.
Poggers.
Actually, yeah.
All right,
a
they just
fraction of a
need,
second.
They just need 190 more of those time increases to tie Legendary. Perfect.
That's really good, I think.
Not bad.
Not
Well-
bad at all.
Yeah, that's definitely something, so... But yeah, unfortunately, Let Him Cook eliminated today. I do want to say a big shout out to them once more. They didn't play in the Cups, and they managed to qualify for the last stand, which I feel is always a feat in itself. And they gave us a great show. Unfortunately, did get knocked out here today, but hopefully not the last thing we see from them. Hopefully they're going to come back to a potential TGP next season or the next MDI. We're going to see whenever that is. So yeah, check them out if you haven't already. All of their links are here with that beautiful logo. And then tomorrow, all of those 4 teams are going to come back. We're going to give them a new dungeon, and they're going to fight it out because 2 out of those 4 teams will qualify for the Global Finals.
Yeah, I wonder what we're going to see tomorrow. If you look at our maps so far, the key level goes up as you go down this list. So I wonder what it's going to go to tomorrow. Maybe it'll go higher. I wonder what kind of curveball might get thrown by the admins here, because yeah, I mean, like, we saw 23s in the MDI, right? We saw this kind of distribution with 120, 123, and a bunch of 21s and 22s. So should we expect tomorrow to be a 23? Might they do something different? Who knows? Apparently,
Side note,
we're getting word that Thunderstruck was 0.15 seconds faster than their previous best in the Alcathar.
Oh, wow.
So,
That is 0.15
congratulations
seconds
to them.
that they now saved.
That's big.
I'm not sure
It's
if
small.
the dungeon could be harder than what we saw today.
Yeah.
With
I agree.
Halls of Valor,
I
Port of
agree.
Stars, and Ruby, I don't think that any of those can be harder than 22 Fortified Sanguine Temple of the Jade Serpent. I do think, though, that if we see Court of Stars is that last dungeon, that is very good for Legendary, by the way. Like, I think that if we do see Court of Stars tomorrow, that will be phenomenal for that team.
I actually think that'd be really good for
Dire
Direwolves.
the Pan buff? Or
They put up a
What's the reasoning,
ridiculous
Pebbles?
time. In Last Stand Qualifier, they put up an absolutely absurd time. Was it like 11 minutes or something?
Yeah,
Something
yeah.
just ridiculous.
it was super fast. It was their first finished run as well. So I'm not sure if they previously did like runs and then redid them because stuff went wrong. But the first timer they locked in was also the fastest time. It was really impressive. Why do you think the
12:22.
Wolves have a prior in that, Dratnos?
I mean, Direwolves looked so fast in that dungeon in their MDI weekend. They ended up losing in Court of Stars like twice because things went wrong for them. There are unfortunate happenings on late bosses and stuff, but their pace in that dungeon was phenomenal. So I think that might be their best hope. I'm not sure, though. I mean, so there's 2 Legion dungeons, right? There's Halls of Valor or Court of Stars, it could be. And then what's the other dungeon it could be in
Ruby.
that spot?
Ruby?
Ruby.
Ruby Life Pools.
Okay. Yeah. Wow, if it's like a high Ruby life pools as well. If it's a high Ruby with like prohibitive affixes, slowing affixes,
Oh, gosh.
that would also be unlike stuff we've ever seen before in the MDI. So,
Although
I don't know. I don't know what to think about tomorrow.
I have some super sleuthing skills I want to do here. So earlier
All
on,
right.
when Makes and I were discussing this, I was talking about adding
Love
some,
this.
pretty heinous things, like an infested Waycrestman or a Vortex Pinnacle. And production responded with a lower third that said no.
Yeah, where is that lower
N-O.
third? I want it back.
N-O.
Yeah.
Nokhud Offensive V2. Mix was right.
A second Nokhud?
That would be so good.
Oh no. That's not what that meant, but that's all right, Sarah. We're going to figure it out tomorrow together, I'm sure.
Indeed,
What do you mean,
we
Tellus?
are.
Muting Sarah.
Man.
All right, well, we are going to be back tomorrow for another one. There's also some daylight saving stuff happening, which is different in different parts of the
Exactly.
world, right? Makes, can you give us the quick
So-
TLDR of this?
Absolutely. So because the USA are going into daylight savings and we're adapting to their time rather than the EU time, tomorrow for all of my European and non-American friends, the tournament is going to start 1 hour early, which means it's going to be 6 p.m. CET because we're not in summertime yet, but they are. For all of the people in American time zones, it's going to be the same as before, 10 a.m. PT. But if you're not in the USA, keep in mind it will start 1 hour early. Tell us.
Makes
Go ahead,
also,
Alice.
how does it affect Australians?
Also 1 hour early. There was
Okay.
some questions about that, but yeah, also 1 hour early
Okay,
for
thank
the
you.
next tournament day. Hopefully, all of our admins did send out a note of warning to the teams so we don't have any oopsie daisies, sleepy obies. But yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
All right. Well, with that, make sure you set your alarm. Make sure you're ready for your clocks to jump forward by an hour if you are in America, where summer does come early. Beautiful land here. we will be back tomorrow for day 3 when we see which 2 teams make it through to the MDI Global Finals. We'll see you then.
Dude.